Hello, welcome once again to World Leader Summit, and this is the second half of our World Leader Summit 2021, which we started today morning Indian time 6:30 a.m. and had amazing level of speakers. We actually spoke about women entrepreneurship, normal common entrepreneurship, leadership, diversity and inclusion, of course, on education and blockchain. Oh my God, this was actually a powerful session, at least from our perspective. And guess what? Today we have, at the moment, we have got several different people who are joining. So just give us a little bit of time to settle us down. Let me give you a perspective and background of World Leader Summit, how it actually started and what we do and what are the kind of ecosystems that we have created so far so good. So World Leader Summit is actually an ecosystem. So World Leader Summit as a summit is our key summit for our WLS ecosystem that we call. And we have got around approximate in and around 95 countries business network with amazing 67 ambassadors into our network. And the ambassadors are mainly those kind of people who are change makers. They are excellent in their own works and ready to give back to the community, handshake and grow the business together. That's how we usually select and prepare someone to become our ambassador so that they can grow the network with our own strength and will and eagerness. Talking about the platforms, as I told you that we'll be giving you a lot of surprise in between for the last 1 year. My co-founder Marco and me, we have been doing a hell lot of traditional business, technology business, disruptive business with a lot of you, which probably you are, and you know that these things are happening with our internal core network. And we promised that we'll be coming up with a lot many surprises. So here we are with Co-Innovate Ventures as a platform. That's basically a business accelerator and a funding platform of our own. So if you need any kind of funding support, any kind of acceleration support, you are in revenue stage, feel free to check www.coinnovateventures.com. There is a specific link. You can go, you can click on the pitch section. You can send your pitch deck. If you're willing to give back to the community, probably become mentor to the startups, to the SMEs or MSMEs, there is a section where you can fill up as a mentor, as an investor. If you want to get in touch with us to invest and co-invest with our existing SMEs and startup, there is a section. Please feel free to fill up that form. There is a project section. So if you want to see the kind of project, kind of businesses we are uplifting, those projects are enlisted over there. You can cross-check and you can get back to us with the existing ID of those projects. We'll be happy to help and collaborate and handshake with you guys. Talking about World Leader Summit, we have at the moment our first speaker. She's from India. So let me have the pleasure to introduce our first speaker of second session, Squadron Leader Tulika Rani. She is an ex-Indian Air Force officer, a mountaineer, oh my God, a motivational speaker, a TEDx, a Toastmaster keynote, a Rotarian just like me. Thank you so much. Vicky Bell, Infotech, a radio TV writer, research scholar, and of course, our ambassador for India in the Women Empowerment Committee of World Leader Summit. Welcome to Tulika into World Leader Summit 2021, 5th of November.
Thank you so much, Arajit, for all these kind words. I'm so happy, delighted to be a part of World Leader Summit ecosystem. You have given me a great honor by making me an ambassador of Women Empowerment Committee. My heartfelt gratitude to you and my namaste to all the people present over here, the dignitaries, as well as everybody around the world who are watching us today. This platform, this World Leader Sister ecosystem is a place where people are sharing nuggets of wisdoms from all around the world. And I'm sure that the world would change for better after this summit is over on 9th. So thank you so much for inviting me and giving me time to present my views today. I would like to share my screen, so just give me a moment. Yes, is my screen visible now?
Yeah.
All right. So as we all know that in today's world, everybody is struggling to make the ends meet. Somebody is struggling to reach the pinnacle of their fields, various fields. And we have different kinds of wisdoms coming around from the world. Somebody was talking about blockchain, as Ajit had just now spoken. And there are people who would be touching various aspects of our existence. But one particular fundamental thing that I want to speak about today is how to rise after we fall. Because this is the basis of every endeavor and the outcome of our overall lives. How do we take our failures? Do we have this capacity to rise like waves, as my topic of today's talk suggests? I am a person who has been close to nature. I have taken all the lessons, all the values of my life from natural elements. Today, I have chosen this topic, waves, because waves gives us so much of inspiration that once we fall, we have the force, we have the strength to rise again. How? I would let you know today, because this is one quality all of us, irrespective of fields, irrespective of our aspirations in life, require. So I would share my story because all of us can relate to that. It's not just my story. I suppose I have had a platform which few have in this world, the Everest itself, but we all have our own Everest. So through my story of climbing Everest, I would like to tell you how can you utilize this force, phenomenal force of a natural element that is called waves, and rise like waves to reach the pinnacle of your own field, be it in the field of writing or business or public speaking or anything else. So let's start. This that you see me is a girl of 19 years. When I was in my college, I wanted to join this National Cadet Corps, which is a semi-military kind of an institution in our colleges. You wouldn't believe that I almost missed it. When I took admission in my college, the admissions to NCC were almost over, and I thought that I have lost a chance. But then I persisted, went around to my teacher, NCC teacher, and she, seeing my academic record, actually enrolled me, and I was here wearing this uniform. Then you would see this. Next step was naturally being into armed forces. And again, I would tell you that in my first attempt, when I cleared my SSB, short service selection board examination for Indian Army, I was recommended, but I again lost at a very close range because my name was not in the merit. So I thought again, I have just fallen on my face, lost this opportunity to don the uniform of a nation. But next year, I was selected in Indian Air Force, and you see that I was actually able to wear this uniform. Next was this, Mount Everest itself. And again here, as the Providence would have it, I failed in my first attempt in 2011. Returned from Midway, I will tell the story in detail later on. But 2012, the very next year, you see me standing along with my Sherpa on the top of Mount Everest. And this, my book, Beyond That Wall, Redemption on Everest, has just been published 15 days ago, but it has taken me 9 long years and 18 rejections from various publishers. So after this book is already in my hands today, and I really feel proud of it. This is another field, public speaking. There was a time when I stood at a platform in my college and there were no words coming out of my mouth, and I actually cried on the stage. Today, here I am, as you can see, TEDx, Toastmasters, and our very own World Leader Summit, and many other platforms around the world. So this coverage in media is all over. Why I'm showing you all these things? Can you discern a pattern into it? A pattern of failure, thereafter a success. A failure in something and a success. Again, a failure in something, a perceived failure and a success, but the ultimate success. So the waves that I was talking about, I feel that my life has been into a pattern of a wave, rising and falling, rising and falling, rising and falling. And this is how I suppose all of us, today we sit over here as a speaker, and the people who are listening to us, they would realize that this is the pattern of all of our lives. So here it is. Whenever we aim to reach the pinnacle of success, we have to accept one fundamental basic fact, that rising and falling, these two are the part of the process. The process that is called life, the process that is called pursuit of happiness, pursuit of success. All the sorts of achievements that we talk about in our life, these two would always remain as two sides of one coin. We cannot separate them. Once we understand that these are two inseparable parts of our lives, then we would be able to take our failures more easily and not be that harsh upon ourselves when we fail. So I'll let you know what happened shortly. When I understood this, it didn't come easy. It does not come easy for any of us that failure would also be our lot. Because in this world, everybody teaches us how to be a success. Nobody teaches us how to take failures. Nobody tells us that failing is a part actually of the process towards attaining that ultimate success. And the entire world, when you fail, would be against you, telling you all sorts of names. This is what happened to me. I'm sharing this short story because it would give hope to all those who have aimed high. Because only people who aim high sometimes also fall in the between. If you do not aim high, you will remain where you are. But when you aim high, you're putting yourself at a high risk also. When you fall, you will fall really hard. So here I was in 2009. I volunteered for an Indian Air Force mountaineering expedition to Mount Everest. The process was to be 2 years training before we go on to Everest actually. So I am here in the beginning of 2009, going on to an expedition with my team. We did 4 Himalayan peaks before Mount Everest. You have the glimpses of them here. And thereafter, Mount Everest, Indian Air Force expedition actually happened in 2011. Now, this is a short sketch as to how Everest is climbed. We reached base camp in around 7 to 8 days. Thereafter, throughout the height of the mountain, we established various camps. Now, here is Camp 3, which is the limit of human beings' acclimatization, getting used to the altitude. Thereafter, last camp, summit camp, and the summit push is made. So what happened? My team had prepared for 2 years. I was into the best of my fitness. My leader used to put me at number 2 in my team's fitness. And everybody thought that if everything goes fine, I would be amongst one of the 6 team members who would actually be able to unfurl our national flag on the summit. Now, when everybody has expectations, you also have high expectations from you. You have worked really hard in your life for that ultimate goal. Sometimes things do not go as per your expectation. Now, that is life. What happened was my team was successful. 7 of my teammates were actually able to stand atop Mount Everest in 2011. Their names were here. Mine was not. I had to return from midway from Lhotse Wall. And as usual, like as expected, I was happy for my team because we were a success and the world received us so. But individually, people termed me a failure. I was not able to reach the summit. Now, this happens to all of us at some or other point in our lives. Sometimes our peers, our friends, our family members, they do much better. Well, we have worked hard together for that thing. We are left on the other ladder and they have reached somewhere else. Now, there is no common meeting point between us. World puts us into 2 different categories, very distinct categories, success and failure. And the treatment for failures is really harsh. So I had to go through all that. But herein came my second lesson of the life. When you fall, which you will fall because this is life, don't cry. That's a natural instinct. To cry, to blame the external circumstances, to blame anything and everything or whatever comes into our mind to justify our failure. I would say, being human beings, it's all right to be emotional, to be disappointed on our failures. I would call them failures because the world calls them so, but it is not actually a failure. It is just a pause into that overall journey. So when you hit that pause, don't cry and don't blame external circumstances. Just be quiet and introspect. Because I firmly believe that when we succeed, it is a culmination of various factors and contribution of various people's contribution towards our success. But when we fail, it's totally because of our own selves. The seeds of our failure are purely within us. So if we are looking for somebody else to blame for our failures, we are never going to reach anywhere from that point. The first thing is to do this, introspect. So while the world was putting me into a dustbin, terming me a failure, this is what I did. Sat quietly and introspected. And I did realize that I had a grain of fear in me. Now that was the thing that was blocking my progress beyond the point. Now, once you pinpoint that one obstacle or perhaps multiple obstacles, because we are human beings, we are not perfect. We all have flaws and obstacles within us. We all have walls within us. Now, the title of my book is Beyond That Wall. That wall is also the wall on Mount Everest from where I had returned, and the walls within us. Various types of walls within us. Now, these are the walls that actually obstruct our way forward. Once we conquer the walls within, it is easier to conquer the walls outside also. So when I could identify what was the blocking point, I launched myself into second attempt. Now that is very uncommon in the history of armed forces. All three sister forces we have, because people go with a team. People do not go on individual Mount Everest expeditions. It's very risky and very expensive also. But I would tell you something, that even if there is no precedence, somebody has to set a precedence. Why not we be that person who will set a precedence for that aspect? So the world may say anything when you are into a pursuit of something which is close to your heart, but seems a foolish task to the rest of the world. If you are convinced, go ahead. They will be the same people who would be clapping if you succeed. Yes, if you fall, then you know already what they will do. But to see that transformation, to receive those applauses also, and to fulfill your potential, most importantly, it is important. It is obligatory on us, I suppose, to make that first step. So that is what I did. 2012, I launched my own individual expedition after putting all my savings into this one pursuit. And here I was again on Kumbu Ice Wall. Now, this is the wall. This is the wall which had defeated me on my first attempt. Even if now we have identified our obstacles, we have put all our heart and soul into it, and when we confront that wall again, it's not certain that we will not fall. We may fall again, because this is a process. This is going to be so. Nothing is going to come smooth in our lives. On that wall, you would believe, I fell sick again on my second expedition also. Now herein comes the power of the mind. The power of the mind which we have trained to go beyond these walls. Repeatedly, I had visualized this one wall in my training of 1 year when I was preparing for my second attempt. And I visualized conquering this wall again and again on the field where I used to run. So this is what happened. Even though momentarily this wall was able to send me back from here with mountain sickness, I recuperated and I actually climbed over it. Thereafter, this is a point where I have already climbed over that wall, now going towards the summit. This 3,000 feet, the last moment, the last climb of the Mount Everest, it looks like a mountain itself, but it is just the top of Mount Everest, the last 1,000 meters. So this was to be climbed in the night. And on that final push, I started climbing at 8 p.m. At around 9 p.m., I started feeling cold in my foot. Now that was the reason why I had returned the previous year from that wall. I was feeling cold in my fingers the previous year. Herein, a same question arrived. I'm feeling cold in my toes. What to do? If I continue in the death zone, it is certain that something wrong would happen to me. If I go back, I'm going to lose my self-respect, my self-esteem forever in my own eyes. So I took that risk, because we have to take that risk to go beyond our physical boundaries at times. If we cannot conquer our own bodies, we cannot conquer any other thing. So I thought, okay, fine, let's see what happens. I took that risk, continued throughout the night. My toes kept aching like hell. And I do not know whether the pain stopped or it continued, but I continued. I came across the dead bodies of our fallen comrades just a few days ago. And it's frightening at the same time. It's sobering also, because we could be one of them at any moment. It is just a climb. While returning also, we could be lying on these slopes. But this conquest of fear, I suppose, this conquest of our own self is what distinguishes us in this world. So ultimately, after climbing the entire night with pain, with all the kind of risk, I was able to stand atop Mount Everest with our tricolor, the national flag, on 26th May 2012, along with my Sherpa. Now, I would show you a video, how it seems from Mount Everest.
How do you feel this, Purita? Huh? Okay. So, कैसा लगा tema? आप जरा बस क्या उधर महाकाल देखा मैं ये बहुत ऊपर का मूर्ति मतलब माउंट एवरेस्ट में.
So when I came back from Mount Everest to the same lodge, I had showed you this bigger flag, which my team in 2011 had left in a lodge in Nepal as a memorabilia. I went back to the same place and I put this small flag just beneath it. It was my small gesture to show gratitude to my organization, the Indian Air Force. Thank you. And thereafter, now this is what actually happened on that night, the frostbitten toes. Now here I would like to bring in one point. When we decide to do something against our wisdom, this is what happens. We have to pay a price of that. So anything great in this world would come at a cost. The higher the aim, the higher the cost. We have to be ready for it. Do we want to live an ordinary life, or we are ready to pay that price and have our names written in the annals of history? Not only that, have our lives become an example to inspire millions of people across the world so that they can reach their potential. And this is what happened again. 3 months in the hospital. My book, which is now in my hands, was written here. While I was in the hospital for 3 months post my frostbite injury, I wrote that book. So again, the same thing, whether I should stop climbing or continue climbing. Now, it is only we who decide where our limits are. No doctors in this world, nothing can direct you as to what to do. So I decided to continue climbing. And this is what I really felt at that moment. This is the gist of all my life, that there are no permanent graves for the braves. Gather your force and rise like waves, because that is the nature of the world, and we, being a component of nature, have it ingrained in us already. We just need to realize it, that there are no permanent graves for the braves, however dead you might seem. Gather your force and rise like waves. So here I was again, just 1 month after coming out of the hospital, back into the woods with my floaters and my toes bandaged. I kept on climbing regularly. Everest was my 6th expedition. Today, I have 23 mountaineering and trekking expeditions around the world. This was the highest volcano of Asia, Mount Damavand in Iran, which I was able to successfully climb and become the first Indian woman to do so. Thereafter, Annapurna Base Camp Track, Mount Kilimanjaro, Mount Elbrus, the highest peak of Russia and Europe, Mount Snow in India, Mount Kanamo, and Barasu Pass. The list continues. So here are the 3 nuggets that I have learned through my experiences. First is acceptance of failures as a part of the success. Second is, when we fail, now this is to do, introspect. And the third is this, rising like waves. When you are on the downswing, remember that you have the force to rise again. And that's all as a message from my side to this world. Rise like waves. Remember, whenever you are down, remember that you are a wave. Going down is not your permanent place. You are going down now, but the circle would be complete only when you gather all the ounces of strength that we have within us and rise again. The pinnacle is our permanent place. So let's stay connected. I would say this is my Instagram handle, tulika_14, my Gmail address, ulich83@gmail.com. And herein, I would be happy to deliver a talk to you on any of the platforms that you may have. Let's gather forces and become a wave, a massive wave that inspires the world to do better. Thank you so much, Arijit and the World Leader Summit ecosystem for giving me this platform. Amazing wisdom coming around from the world, and together we are stronger. Thank you so much.
Beautiful, amazing. You know what? You are a perfect example of timing, courage, education, strength, whatnot. The real example of woman empowerment, to be really, really honest about you. And today morning, we have been talking to a couple of women who are probably they shifted their country because their existing country couldn't give us an opportunity to grow. I'm sure that both of you will do a lot of massive work together. I'm going to connect you with the Malaysian lady for sure. So we are open for Q&A. If anybody have got any kind of question, they can raise their hand, even though I got 2 comments from social media. But before I go into that, if you have any question, please do it in Zoom, because we have a limited number of people who we usually call in Zoom. So there's an option in Zoom, you can raise your hand and you can ask question. Marco, you want to go first? Yep, sure.
Yeah, why not? Okay, thanks for your enlightening story. It's a privilege to listen to your feats. When I say feats, I'm thinking the process that you've made from where you've done a lot of the work and a lot of the background work in training. I come from a space of elite sport, and I'm an entrepreneur, and I believe what you're saying is so true. My question to you would be, when you talk about mentoring young ladies, you know, men, all different people right across the world, okay, what are 3 areas that you could highlight and hold someone's hand, and to ensure they go on their journey and they understand that part of their journey is, as you mentioned, the pitfalls and the pluses? Yeah, I'm from Sydney, Australia, and like yourself, I've had some obviously trying times. We all have in the last 2 years of COVID. Coming out of COVID in 2022, 2023, post-COVID would be a fantastic time for yourself to hold these people right across the world and ensure that they understand that failure, as you mentioned, is part of the process. So maybe if you could highlight those 3 areas for us. Thank you.
Yes. So thank you so much, Marco. Yes, I understand and fully agree with you that these has been tough times for all of us around the world due to the pandemic. We have lost a lot, but I would like to salute the human spirit. You're never down. You're never fully permanently down. So human beings have this innate, amazing capacity to rebuild, because human history, wherever we see and read, irrespective of countries, continents, irrespective of the time and space, is a history of reconstruction and innovation. So I would like to say these 3 things, which in my talk also I said that first of all, human mind is most powerful organ and the most powerful tool in this world. So everything exists in our minds. If our minds accept the defeat, we are defeated. Whatever area of life we are talking about, be it our business, be it our personal relationships, be it our education, or be it things at the higher level, at the level of the nations, at the level of the world, education, everything. So it is in our minds, because everything that has changed today for the progressive stream has changed because somebody dreamt of it, because somebody realized that yes, it was possible and took consistent steps towards it. So when I talk about leaving an imprint positively on the young minds, this is what I think about. The power of the mind. How do we utilize it? Because we human beings are surrounded by so many external factors that we do not connect with ourselves enough. We do not realize that we have so much of force within us that we can do everything that is seeming impossible today. Now think of human beings going to moon. Could anybody imagine that? Going to the Mars, human beings going and diving into the sea, people doing so much, mapping the genetics, genomics, and everything. So if we can look within ourselves, we can do so much. We can explore all the areas of nature, the space, this ocean. What is not possible? Everything is. It is only a matter of realizing it. So first is that power of mind. Second, I would say, is visualization. Visualization is important because when we are into that process of failure, because nothing would become an overnight success. Now, this is what we need to understand. We are in a rush to achieve. I shared with you today that this book, which is there in my hands today, is a result of 9 long years. Now, if I had not persisted for these 9 years, it would never be a reality. So nothing would come smooth and overnight. We people need to understand that we have to have these persistent efforts. Perseverance is important. Now, third factor that I would like to see in this world emerging more stronger is equal opportunities for everybody. Now, as Arijit was saying, women empowerment, immensely important because women being half of the population of this world, if we leave them behind or if we utilize only a fraction of their talent, can we even imagine of an overall progress of the world? And women are so different from men. See, it is never a comparison. I always feel that men and women have been created complementary by nature. It has been physically so, it has been emotionally so, and all other fronts. So it is never a confrontation. We can utilize the innate strength of women, which are uniquely only in them: compassion, that loving nature, understanding, management power, and women being the normal, natural career of nature. So nature and culture, these two things. Culture is important. We realize that today we might be in a kind of a world which is a monolith. We do not need being monolith. We do not need being similar. Variety, diversity is important in this world. By reading the biology also, I suppose we will understand that if there is cross-pollination into the similar kind of species, they will be weak. But if there is a pollination, cross-pollination into different kind of genes, they will emerge better. So this is important to understand, to bring peace in this world, that diversity is important naturally. So women can carry forward this cultural diversity into this world. Women are a force.
I'm so sorry to cut you off in between. We are running a little bit of delayed for 3 minutes.
Yes,
I'll ask only one question from social media. Somebody asked you that how to start like you, exact points, please. She's Renita, just like you. She's probably from India, as per my understanding goes. Name suggests that she's an Indian at least.
What is the question, please, Richard?
The question is how to start like you, exact point.
Okay, how to start like me into mountaineering?
Yeah.
Okay, so Vinita, you can do mountaineering courses. There are various mountaineering institutes in India. One is HMI, Himalayan Mountaineering Institute in Darjeeling. Second is NIM, Nehru Institute of Mountaineering in Uttarakhand, Uttarkashi. And there is one in Manali and one in Arunachal Pradesh as well. So search for these institutes on Google and you can enroll for a basic mountaineering course over there, do a 28 days training, and then go forward with any of the agencies, or you can explore on your own. Start with small treks and then go on to mountaineering towards climbing peaks.
Super. Thank you, Tulika, for all those beautiful input and great wisdom. I'll ask you to stay with us for the next speakers and all the speakers that is coming up. So we have a beautiful lineup of speakers, and not only that, I can see our friends from India, Dr. Niladri, Pratik, and a lot of others have actually joined. We will talk about them in our accelerator program. They are an integral part of the same. So we will talk about them very soon. Before we go about that, I will be more than happy to welcome our next speaker, Emma Weber. Emma is from Ireland, and Emma is a, oh my God, Emma, you are from the same similar kind of love, which is my own love. I'm a gym freak as well. So Emma is actually creating a well-being cultures in gym. She is a mental health coach. She's a TEDx speaker. And of course, she's the founder of Mental Wealth International. Floor is yours, Emma.
Thank you very much. I'm absolutely delighted to be here, and what a spectacular lineup. I have to say, I do not know how to follow Tanika in terms of climbing mountains, but I shall certainly, that's wow, that's pretty incredible. I was delighted to hear that, and yeah, absolutely delighted to be here. I need to remember to slow down because my Irish accent, I can talk quite quickly, so yeah, it's all good. And yeah, I am the founder of Mental Wealth International. And the idea of creating a theme around mental wealth comes from work. I've worked over 22 years in mental health services and recognized all throughout those years that there's a lot of gaps, there's a lot of things missing, and not everybody has the ability or the motivation to reach out when they're not feeling well. So mental health impacts us all. Everybody has mental health. Some days it's good, some days it's not so good. And I'm just talking about general well-being. I'm not talking about mental health conditions or issues. And this is just from my learning throughout all of the years in mental health. I also recognize to receive support with your mental health, there's a lot of red tape. There's a lot of people that you have to go through before you can potentially help yourself. So the message that I like to give in, and I've done it through a lot of mediums, TEDx being one, the same as you, Talika, I'm looking forward to reading watching yours, is instead of fixing our mental health, we need to invest in our mental wealth. And so you don't have to become unwell before learning how to support yourself, learning how to empower yourself, and learning the tools that we need for this crazy thing called life. So if we invest in ourselves from early on and create mental wealth, we're then not having to pick up the pieces of becoming unwell with our mental health. The idea around creating optimum mental wealth and durability throughout our lifetime comes from, it all starts with your morning routine, and consistency is key throughout. So we need to create the daily habits. We need to find out what works for us on a daily basis and consistently show up for ourselves. And I talk about that quite a lot. It is our responsibility to maintain our well-being. Our mental wealth is ours and we need to achieve it. And why not? In a society where wealth is very often perceived in monetary value, I truly believe that your health is truly your wealth, and that is coming from your mindset, your mental health. Like, your brain is the biggest organ. It covers all, it empowers all of your body. So we need to be keeping it at an optimum level. So consistency is the key, and it all starts like we do in your morning routine. And just to talk a wee bit about that, and there's different components to this, and one of them is energy. You need to be aware of your energy, what energy you're giving out. Are you a resilient person? What are you doing on a daily basis to show up for yourself, protect your energy, and create the life that you want? And it all starts from your mindset and your well-being. So it needs to be, that muscle needs to be maintained, like in the gym, when we're going to the gym and you're building muscle, and maybe you stop going to the gym for a while and then you go back after a while, the muscle memory has already been created. So you're never starting at that basis again. So if you're showing up for yourself every day and looking after your well-being, when you're feeling well, if there ever comes a time where there's an issue in your life or you're being impacted by something, you've built the resilience beforehand to help you to deal with that. Again, it's the muscle memory. It works in your brain every bit as much as it does throughout your body. So mindset, people talk about mindset all the time, and there's a lot of information out there on mindset and the technology that we have these days. You know, I'm not here to tell everybody you need to do X, Y, and Z, because it's whatever works for us. However, I truly believe on a daily basis, and I do this myself, I truly believe on a daily basis, if we show up with gratitude, if we are grateful, I have a gratitude journal, and I have to say it's one of the most powerful things that I have done or learned to do in my life. And it doesn't have to be this absolutely beautiful, big, expensive book. It can just be a jotter, but every day write your gratitude in it. I am happy and grateful for. So what are you grateful for today? And everybody here should just take a moment. Like, I am grateful to be here. I'm grateful that people have showed up. I'm grateful to hear what everybody is talking about, because I will learn from this. And we all learn from each other. And it's a lovely way to be. And the more you're grateful, the more you will receive. Now, I'm in my 40s, and it's taken me quite a significant part of my life to realize that that is the key to mindset as well. If you come with a grateful heart and that attitude of gratitude, life just feels better. You feel better, and you know, it comes back to you. I also believe in journaling. I think we all need to journal through our life, and that is for two reasons. One of them being, it's like a brain dump. So whatever's going on in your head, whether it's good or bad, whatever's going on, if you're able to write it down, you're getting it out of your head and onto the page. And there's power in that. That's actually a powerful thing to do to create mental wealth within your life, because you're taking it out of your brain and onto the page. And the other significant thing that does, it allows you in months gone by to look back and reflect on what things had come up from you at that time and how you overcame it, you know. And that can be an event, that can be a thought, that can be an incident that happened in your life. But journaling on a daily basis is very therapeutic. And the idea of creating mental wealth is that it's accessible to all. We can all achieve it if we do these simple things on a daily basis, and consistency is key. I cannot encourage people enough. When you start this journey, try to be consistent. And I do often talk as well. Do you know how you know when something is working? So how I know that my gratitude journal and journaling are working is if I don't do it for a couple of days, I can feel the difference. I know something's missing in my life. I'm not feeling the same. Things aren't working out for me. My mindset maybe isn't as optimum as it was. And then you realize I haven't been doing my journals. So that is how the evidence is there. That is how you know it works. When you stop doing something and you can feel that, you need to go back and do it. I also do say to people to keep yourself on a high vibration, and that's not every day. And I'm not talking about, oh, you need to be away off somewhere. It's a feeling. To be able to feel and know yourself, to create well-being and mental wealth. I encourage people, because I do it myself as well, to meditate or just sit in silence and connect with yourself. Because at the end of the day, we really only are ourselves. Everything else is external. So if you don't know what your values are, you don't understand how you're feeling, maybe if something was triggered, or what you feel you're capable of, that inner self-talk that we all need to do all of the time to achieve the things that we want to in our lives. If we're not sitting in that stillness or giving ourselves the time to take it on, how are we meant to achieve anything? If you don't know who you are, or bust through your limits or climb that wall, you know, and you can only do that from your inner self-thought. It comes from within, and that is how you achieve your mental wealth. So to explain it a wee bit better, throughout my years, I suppose, of working and within Mental Wealth International, we talk about 3 different stages or 3 different elements, and one of them being your 5. Do you know your 5? Do you know the 5 people that you have in your life, in your circle, that you can go to for support? Because we all need support. Nobody has to do things all by themselves. And a wonderful lady that I met one time, Julie Ellison, she often talks about, you can have it all. You just don't have to do it all. So the idea is those people that you surround yourself with are vital in terms of the positivity and the success that you achieve in your life. You do not have to do it all on your own. And for many years, it would have been a culture that you had to be upstanding and standing on your own. That's not the way it is to achieve that high level and that high vibe. So knowing the 5 people around you, and it doesn't have to be 5 people, it could be a group. So within your hand, I would hope that everybody here in this call, anybody watching, are able to identify 5 people. So whether that's someone that supports you spiritually, whether it's someone that supports you with your mindset, if it's someone that's able to keep you accountable. So when you set a goal, who's coming behind you? Who's your cheerleader? Who is keeping you accountable whenever you're on that path? Who is keeping you accountable with your mindset? Who's helping you grow? Who is it, or what group? So it could be a book club. It could be a circle of friends that you have where the conversation is on growth. Who are those people that you have around you? And it's worthwhile taking time to write that down so that you know who your go-to are and why. So it's significant in your life that you're able to hold space for it. So as equally as important as knowing who your 5 are, it is as equally a good thing to do is be part of someone's 5. Who's someone's 5 are you? Are you giving back? So who do you know, or who are you hoping that you would be part of their 5, that if you were to ask, who are the people that you surround yourself with? We don't potentially take enough time to think about these things. However, they are so vital and paramount to our well-being. We need to know. You need to know who you can go to when you need to, or when you have a new idea or goal, and who's going to be brutally honest with you, yes, no, or who's going to tell you to smash your goals. It is so important, because if the self-doubt starts creeping in, and we all have it, you need those people that are going to just give it to you straight and have your back. And we don't think enough about that. And there is a book out as well, and it's called Bowling Alone. And again, it's about the loss of social capital. And it's just happened over generations and generations. But let's get a bit of it back. Let's find out who our go-to are. And that is how we're able to succeed and achieve and maintain our mental wealth. So knowing your 5 is vital. Another part of mental wealth that I have really implemented and discussed and done workshops on as well, because people attribute wealth to money, I try then to work on our mindset bank. So I call it a mindset bank. So instead of going to the bank and physically depositing your money, which some people place more value on, I work on myself and other groups, and we talk about depositing into our mindset bank. And this brings us back to, it's in those things that we do every day. What are we doing on a daily basis that's keeping us well, that's filling our cup? So we're depositing into our mindset bank. So that can be keeping yourself physically active, connecting with people. That's your gratitude. That's your meditation. That's your mindfulness. That's going for walks. That's keeping your 5 ways to well-being even together. It's keeping and knowing who they are, and it's doing it every day. And you are building all the time on your mindset bank and raising your account. So in those times when you need that wee bit of extra resilience, you have already built it within you through depositing into your mindset bank, and you are then able to withdraw. So when you're in them moments in life where you're having to grit, so whether you're smashing your goals or something awful has happened, if you have already been doing those, showing up for yourself consistently, doing those things on a daily basis and depositing all that into your mindset bank, you are then fully equipped with the inner tools to deal with whatever it is that you now have in front of you. That is where the true wealth in your mindset comes. And again, what do you have if you haven't got the right mindset? In business, we all need it. If you need it in business, you need it in life, You need it in raising your family. You need it in every relationship that you have. It is all how you're able to progress forward. So you need to do the work on yourself. It's as simple as that. It's your responsibility. It's nobody else's. Another thing that we naturally do, well, some people, especially here in Ireland, people like to build houses. People like to build a lot of houses. We've got lots of green land, so all these houses go up. So in life, as a person, to ourselves, it's very important to set the proper foundations. So again, we're talking about knowing who your five are, opening up your mindset bank, depositing and withdrawing as you need. And then also we're going to talk about building our house, building our inner house, setting our foundations from an early stage. And this can be generational, because we are all products of what came before. We're all trying to build foundations for what is going to come after. But in this moment, in this space and time, we need to be building healthy foundations for ourselves. So be aware of your environment. Be aware of the many different situations that you can be in, who you are in the different situations. So when you're building that really strong foundation, you know yourself. You know, I often, when I be talking to people, ask questions, how are you today? You would not believe the amount of people that find that question hard to answer. They don't know. They're like, oh yeah, everything's all right. But is it really, are you doing okay? And I want to hear how and why you're doing okay. But if you're not doing the work on yourself and creating that wealth and knowledge, how are you ever going to succeed or achieve properly and sustain it and maintain it in such a way that it carries on throughout the years? And that's what we all need to be doing. We need to be thinking of wealth more as holistically us, as opposed to being the external. And that is why I tweaked the name mental health, because the stigma and the association attached to mental health, unfortunately, is very much here. I see it all the time. And I've worked over 22 years in mental health. And it definitely has reduced. But I would defy anybody that says they do not know someone that hasn't been impacted by an incident in their life, by a person in their life, or it doesn't have a mental health condition. Everybody knows someone. So we need to be looking after ourselves all the time. Our well-being should be our optimum point on a daily basis. You know, don't take things personally in your life. You know, as part of the 5 agreements, don't get involved in other people's stuff. Just stay in your own lane. Create your own well-being. Know who it is around you at all times. And when people try to break your spirit, if you're looking after yourself all of the time, it's just simply not going to happen. When you know who you are and you're able to achieve all those things, you know, it just naturally comes to you. And one of the things that we would talk about as well, you know, is focus on your purpose in life. Focus on your purpose. Don't be thinking about everything else that surrounds it, or anyone else that's maybe trying to take it down, or what anybody else is doing. You do you. Focus on your purpose and you will achieve mental wealth. So the takeaways that I would like to say to people here today is, instead of fixing your mental health, invest in your mental wealth. Show up for yourself consistently and daily. They are the keys to it. Deposit into your mindset bank, so it's there for you to withdraw should you need it. And we all do hit a wall every now and again. Know who your 5 are around you, and it's worth, and I would encourage everybody today, listen to this, write it down. Write it down now. Who are your 5, or what are your 5? So know who your 5 are. And again, then set the foundation of your house, and your house being you. Take time out, work out your values. Who are you as a person? And you will stay steady and strong no matter what storm comes your way. Thank you very much.
Beautiful, Emma. Amazing. From my small experience, I can tell you, all the audience, frankly speaking, people feel that at least who do heavy weightlifting, or probably who do martial arts or fighting, they are no-brainer works. You know, as an entrepreneur, when I go to gym, or when I go to the ring for fighting, or probably doing some kind of heavy lifting, I often listen to all these kind of crap. I call it as a crap, that being into the intelligent industry, running so many companies, how come you are here doing such kind of activities. To be very honest, trust me on this, when you're doing weightlifting, if your mind is not acting with your body, you just can't do that. Same goes with fighting, same goes with everything. So mental health is a complete different kind of choice and different kind of structure for anybody. And they need to understand how to cope up with their own brain, with their own body, with the work. So we are open for question and answer. If you have any question, please feel free to ask the question. Anyone can raise their hand and ask here, even though I got a couple of comments from social media. Before you ask question, Kushal, thank you so much for the question. Yes, Emma Madam will be more than happy to probably have a closed session. I'm taking that pledge from her behalf. I'll ask her to probably come once again to have another session. We can talk to her, we can ask her, we can request her. Yes, Kushal, that was your question. So yes, we will request her, of course. So that's a kid, actually, Emma. He asked you that if he can arrange maybe a small cozy workshop and you can come as one of the speaker. So I just give an answer on your behalf.
Okay. Thank you.
Open for Q&A. Anybody have any question? Then we can take, else. Yeah, okay, sure, please.
Yeah, Arjun.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Thanks, Emma. That was amazing what you were discussing today, and very practical. I come from education background as well, and as I mentioned previously, entrepreneurship and elite sport, the 3 E's. So in my background, when I look at this area, health, I've done extensive study myself, and in the practical sense, had to apply it throughout my life. I look at the 2 H's, happiness and health, as 2 tracks that never end. That's the mindset that I have. Obviously, there's obstacles that we all do have. My question to you is, when I did a lot of my teaching with health, and I spoke to a lot of young adolescents, we spoke about the stages of life, from birth to death. Now, throughout the stages of life, we have all different types of, as you said, challenges. So what do you suggest when one person comes from one stage of life to another and they have obviously these challenges? What is probably one thing is the key for them to achieve what they'd like to achieve? And like you said, it's not about monetary things, it's about the wealth of your health. So what is probably, you could say, one thing you could highlight throughout the stages from, like I mentioned, from birth, okay, to death and in between? Thank you.
That's a lot of stages, to be fair. I'm gonna say, as you get older, and I mentioned this in it, it's knowing your purpose and being fearless in it, because we can all work on our mindset. So really knowing your purpose. Obviously, as a child, you're very limited in terms of passing through, but from an early age, I love the fact that you come from education, at an early age, that we need to understand that wealth is you are your own wealth, and knowing, having a vision and a purpose, I think for most people throughout life is one of the best things that we can do for ourselves, because then it allows you to detract from everything else. You know, people often talk about hope. I think people need purpose. We're purpose driven, we're goal driven people. So we need to take time to be ourselves and know what our purpose is and keep driving that forward. Totally.
Beautiful.
You agree?
Yeah. So just in corporate world, thank you, Emma, we speak about mission and vision. So you speak about purpose and vision. So there's a similarity there, correct?
Yeah, and if you can dispel your energy to that, so long as you're looking after yourself. And again, I know we were chatting about this, Sargent, and you know, I'm big into gyms. I go to the gym. Your mental and physical health are so combined. You can't really have one without the other. You need to be looking after yourself. So if you're not maintaining your mental well-being, but physically you will eventually become unwell, or you're not meeting your optimum. And the same goes the other way. So it's a purpose. We are purpose driven. We're people. So as adults, to maintain our well-being, we need to have purpose and vision and values.
Thank you. Thanks, Emma.
No worries.
Okay, so this is the time. I guess I'm so sorry that we need to skip maybe 1 or 2 questions, because again, we have only 1 minute left. If you have any question, please ask here, else we'll have it offline, and I'll share that with Emma. I can see a few bit of people who already joined. So if you don't have, let me welcome the next speaker. Thank you, Emma, for all the great sharing and the insights. We'll definitely work with you, and for your information, for the world, for everyone. I run a portal called Sports Zone In, which is basically a non-profit organization. We started that in India, working mainly with the soccer ball clubs in and around India, plus with a couple of parts of Europe. We haven't entered into Ireland as of yet, as of now. We are working mainly with UK and India, creating a relationship with sports. We'll be happy to take these things forward, probably with mental health and sports, and we'll be happy to talk. Okay, so we have our next speaker. Emma, please be with us. We have our next speaker, Laila. Laila, I think you are there, or can I have you?
Yes, I am here. I'm just greeting from Dubai. I'm happy to be with you. I'm heading to a Women Elite Conference because we are having a lot of conference here in Dubai because of Expo. But today I am with a great platform, WLS, the Leader Summit. It's a great opportunity. I did not prepare anything because, as you say, we need to be ready for leadership. That's why you told me, right?
Yep.
And you say you have great leader from all over the world, and I'm happy to be part, the small drop in the big ocean, which are ready for the globalization, and you are the international platform, and that is great. Tell me, I am open to any question. You want me to talk about business mentoring, about leadership, about women impact, wherever, I'm ready.
Well, I think your subject line for today is woman empowerment, because that's the day we are celebrating for today, and that's our subject
Super.
line. So
first, I want to thank the two great mentor and person they just talk about it. We all need that mental health and that stabilization for our psychic. If we don't mentor ourselves, we cannot mentor others. So about women and leadership or women empowerment, today we reached a high level. All the women is being empowered. We cannot empower people on the great city, big city, international city. If we want really to empower, we have to go to small villages where there is no electricity, no learning, no hospitals, no care. They're the real empowerment, because we use too much this empowering, and women's we reach to high level of society. We are already empowered, but what we need to be together to create synergy, to work more strong, and to lead the world in different way, but with the same goal and same vision. Because we can build the nation. I can build only yourself. So we have to clear the ego as women, and to clear that fighting with each other, and to be looking for sustainability for developing the world. A WLC vision is to maintain that sustainability in different goals, different area, and to be a great leader for today, tomorrow, and together we can make change and challenge. So let's see. Today there is Expo in Dubai. So there was thousands of Expo in Italy, in Brazil, in many cities and many countries. But Dubai Mega Expo 2020 and englobe nearly 196 countries. It's not from nowhere, because the vision, the mission, and the achievement. So we need today not a big word. We need not a problem to talk about it. We need solution and achievement. And that's why this great platform, WLS, it's heading the door internationally with a great mind and great leader. I think we need a collaboration, not competition. And we need a great leadership, not a bossy side. Wherever women and men, we have to remove that looking for gender equality. We are already equal, and we don't need to be the best, the greatest, but we need to be the correct people who are looking for creation, innovation, mentoring, and finding solutions. So I think it's time for a business wake-up call, time for putting in important things and tasks in the macro of collaboration, And we need to make the impact, the change and challenge, and to shift that mindset and to do the revolution of technology, to mentor our youth, to empower our women far away in small villages, and to be WLS, the World Leaders Summit. Together we can make difference. I don't know what to say. Just a drop of big ocean where there is great people like you, and I'm happy to be with you. My name is Layla Rahal. I'm Goodwill Ambassador. I'm founder and president of Business Gate and founder and president of IamAfrica.net. Why I Am Africa? It's for Lover of Africa, because WLS is international. We're not allowed into any nation, any color skin, any religion. We are all equal, one hand, one heart, one mission, one vision, and one goal. And happy Diwali for our Indian committee, and all the best for all of you. The door is open for any question. I don't like to talk too much because it doesn't make sense. We answer to your question. Thank you.
Amazing. Do you know, Laila, how many countries at the moment present? Forget about the number of people. We have Australia, we have India, we have you, Dubai. We have probably one of your guests, Mr. Ahmed. And then we have Ireland, then we have from US, then we have from Africa.
And that's why you make you exclusive. The name tell himself, WLS.
Yep.
So next in Dubai live, not on Zoom. I am inviting all of you.
100%. So we have actually a plan to actually visit Dubai in probably end of November. We have a plan to do a couple of things. So we'll be in touch.
We are in.
We'll be in touch. Not a problem on this. So open for
any
question if you have. Yes, please. If you have any question, please, she's there. You can unmute yourself, raise your hand. Yeah, Marco, please.
Layla, it's a pleasure meeting you. I know it's a virtual meeting. It's a virtual meeting, but it's a very, very honored pleasure meeting you. You mentioned various terms when you were speaking. The one that resonated with me as a holistic type of a term that in your presentation is the word respect and responsibility, the two R's. I use them quite extensively when I speak to a lot of probably young adults and adolescent people that I've mentored throughout my life in various areas regarding sport, business, community service, and I can go through industry and so on in politics. In reference what you're mentioning, respect, not the infighting amongst women or amongst men or young children or so on. So what's probably, look, we spoke about 3 key areas, but what's probably one area when there is a bit of a battle? Everyone goes through battles, as you know, and sometimes it's verbal, sometimes it could be a little bit heated, and other times it could be where, no one shows up. So when there's a bit of a battle, and you mentioned the word battle, what is one thing that you could say allows women to feel a little bit more joyful and honored when you do this action during a battle?
As I am in women empowerment, youth empowerment, SMEs, micro SMEs, I suffer a lot to put the understanding of we to the community. Each one has his own ego and each one wants to be a leader, but they forgot that leader, it's not something you learn just like this. It's a long journey and it's sacrifice, and you have to be humble first, understanding, and you have to let others to be leader. You cannot be boss and lead the people like a military. Each one has his own life. Each woman has her own respect and her charisma. We respect the people the way they are, not because they are. I don't see on a people a title, a degree. I see what is the add value, what the mentoring. I deal with everyone the same, even the T-boy. I learn from him. I hear people who criticizing me, not a people who polishing me and telling me, wow, well, great. I don't need to be great. I need to be the one who's making the challenge and change and motivating and inspiring others. Today, we have a huge responsibility with this pandemic and that big shift. What has happened with us? We have to look to humanity, humility, hostility, and compassion. If we don't have this goal, if you don't have currency of kindness, how to lead the committee, you cannot be great leader. Even you have a master degree, doctorate, thousands of titles, it's not that who can make your value. You are the one who making your value. And I come back to branding and brand. We are the money maker and we are the brand maker. So we have to be a nation maker, a nation builder. Today, the women, if they remove the I, and ego, believe me, they will lead a huge committee. And I know the vision of WLS. It's not about you, me, her, she, about a huge committee together. Wherever you are, whom you are, from which country, which color skin, which religion, which nation, which position, the most important, I always say, humanity. If you have the currency to know your value as human being and to be kind and to look at people in same level, not from superiority, you're gonna succeed. The women are a different mindset. They have that emotional side, and they have that little light who's pushing her. She wants, she will be, she do, and she's great because she do multitask. But in the end, her emotion break her. And each one, he have that psychic, mental, and health. All of us, men and women, if we work on the mental, psychic health, we will be good. Wellness and wellness and also leadership can balance everyone. Thank you so much for bringing this subject because alone I will not stop to talk about it.
Thank you, Lola. That's an amazing answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
We learn from you.
same here,
We learn-
same here. I wish that
we learn from each other. Sorry, Ajay. We learn from each other. Correct.
100%,
That's
100%. I wish that when I was traveling in Dubai last time, I was in probably in the month of February or March. I really don't remember this year. We could have met, but I missed that opportunity. But this time for sure, inshallah, we'll be meeting each other.
We will. When it's meant to be, when it's time to come, we will. And it's meant to be. That's why I'm here with you. It's a great pleasure. I know time is short and you have to move out to another person, but if there is any other question, I'm ready. Thank you.
If there is another question, please feel free to ask her.
Can I ask a question, please?
Please.
Oh, yes, the greatest one. A good viber.
I'm a huge advocate for female empowerment as well, and it's more to do that male and female come together as one. It's not that we're trying to achieve something substantive. That what do you think the one, if you can think of one, there's loads, but one thing that we can be doing to really drive forward female empowerment? Do you think, is it working with younger people, or what is that we can be doing now from your perspective to really?
We use too much women empowerment. It's been used too much, and people now they start really don't care about it. I'm sorry about the word, maybe it's impolite, but I use something: women in technology, women in innovation, women spiritual and inspiring. There is a lot of younger everywhere in this world with the need to be empowered. Let us focus on child care because it's the one who be a future leader. Me, you, we got our part. We are already empowered and we are empowering others. But I think the goals of the United Nations for the sustainable development, when you mention empowering women, it's not just to focus on one category for women. I mean, even the little girl, child, adult, young youth, women, women entrepreneur, SMEs, micro SMEs, there is a lot of category which we can really focus and build that synergy. And if I empower 10 and I get to each 10 to empower each one 10, and we do the chain empowerment like I do. I'm sorry, I hate but I have to mention it. Even in Cambodia, I empower from far. there is Zoom, there is technology. We can send those flyers to where there is no internet. Africa has a lot of women need to be guided and spotted online. And really in India also, even India, mashallah, they are following all the SDGs and innovation, and they're great on that, because that you cannot always support 1,200,000,000. There is always lack of missing in some small villages, Calcutta, for example, Coimbatore, Cochin. There is still that traditional culture mindset. You cannot compare Dubai as 6 million with 160 million. We cannot empower women in New York, in London. They are great. We cannot put those sustainable development SDGs, which they've been put, and UNESCO and all that things in same category. We have to go there which there is a need. We have to search, to Google. Mr. Google can show you all the statistics. Today we have to put WLS everywhere and put a strong mission, but it's not only by writing or telling, it's beautiful, but about achieving. It's the time for big wake-up call for any empowerment, either do for children, for the youth, for the younger of the women. And we have to say, hello, wake-up call, it's the alarm. Let's focus in some zone where there is no empowerment, and let's do it. Let's achieve. It's time for achievement. My lady, I hope I say what you want.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. Thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to be.
Thank
And you inspire me that way with your answers. Thank you, my boss.
My pleasure. You're my boss. We all are bosses in our own way.
I love to have someone mentoring me and guiding me. Even I have. Always we need a coach, even we are a coach. Believe me, we need each other. We learn from each other.
True.
Thank you again. It's a big pleasure to be here.
Pleasure is all mine. Okay, so this is the right time probably to ask another speaker. And Laila, thank you so much for coming and
Bye-bye.
sharing. Thank you so much.
Thank
Please
you.
stay blessed. We'll
Bye-bye.
be in touch.
I'm following. I'm listening. Thank you. Thank you.
Matthew, if you are there, kindly please turn on your audio and video. Excellent.
Okay, can I do a screen share?
100%. The whole stage is yours.
Okay, can everyone see it?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So let me go ahead and start my time so I can be kind. Give me 1 second here. All right, so my name is Matthew Blackwood, and I am the founder and CEO of Billionaire Leadership Club. I'm so pleased and happy to be here today. And what I want to speak about very briefly is the magic of innovation for the 21st century leader. I also want to share briefly about my story at the very end and talk about how I created my first patent. And hopefully that will be an inspiration. So there's a couple of questions that I think it's important for you as a leader, for us as leaders to ask. And that is, what is innovation to you? Because innovation will be different depending on your specific focus and your specific area that you want to look at. And I think that's important because innovation should be customized as opposed to very generic. And what is your perception about innovation? Because depending on your attitude and how you see innovation, that a lot of times will drive what it is that you do. What value does it hold for leaders, both in general and specific to you? Because again, leaders are the ones that drive innovation. And leadership is not about a position as much as it is about an attitude. Because I truly believe that whether you're 5 years old or whether you're 105, I believe that in every respect of life, that everyone is a leader. Innovation, when you think about innovation, we think about improvement or making a significant contribution to something that has already been invented. We do know that innovation is a complex process. And that is why sometimes even defining the very word innovation can become problematic, because there's not one specific definition for innovation. One of the quotes that I want to share is, "A change has become the norm today, and in order for organizations to survive, they must keep themselves moving in a direction of continuous innovation." But in sharing this, it's important to recognize that when we think about organizations, organizations are made up of what? Individuals. So a lot of times, one of the things I think is important is that organizations remember it is about honoring both the individual and the process. When you honor the individual, then the individual and all of their experience, all of their innovative ideas can collaboratively help to produce a greater whole. And I've heard so much today about the importance of us all needing one another. This is an opportunity where we can come together and create a culture of innovation. And that's what I believe that we're doing by sharing ideas, by planting seeds that will carry us into the next phase of our own personal development or organizational development. When we think about types of innovation, there's backwards innovation, which is the development of existing functions at a faster and cheaper rate. And that is important because, again, from a cost standpoint, it helps to ensure that organizations are able to reduce cost and to move more rapidly. But then there's also forward innovation. And forward innovation involves the development of new functions and strategies that will maybe help to develop a pre-existing idea. And that is where a lot of times you'll get, new products, new services, new ways of doing things in the market. And that's an exciting time because we're constantly looking for ways to do that, and it's a never-ending process. And when you come up with an idea, or when you hear about an idea, if you think about it, how often does that inspire you to think, aha, I never thought about that, but what's the next idea? So whether organizationally or individually, you always want to be thinking, how can I create greater value? There's different types of innovation. Of course, there's technological innovation. And one of the things that I always joke about with my wife is that when we think about the iPhone, they come out with a new version every year. And so every year they're trying to create a different type of value. There's also operational innovation. And finally, there's organizational innovation. And one of the things that I also think is important is that we recognize that nothing is an island unto itself. So technological innovation, operational innovation, and organizational innovation each play a role in our lives. But when we think about technological innovation, we think about breakthrough innovations in the field of technology that have had a massive impact on individuals within society. We're right now on a platform that is a result of what? Technological innovation. And technological innovation brings radical changes in lifestyle, in business models. In the last couple of years, if you think about it, who would have thought that because of something like COVID that has impacted this world so significantly, that organizations, that leaders are now changing the very way that they do business. And so it's important never to become stagnant, but always look for ways to grow, to develop, and to stay tapped into technology. There's operational innovation, which is a process-oriented approach. It's incremental in nature, which means that it's not an overnight process. Operational innovation requires patience. It requires continual assessment, taking notes, thinking about how you can change a product or how you can improve the quality of something in a way that has long-lasting impact. One of the key phrases that I always think about and talk about is creating a legacy. when you do innovation the right way, you have the ability to build upon a legacy, both individually and to build up on a legacy that is spread throughout society. And I think that that's exciting. In addition to that, there's organizational innovation, where the whole organization is bought into the idea of innovation. And one of the things when I was working for different companies throughout the years, I noticed that there typically with organizations is a small percentage, they say the cream rises to the top, but a lot of times organizations will spend a lot of time and resources and money focused on maybe the 5 or 10% of their leadership. And then they have the majority of their workforce that is focused on more technical skills or a very specific area of focus, which does have a value. But oftentimes there are individuals within your organization that bring greater ideas or could bring greater value to your organization. But it is imperative that you begin to seek out such individuals and that you create opportunities to welcome those ideas. So as an organizational leader, it is important for you and I to begin to think about how we can draw others into the conversation. Only 20% of organizations actually encourage innovation. 78% of leaders think that innovation is necessary for growth. So what that causes me to think about is, what is the distinction or the barrier? What is the bridge that needs to be crossed so that more organizations are encouraging innovation, and that leaders are engaged in that process and even facilitating and driving that process? When we think about the importance of innovation for business, it helps a business to stand out. It helps to give you the competitive advantage over companies that are stuck with stereotypings or traditional strategies. So one of the things that is important is, as an organizational leader, is to always think, what is the next year look like? What does the next 5 years look like? How can I be more effective? How can I think differently? What is something that I can do in an oversaturated market that will allow me to contribute in a different and unique way? One of the things that my father used to do when we were growing up is he would take us to the library. But one of the things that I noticed over the years is that by the time something reaches a book, there are already 10 steps beyond that, oftentimes, as far as strategies and ideas. So as we're constantly learning, as we're constantly reading, as we're constantly growing, then we begin to stand out more. It's also important to help your company to grow through innovation. When innovative approaches are merged with your settled business domains, then it just creates or adds more value on the foundation. There was a recent survey conducted by the Boston Consulting Group that said 79% of surveyed executives claimed innovation ranked among their top 3 business initiatives. And again, innovation has always been a focus or an important part of some of those words that we see as key words, but actually thinking about practical ways to be innovative within your organization, within your space, is a completely different process. And also, when you think about innovation for business, it boosts your creativity and sustainability. One of the things, I was walking into a store here in the States, and it's called Walmart. And one of the things I noticed about Walmart is not only are they constantly becoming innovative when it comes to products, but one of the things I noticed is that even when it comes to services, now you can go for glasses. They're getting into the insurance space. They're online. They've got the brick and mortar. So how do you and I, as businesses, as leaders, continue to improve, to reform, to rebrand, to repackage, to think think outside the box and to bring creative elements to action. That is what I believe should get us up in the morning, should get us excited, should help to continue to ignite the fire within us. 80% of successful innovative companies have top leaders who reinforce the value and importance of innovation. So when you think about synergy, when you think about collaboration, you want to begin to think about how you can align yourself with like-minded leaders, both within your organization, without your organization. You should always strive to have those who have specializations outside of yourself, because what happens is it expands your reach, it expands your capacity. I would not consider myself a technical person. I am really strong on interpersonal skills. I'm really more on developing people. So that means I need individuals around me who are going to see the blind spots in order for my organization to be as innovative as it needs to be. When you think about it, it's also important to think about yourself as a leader. Are you continually progressing? Are you reading books? Are you listening to audio? Are you, as the speaker before just stated so prolifically, are you constantly being coached? Because again, even as you grow, there's always going to be another level. So how do you broaden your reach? I may never climb a high mountaintop physically, but I can be inspired by seeing the journey of someone who has achieved that goal, overcome failure in order to achieve what it is that they visualized. So it's important to broaden your perspective in order to be strong, to be confident, to be creative, to be successful, to achieve new levels of success. And what happens is when you are a leader that is doing these things, then you begin to engage others in the process. They say that if you want to inspire, you inspire with action, and when necessary, use words. So one of the things that I recognize is that if there are those within my team that are going to be inspired, then I must help to create conversation where I'm showing them, I trust you, I have confidence in you, I see you at the next level, I want you to grow outside of this position, and I want you to continue to gain intrinsic value in being here every day, because they begin to reciprocate at a higher level of frequency that takes your organization to the next level, and they'll bring new ideas, new intellectual property, new strategies, new innovation into your organization, new activities, new ways of doing things. The last thing I'll state, and then I briefly want to share my story in the last 5 minutes, is that innovation distinguishes between a leader and a follower. And it's, again, not about a title, but you decide what level of leadership you want to be at. So one of the things that growing up, my father was born in Kingston, Jamaica, grew up in London, and came to the States. So as a young boy, I saw him develop and grow in business. And I saw him, I sat at his knee as he had an accounting firm and eventually became, launched a chamber of commerce in the city that I was born in. And so I've always been passionate about business, but I always wondered how I could be successful. It took many years, as Miss Emma Weaver was saying, it took many years and into my 40s I'm now, to really understand intellectual property, because as a boy, I was never taught about intellectual property. And it was actually a failure. About 12, 13 years ago, I bought into a franchise for a consulting business and failed horribly. And I was broken, I was hurt, I was embarrassed. But the greatest lesson that I learned as I was looking through the modules of the consulting practice is that what I actually purchased was an idea, was research. And that allowed me to understand that actually I could do that on my own and create value, which led eventually to the idea of creating my own patent. And so as I began to look at things that I wanted to think about, I thought about memory foam, and memory foam is something that has always been important to me because I have low arches in my feet. feet, and I've been in healthcare. So eventually, over the course of 2 years, I came up with an idea of memory foam in high-end jackets to help reduce the stress on pressure points of the body. And after 2 years, I was finally able to achieve the patent, and we're currently in manufacturing. So I want to encourage you, whatever it is that you have as a thought, as an idea, as a seed of what I call divine inspiration, take that idea and continue to allow that to grow within the fertile ground of your mind, your heart, your spirit. And as you do that, that will begin to grow into a flower, into a garden, and that will begin to create greater things than you can even imagine. And that will inspire others who may not even be part of your organization. And that is why I was so excited to have an opportunity to come to you today and to be a part of this great community. So thank you for the opportunity. I now open the floor for any questions.
Beautiful presentation. Could you please turn off the presentation so that I can take a snap of your face? We're doing live tweeting. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. Thank you so much. Okay. Beautiful. Okay, so we are open for Q&A. Before we go into Zoom, because I was keeping a lot of questions from our Facebook page. Someone asked that she agrees with your point, but she's asking that innovation needs a lot of execution. So what's your thought about executing all those innovative products?
Absolutely. And I absolutely agree with that statement. So innovation requires very strategic execution. But I think, again, to an earlier point, I use a process called reverse engineering. So what that means is you take the end goal and you begin to think about how to break that down into small pieces. So, for example, when I was thinking about creating a product, I did not have any money. When I say no money, I had no money. So what I began to do is I began to think about, there's a platform called Fiverr. And I began to think that on Fiverr, I could take the idea and start with a small piece of it, which was the development of the AutoCAD idea. So that's what I began to do first. And then once I had that idea, then I went on Fiverr again, and I had someone research it to see if the idea was already in existence. So what I would say is, if you have a big goal, to take and to break that down into 5, 10, 15, 20 steps. And then if you want to break that up into, let's say, 30, 60, 90, 6 months, a year, it is more so about continuing to move forward than it is about how many steps you accomplish within a specific period of time. So for some people, it may take 30 days and they move very fast. For some people, it may take a year or 2 years, but that's the most important. It has to be specific goals, and you have to figure out how you're going to get to the next step within the process.
I have a question.
Yeah,
Can I?
Please.
Fabulous. First of all, it's a great presentation. I like all the details, and it showed that you did not just do presentation from nowhere after statistic and research and so. But when we talk about innovation, as you know, we cannot implement all what you say. For example, it's depending the culture and mindset acceptancy. Like each region has her own vision. Today, with the COVID, there is still some country they did not accept the vaccine, especially in Africa. How you want to tell them about an innovation, technology, shift mindset, transformations of that technology you're going to put for them? There is still in our 2021 and 2022 soon that people they're not using computer. There is still some place which they are like Nokia. They don't want to transform to technology and smartphone. That's mean they fail. First, I think with a great mission you are making, we have to work in the mindset first, and we have to spray that knowledge for people to accept the innovation. Small country, they reach the Mars. And others country which they are rich, they have a lot of sources, they don't need even charity, but still they're asking charity. There is a lot of big country. They have
Yeah.
petrol, they have Greenland, they have a lot of sources, manpower, and they are strong. If you see it, Africa, for example, I'm always going to Africa. I'm sorry.
No,
Because
no, no,
it's
that's okay.
my main focus with my platform, I'm Africa.net, because there is a great country with a great leader, but still they have that. I don't know, light alarm, they're too late. How you think we can take action and steps to put the innovation and the shift of the mindset and to put that knowledge to the people? Should we start by small committee together? And this will be our target for WLS.
Mhm.
Should we build some synergy and spray first the knowledge for innovation and revolution of technology? And there is still some countries where there is still 3G, 4G, no internet. How
Mhm.
you want the innovation to be global and still we are not in global?
Boy, that is such a powerful question. And I think that that presents a wonderful opportunity. With every powerful question and barrier, I think it creates a wonderful opportunity. So thank you for sharing that.
We
Um,
have to do it.
Absolutely. So one of the things, ironically, when you say that, I realized growing up, or just thinking about that is, you're right. There are often infrastructural things. When you think first about the mindset, um, I had to overcome the mindset that I could even invent or come up with intellectual property because I had never heard about it. It was never presented in my community. So I think exposure is going to be critical. I think what is happening today is important, but I think this organization has the opportunity, particularly with the powerful leadership core here, to work collaboratively to communicate where the barriers are, to put resources towards helping those organizations that may not necessarily, or those areas that may not necessarily have all the resources to bring what we can. For example, I may not have $1 billion yet, but one of the things I do have is the knowledge to help create ideas. I can contribute this. I can contribute the passion of my experience and mentoring and coaching and training, and helping to connect the dots. So I think that's really what it takes. It takes a network of synergy to identify, because the other thing is there are places in the world where there's no voice. So again, you know, if there's no voice, then there's no identification of the need. And so now I consider it a personal responsibility for myself to serve in this capacity, so that way I can be part of the solution that is global. So I think first thing is, like you said, mindset. The second thing is having an organization that has that as a mission. And then from that becomes the infrastructure. So just to give you a small example, manufacturing jackets, I have no knowledge of, but I had this idea. So I said, how do I do this? So locally, I was connected to an organization called the California Manufacturing Network. And I was able to get grant funding for labor to be able to start working on the prototype. But now I'm looking globally and working with an organization that is outside of the States to start to produce the jackets. And so the same thing must be applied. All the resources will not necessarily be within a specific territory, but collectively we can start to help to connect those dots, so that if there's not a manufacturing plant there, someone that has the next innovative idea has a bridge and the ability to get their idea there. Because honestly, if they don't have that, then they get discouraged and think, well, why bother come up with the idea?
So inspiring that from all this, what you said, I picked something to serve. So today we're obliged to be a leadership, servant leadership. We have to serve. We
Yes.
don't have to order. And I think with WLS as the right platform, which together We can put our idea, we can put our investors and also our funding together and create some concept which can serve the humanity in same time to monetize that area, because no cargo without petrol. We need that currency comfort to move onward. Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure. And I like the way you are simplifying the things and the way you are answering to the questions. It's mean not only spotlight on infrastructure, but on strategy, on achievement, and how to lead that show to more further. It's a great pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pleasure.
Matthew, I will give you a live example. Around 12 or 13 years back, I was mentoring one lady. She was class 8 standard pass out, wanted to grow her business from India to some other part or probably within India, wanted to grow it. She started with almost zero capital. There was no employee, only her mother and her. That's the family structure. She lost her father long back. When she came to me, it was not that fast smartphone era, if you remember. Around 12, 13 years back, it was not a smartphone era like this, okay? So I gave a direct call to a few of my friends in Europe so that they can buy her dry flowers. I asked her to create a fashionable umbrella and a dress, right? Without having any knowledge, she did that with 1.5 months of time spending, learning the entire process, creating one prototype. Once she was there in front of me, I gave a direct call. She got orders and then she materializes that. Now she runs approximate 300 plus employee strength factory.
Wow.
So Indira, when you are asking about startup innovation, there is nothing called startup innovation. Innovation is always innovation. Indira is one of my students in one of the college here, where I actually voluntarily teach. And to be very honest, it doesn't matter when you are thinking about innovation, you don't need to create a rocket.
Right.
You can create something innovative process to run your venture, grow and go global. And
Yes.
when we are talking, me, Laila, you, Marco, Emma, we are all actually coming together because there is a common platform which is allowing us to connect with each other without travel. But trust me, when we meet each other, we get a different vibration of people. We get to know people, their aura is actually so powerful that we can work together and we can probably grow much more faster than you can think of. Indira, I think that gives you enough answer. So I'll take only one more question because I have another speaker who is actually waiting for so long time. So one last question from the audience inside the Zoom. I got a couple of your questions from Twitter. Rest assured, we have a team. They will be sending the entire questionnaire to Mr. Matthew and he can actually answer that over the email and maybe later on. No problem. One last question, if anyone wants to ask. Yes, Marco, please.
Yeah, thanks, Matthew. That was very inspiring. So congratulations on your topic area. It's mind-boggling what you've achieved and what you can achieve tomorrow. The question I have is about tomorrow. So what are some of your goals for tomorrow?
You know, oh man.
It's okay, Matthew.
I apologize.
It's okay, Matthew.
Take care, no problem.
But
it's okay, Matthew. It's fine, Matthew.
I want to continue the legacy of my father. And I want to inspire future generations because I realized that when I was a child, my father didn't have a lot of resources. So he took us to the library because he wanted to inspire us with ideas. And so I want to develop an empowerment center where in areas of the world where there is not these resources, I want to be able to bring through satellite, I want to be able to inspire youth in the area specifically of intellectual property, because I was on a trip years ago to San Francisco, and I remember I was walking on the streets and I saw, it was part of a mission, and I saw there was a vehicle created from aluminum cans, and I thought, how many homeless people, how many people have these creative ideas that never have a platform? And so my desire is to go into impoverished communities with empowerment centers and to be able to inspire them to be their greatest self. And that is what my ultimate goal is to do with this. And with this idea, with this patent, I want to create jobs. I want to create jobs. I want to create call centers. I want to create an opportunity for people to work and to do sales and get the product into stores and things of that nature. But that is ultimately my goal, is to be able to have greater financial resources to create empowerment centers.
Thank you, Matthew. Sorry
Matthew,
about your
my friend, before Marco says anything, I want to give you a standing ovation. I don't care if we are in Zoom or not. Beautiful.
Thank you.
It's fantastic. And you don't have to go far. You have a great WLS, which having all your dream to be true. And welcome to Dubai, because I am in youth empowerment. You have youth excellence, United Nations model, and we are with WLS heading the globalization. Just take the plane, come here to Dubai, most welcome.
Absolutely will do. Thank you very much.
fantastic. Thanks, Ajit. Thanks, Matthew. That was that touched my heart. Thank you, mate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Matthew. We'll be in touch. Pardon me, I have not actually sleeping for last around 6-7 days. After the summit, it is common. I mean, Marco knows me, how I work hard like anything, like an
yes.
apple. Yeah. After the
Absolutely.
10th, we'll be in touch. With
Thank
due
you.
respect to that, I think we have our next speaker. Please, Matthew, please stay with us. It was amazing. Are you there, my
Yes.
friend? Oluwatosin, how do I pronounce your name? Could you please turn on your camera and your mic? I'm so sorry if I'm not taking your name properly. My friend from Nigeria. I can see that you're here.
Yeah, I'm Oluwatosin by name. Can you hear me?
Yes, could you please turn on your camera and your...
Yes, I will. I'll turn on my camera soon.
You wanted to speak early, so your wish is our command.
Not necessarily so. So I felt like it will be easier to discuss, because I also have some things around innovation that speaks to what the topic
Maybe you
really
can,
that I've been
a little bit of
discussing.
adjust your camera.
Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you, but your face is like, we can't see your full face. Like you can.
Oh, can you see me better now? Can you see me better?
Now this is fine. Yes.
Good. So I'm Oluwatosin from Nigeria. I have a presentation. First, I'll thank the World Leaders Summit for giving me this opportunity to present this to the house. Can everyone see my screen? Can you see my screen now?
Yes. It's
okay.
It's dark.
So I'll be speaking more.
Showing anything. Now it's showing. Yes, perfect.
Okay. I'll be speaking to financial planning in turbulent times. Now, what really is what has really happened to make the world so turbulent? Last year was the emergence of COVID. So my discussion is going to focus on the global economy, finance integration, financial sustainability, and the likes. So first, across the global economy, we saw that in 2020, there was an health-induced recession, which was called COVID-19. Now, this COVID-19 affected the way businesses are being carried out. Now, this was not the first global recession. We had a recession in 1920s, 1945, as a result of the war. We also had recession globally, and the latest one before this was the 2008 global economic meltdown as a result of inappropriate trade in the real estate investment, mortgage-backed securities. So we observe that majority of those recessions are being encountered by small businesses. So we are trying to look at the role small businesses can play and how they could acquire finance. Not just for a business point of view alone, we are trying to also look at what are the financial sustainability models we can deploy to ensure that we become much more wealthy, and what are the existing investment opportunities. My discussion is go across that line. So just like we've observed that across the global space, there have been various impacts on finance. We've seen that the global growth, they've been increased, GDP have really declined in 2020 as a result of the COVID-19 virus, and we've seen emerging GDP increasing over the next few years. We've also seen that this increase in GDP is skewed to a particular part, despite the fact that the world is expected to grow at an 8.8%, 4.8% increase in GDP, and 4.4 in 2020. Later in 2021, we see that it was not the same across the global economics. We have more of the developed nations recording for the greater impact of the growth, and while the emerging economics like India, Sub-Saharan Africa, Brazil, and other parts are not really at par with that growth. Now, the low-income economies, developing countries, do not even account for any significant growth. So despite the fact that growth is projected at 5.9% in 2021, employment is expected to recover at below 3.3%. So that's to tell you that there is a huge gap for sourcing of funds and provision of those funds. Now, the major risk that is being encountered is, the reason why these economics are changing is because of the increased vaccination. Now, the vaccination in certain countries have allowed the government to play more active role in revising their policies, and most companies are going back to work. Now, over the last, we've seen that over the last few years, right from time, we've seen that majority of the small, medium enterprises account for over 170 billion. Now, China has been making investments and one of the largest creditors in the world, and China is majorly providing deficit or financing to major economies. Now, there was a 45% year-on-year increase from a very low base as regards people demanding for household goods. Now, what's the essence of all this big merchants, big data, or what are the impact of this in the world? Is actually telling us that across the globe, there's been an increase in trade, and there is actually a funding gap. Now, this funding gap is because businesses do not have access to the right finance. They do not have access to this finance thereabout. And the world is not going to be able to grow if this finance is not there. Now, we've seen that majority of this gap, majority of the companies, the economies having gap or debt is majorly the Middle East and the North Africa regions. Why we've seen that Latin America have little debt, Europe and Central Asia have little debt. Now, this might be due to their population and the fact that there's no available finance for them. So what can businesses do? So actually, when you're sourcing for finance, business funds for capital would either come in as equity or debt. Now, equity has its own benefits, while debt also has its own benefits. Each of them two are also exposed to the risk. So if you're starting a business, how can you get finance? How can you get funding? We've seen that there's a funding gap in the MSME industry. Only the big guns really have, the top global industries really have the access to finance. So how can you get funding, I want to start a business, I can decide to use my personal funds. I could decide to walk up to a bank to get a loan. And I need to fill some certain criteria before getting that loan from the bank. I could decide to get funds for my family, for my friends. I could decide to get funds from Marco. I can decide to get funds from Marriage. I can decide to get funds from Rala. Those ones are what we call love money. Now, I could decide to work to a big person that really and sell my idea to the person based on the risk as a venture capital. The venture capital usually come and take the business, but mostly they might not really buy up the business from me, but they are going to be taking a larger chunk of the investment in the business. And you could also have an angel investor, someone that has huge funds and decide to just invest in your business. Although there's an agreement to how you could scale the businesses or the returns, agree on the risk and returns in the business. Now, we could have business incubators. What business incubators really do is they identify someone that have an idea. It's just like a dragon's den. It's just like a blue ocean strategy framework where they identify your idea and they create an enabling environment for you, for the business to thrive. Over 2 years, they invest in the business, they bring in the appropriate management structures in the businesses and scale the business. Then after that, you have a pathway of how you are not going to, how you could go and separate. So they are more or less assisting in promoting, acting as promoters in the business and also helping the business to hold, to come to limelight. Then we have, most especially for non-governmental organizations, we have grants. We have the Europe grant, we have several grants. We have several government grants and aids across international organizations and stuff like that, and also subsidies. Most especially, we've seen with the recent COP26 climate change, we've seen majority of green bonds coming to limelight. We've seen majority of several bonds that are helping people to trade and scale up to business. Most especially, some of them are even coming to the SMEs, just like we have on the global data. Like China is loaning, is the highest debtor to the global, to the MSMEs gap, having about 170 billion. Now, what are the risks? I want to have an investment. What are the risks? Equity provides flexibility of investment to the investor. So I know that if I'm buying an equity, when it comes to debt, upon the company's liquidation, I am of the last preference. Now, it is usually a high cost of capital and expected dividend. So you don't want to invest in your money. So because the equity guy, person providing the equity, is taking a risk that if I, rather than me giving this company my fund, I could have actually invested this in risk-free bond, which we'll see later, and other government securities to get an expected interest. You have the right to change influencing and financing decisions of the entity, to change the governing boards of the entity, and it is not expected to mature anytime. It is over the lifetime of the business. Unlike debt usually come at a cheaper cost than equity. The shareholders want a higher return. They want more dividend. As a freelance investor, you want to invest in a place where you're going to be getting more dividend than when you'll be getting less dividend. So you have the last claim on the firm's assets, is usually a lower form of funding. Then it usually comes with covenants, where these covenants are on certain entities. So you might have a covenant that you need to meet up a 70% target, or increase your performance by 30%, or hit a high amount of profit for the business to scale. Now, what have we really seen in the MSMEs gap? We've seen that small scale and medium enterprises are great contributors. They are about 90% of the businesses in the global space. So if about 90% of the businesses in the global space have deficiencies in getting the appropriate capital structures, and they provide over 50% of employment, and they contribute about 40% to emerging economies, that's to tell you that where the business, the MSME's business line is actually very important to the development of the nation. We've also seen that MSMEs have a finance deficit of about $5.2 trillion globally. And we've seen places like, the greatest gaps are in places like Asia, the Pacific, the Middle East, and Africa. Now, in the Middle East and North Africa, we've seen the deficient gap of about 87%, and while in North Africa, we're seeing about 88%. So if SMEs that are creating over 70% of jobs and have created over 600 million jobs globally, they means they need to be appropriately funded. They need to be appropriately funded. Now, if they are not appropriately funded, they are not able to cater for jobs, and they are no longer contributing to the development or helping to increase the economy. Just as we've seen, the statistics also shows that in developing economies, account to a great portion of creating jobs, increasing level of uncertainties in estimates, just across the global space, and also in developing economies. So there's a need for businesses to take the appropriate structure in finance and investment. So now we've seen that in the business, we've seen how finance can be integrated. How can we build financial sustainability? This is actually the core of the discussion. First, for you to have wealth, you need to build wealth, such as wealth is sustainable, very, very sustainable. Now, what are the major streams of income? We have earned income. This is the income you earn from your employment. You work 9 to 5, you work at a certain point in time, you work for an employer and they pay you your salary. But can you depend on that source of income alone to be very rich? I've observed that 90% of the people on the Forbes list have their own businesses or they are not in paid income. So we cannot depend on paid income alone to build a sustainable finance model for you. So we need to see an avenue of taking that end income and leveraging it and investing it in other sources of income. What is royalty income? Royalty income is income that I gain on products, properties. I have an investment, I have an invention, I have a franchise. I develop a new business model, and for me to earn a royalty on it. So I pay a duty based on the intellectual property that I have said, okay, I have this idea, I sell this idea to the public, I get a patent that no one is able to use this idea. Just like the way Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, Moderna did a patent on their vaccine, and Moderna was able to scale up from a 2 billion firm to over 22 billion firm as a result of the Moderna vaccine being released. So you have this idea, you have this innovation, you could translate this innovation to cash and get a value for it, which is another source of income. We have capital gain, you have an asset. We've observed that real estate is one of the most secured form of investment, despite the fact it's a long-term investment plan. You could get an increase in your property. So the value of your property this year is not the same thing as the value of your property next year. It's not the same thing as the value of your property in the next 2 years, which is a capital gain. Now, despite, I always advise people, when you're investing in real estate, don't build a mansion such that you cannot earn rental income on it. Or you want to live a luxurious lifestyle, fine. You can decide to have an apartment such that only you can live in. Or you want this space, you want this luxury, but also get an apartment that you could earn capital appreciation on it and also earn rental income. When you rent to people pay you rent, you get commissions at the end of each year, at the end of each period, for you just to serve as another source of income. Then it's appropriate to invest in companies. Warren Buffett, one of the greatest investors, majority of his income came from dividend income. He started investing at the age of 8. So invest in companies, but identify the right profile of the companies to invest in. Invest in sustainable companies that you're able to get your income over a long period of time. Now, there's another thing that comes as residual income. This is something that is self-generating activity. So I've invested so much in myself. So I've delivered a product, and this product continually to speak for itself. It can develop. So just like brand name of Coca-Cola, the name Coca-Cola itself, the name World Leader Summit has an as a prestige attached to it, that an investor who wants to come and buy it off the company is going to pay value for it. So this is another form of income. Also, we have interest income. However, this must be treated with caution. The way the banks operate is they take money from the surplus side of the economy and give to the borrowers, those that need. So you could also operate such as you provide credit facility, not really at a high level rate, but you could earn an interest income on it. So you have a friend that has a need. Oh, I lent you money, just like venture capitalists do. You get an interest on it, or providing credit facilities to individuals, or investing in risk-free investment. We're going to see investment profiles as we go along the slides, but also earn an interest income. Then profit income, get a business, do a business. Even if you're in a paid business, there's no just one way to get an income. Invest in a business, invest in trading of a particular stuff. We've also seen increased trading in the cryptocurrency, which one of the slides also speak to. Now, what are my recommendations? Consistently set aside a portion of your earned income as at when received for exploring opportunities in other sources of income. So the richest man in Babylon says that pay yourself first before paying others. So you have this income, you're earning $100. Then there's a lot of expenses, a lot of pressures, especially when, as we've seen, as a result of increased inflation in the global markets, prices of things are going up after the global recession, as a result of the earth-induced recession, COVID-19. But you're earning $100. Before you even do anything, pay yourself first. Now, after paying yourself first, you could use that to explore the other portions of income. Then hold a diversified portfolio of investment through a ladder strategy. What does a ladder strategy really do for you? A ladder strategy is such that I'm able to invest and get returns at different points in time. So I have an investment that I'm getting a return within the next 1 month. I have another investment, I'm getting a return within the next 3 months. So it's not like at a point in time, I don't have money or I don't have access to funding. So if I'm investing everything in the stock exchange, I want to be very bullish on stock, but I also need to cater for basic needs. I need to pay my bills, I need to pay my gas bills, I need to pay for my feeding, I need to pay for my clothing, I need to pay for my shelter. It is very important. Then it is for businesses. This is much more than it. Identify and explain the optimal capital structure for your business. Do you need more of debt or do you need more of equity? Is there a balance? There is what we call an optimal average, an optimal form of business, although you might need to engage finance professionals in helping you identify the appropriate business structures. Now, if you don't have an idea of investing, you could engage institutional investors or specialist fund managers. These are people for very high net worth individuals. They do this to say, oh, I have this money I want to put aside in a trust. Help me invest this money, and that's why we have trust deeds and trust partnerships. Then you also need, as you are, refine, develop, and promote an idea, innovation or business technology that can provide an access for you. Just like we've seen that you could earn funds from residual income and other sources of income, like we've seen here. On residual income, royalty income. Royalty income is very, very key, and profit income. It is something that we need to leverage on. So what are the funds that we can invest in? These are the appendices. Now we have the money market instrument. What money market instrument simply means is they provide me interest in the short time. You can trade them within a year, a short time or less. It provides liquidity. It provides you access to great liquidity. Rather than you keeping some idle funds, you don't need to. Why should I be having as much as $5,000 in my pocket when I know that I only need about $500 to cater for my basic needs within the very short period of time? So it provides you access to liquidity. Invest them in treasury bills, risk-free investment, just like we've seen here. Money market instrument can be easily accessible. Walk into your financial institution, get a money market investments to get an income from it. Then you could also invest them in investment pools in a specialized market. Examples of money market instruments, we have repurchase agreements, we have the euro-dollar deposit, we have money funds, we have risk-free investments, we have treasury bills. These are things, we have certificate of deposit, we have a fixed deposit, we could have foreign exchange swap. So rather than just keeping that idle fund, yeah, I'm a rich man because I have 5,000 naira in my bank account, $5,000 in my bank account. You could have invested that 5,000 naira dollars in the bank account in some money market instrument, and you get up to even $6,000 before the year comes to date, which can help you effectively hedge against inflation. Now we have alternative market instruments. So these are more, this is usually more advice for people that want to invest in the capital market. We could have things like hedge funds, we have private equity, we have infrastructure, we have real estate investments, we have core alternative investments. We also have other alternative investments. So you could have a portion of your fund. What I usually advise, let's say I have 10% of my fund that I invest over a long-term period, over a long-term goal. So you could invest in art and antiques wine. So if you're a millionaire, you're a billionaire, you should learn how to optimize these things, these investment models. Now, something that is very, very critical now, which is at the heat of the day, is about 2009, cryptocurrency came into the market. What is cryptocurrency? It's nothing for you to be scared of. Now, it has not really been, it's just in some few climates. Arijit, I know I've taken a bit of time, but I'm almost rounding up now. Am I permitted to
My
complete
friend,
this?
I'm so sorry to come in between, but frankly speaking, we pulled you up because you requested for it. Your session was actually very, very far than this, but could you please a little bit of, make it faster, because
Yes, I'm rounding up. This is my
and the
last slide.
speakers, and it's all set. Like
Yeah, I'm having my last slide.
There is another speaker who is coming again from another country. So if you can make it faster, it will be great.
No, this is my last slide.
Super. Please.
So cryptocurrency is something that came into the market in 2009. We have the Bitcoin, we have coming about it. So it's something that is highly volatile. I don't really advise. It's something you could trade to operate on the blockchain technology, such as the disintegrated ledger systems where you're able to trade. Now, presently speaking, cryptocurrency has over 2 trillion in the market space, and it's traded on coin exchanges. It's also an opportunity for you to invest. So I could discuss more on this after thereabout, but as a result of the time schedule, I really want to appreciate Arijit for giving me the opportunity, and the World Leader Summit for giving me this opportunity to present this to the house. So the little fund you have, my parting advice, the little fund you have is something you could have invested somewhere and gain more for it. You don't need to invest in just your end income. You need to explore other sources of income for you to be financially sustainable, despite the economics are going down.
I think we should talk, because we have recently started our own accelerator come fund, which is called Co-Innovate Ventures. Very soon you will get the news in all the social media and of course in the news channels, which is probably one of the finest, because we are connecting the corporates to come on board on the acceleration model to help the startups and the SMEs and MSMEs to grow their business. Already got multiple layers of projects with us. We'll be definitely getting in touch with you so that maybe we can do something cool with Nigeria, with your company as a partner of ours. With this note, we are not taking the question at the moment, but I will ask you, my friend, to please stay put with us. We'll be taking the question after the next speaker is done, because I'm sure that we will have a lot of questions. But before you go, please turn off your sharing screen, and I'll do that for you. Yeah, and please look at the screen so that I can take a snap of yours. We are doing live tweeting. Just smile and look at the screen here. 1, 2, 3, go. Super. I hope that I did a good job. Probably I'll apply as a photographer later on once. Okay, thank you so much. Yes, please stay with us. Don't go.
No,
So
yeah.
the stage is actually going to be a little bit of shifting, like from cryptocurrency and finance market. We'll have someone who is from India, my motherland. Poonam, welcome to World Leaders Summit. Poonam Vijay Thakkar, she is founder of Support Saturdays and We Too India. She's a mentor of change in Niti Aayog, and guess what? She is a head analytics and digital communication specialist in Aditya Birla Group for the last 8 years. Welcome to World Leaders Summit, Poonam.
Hi everyone, thank you so much. Arijit, just tell me if I'm audible. That's the first thing I want to know. Great, thank you so much. I wanted the last speaker to go on and on because the moment the crypto happened and the Bitcoin with 44%, I got all excited. So maybe I'll catch up on the presentation later. Allow me to share my screen, please, and just give me a heads up.
It's with all the panelists. So in this link, you can share anything.
Just give me a heads up if it is all visible. Great.
If you can speak a little bit louder, it will be great. Somehow there is a.
Okay, sure. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to World Leadership Summit. This is my first time I'm speaking here. So thank you so much, Hariji, for inviting me. And I'm very grateful to have this opportunity to be speaking to a global audience. In the interest of time, to all the audience and the viewers and the listeners, just put your seat belts on because I will be on a journey with you now. Very different from what you were listening to and very different from. But yeah, it is going to be the premise for you to be becoming better, refined leaders in the time to come to better apply all the knowledge of finance and possibly make more money. So of course, the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. Well, welcome to a short journey with me of building resilience, growth mindset, and leadership uniqueness in the new age, the digital world. This is how I will take my presentation. This is the flow. We'll get a little sense on the new disruptive world, understanding of what resilience in the business and the leadership is, understanding of failures, building growth mindset, and what leaders can learn. The toolkit, building uniqueness in leadership in the new age digital world. So let's begin. Before we talk about the future, let us understand our present. You know, the world has seen globally 14 global recessions in the last 150 years. The last Tiger report since growth momentum weakening across the world in the two major growth engines, the US and China markets, amidst the persistent concerns on Delta and other variants. Now, there was no textbook or syllabus to deal with COVID, the crisis that happened in every business. Every leader learned on the job. And we must pat our back because we could do it. We could be resilient. We could just turn back and say, hey, there is no time, but we could be digital, and we pushed ourselves. That is exactly the concept of resilience. When you look for something that is going to be threatful in your business, in your life, and what kind of leadership qualities you can apply at that particular moment. So the bad from COVID first, 50% people expect salary cut, and that actually happened. In majority of the businesses, job losses happened. Women lost, I'm very upset to say this, women lost more jobs than men globally. Rise in domestic violence went up. Mental health issues, stress levels went up because of a lot of screen time increasing for all of us. Extraordinary demand to learn on the go. Well, conclude, pivot or perish. Now the good from COVID. Vaccine got developed in under a year versus 10 years. So we could really push ourselves to achieve things faster, you know. Digital learning and upskilling absolutely on the search. The global internet and systems had the capacity to work at a massive scale, you know, the internet. Remote working took shape and went up, productivity went up, rise of contactless services up, and adoption of digital money surpassed globally, all numbers with India leading the pack. And hence I've mentioned this point. Stimulus packages by the government. Well, COVID-19 lockdown is the new normal, the herald of the new normal for across. Well, average life of a company was 61 years in 1958. Today it is 22. That's the herald of disruption across. There are only 57 original Fortune 500 companies that have been on the list every year since 1955. So 52% of the Fortune 500 firms since the turn of the century have vanished. There's some good news at last. It's always darkest before the dawn, my friends. So welcome on board to a visual journey with me. Today is November 5th, 2021. With a learning voyage from the past, present, and what is going to be the future in life as leaders, we onboard onto a new journey in the digitally disruptive world today. Take a deep breath, relax, reflect, and visualize. As I speak, you can just go back to your business issues, your problems, and reflect and see if you're able to find answers as I move ahead. So, my friends, when you hit the rock bottom, well, you can only go up. That's the only option. So, all the businesses that saw the rock bottom stage, where you had no option but to go digital, you had no option but to just find up things and look for your business in the digital world. I call it a rock bottom. Let's decode darkest rock bottom moments. Some people will say that I have to completely shift over my business, my leadership skills, my quality, my domain knowledge, what I had been doing in the past, like for the financial industry also. Whatever business models existed till now, because of COVID in the last 2 years, we had to look for new models to be able to surpass the expectation of the customers, the experience of the customers, and what has been happening globally in the world. The advent of digital learning, digital earning, and digital living. So my first point is building resilience. Well, the most difficult time is when you have to fight for yourself, by yourself, and against yourself. Look, there is nobody actually wanting to push you to change your business. There's nobody who's wanting you to really shift everything and grow. It has to be your own ask. And when it is your own ask, you want to survive and thrive because the world has moved to survival of the fittest businesses or leaders. Actually, you're going against yourself. And that is the most difficult time. So when the situation is going against yourself, the situation or the surroundings are where you have to get on to the next level of leadership, something that otherwise you could have done in 7-8 years. You have to just prepone and do it fast. You are actually going against your comfort zone. And that is the difficult moment in life. But how to make it easy? Let's understand. The two most powerful warriors, as we all know, are patience and time. Let's decode the darkest moments. The business not doing well is not your darkest moment. The world changing into digital is not your darkest moment. You're not cracking the new business model is not your darkest moment. You're not able to figure out what can I do different in my business, whatever. To just go ahead of the competition is not your darkest moment. Your darkest moment, on the contrary, now let me trickle your amygdalas. It is losing patience, losing perseverance, losing faith in your own capabilities because you are now going against your comfort zone. Losing trust on yourself to bounce back, losing foresight ahead, and not being able to build a growth mindset. So the darkest moment, my friends, is losing what keeps the world alive. Hope of resilience, hope of getting back, hope of building something which is better, disruption, creating disruption in your business and your business model, and moving ahead. And that is a hope. So this is my favorite example. It's a world example. Ray Kroc, founder of McDonald's, sold milkshake mixers and paper cups until the age of 52. Now, most of the people, including me, at 52, I would want to just retire and have a good time in Malibu. So it's never too late to start your own business whenever you want, and that gives us a huge motivation of hope in life. So let's now decode failures. Again, a very global example. Thomas Edison. I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that don't work. And this is also progression. Most of the people think when they are failing, constantly they are failing because they think failing is a part of the whole life, which is not leading to success. But on the contrary, failing is the stepping stone of success, which is a very much part of life that is also a successful life, because until and unless you don't fail 10,000 times, how will you discover that 10,000 first time that is going to be successful? So this mindset, while you are having failures, is extremely important, even in today's time, the business time. There is no innovation and creativity without failure, period. These are some of the famous failures. And the slide is there for everyone to look at. But my favorite is actually Walt Disney. He was fired from a newspaper for lacking imagination, having no original ideas. My God, we are talking about Walt Disney, the most creative, the most innovative person, the most creatively innovative person in the world. So if you have not failed, you have not tried anything new. Any new thing is going to be packaged first in failure because you are innovative. Now the big question is, what is failure? Whenever I take these sessions, people come back and say, hey, you just convinced us that failure doesn't exist. It's just a stepping stone to become successful. Then what is failure? Correct? And that's the big question. Let me decode that for you. The big answer for this big question is failure is not real. Failure is a temporary mindset. Let's decode the difference between failing and being failure, even in the destructive business world. And that is what is called as building a growth mindset. Failing is just an event, temporary, shows you that you have to stretch your limits, go out of your comfort zone. Opportunity to learn, because now you have to upgrade yourself. And on the other side, when you feel like a failure, it is a permanent mindset where you want to give up. You want to end your learning. You don't want to upgrade yourself, and you feel that I can't match with the speed of the world. I just showed this a little early. So life doesn't get easier. You just get a little more stronger. This is how possibilities look like, you know. I'm sorry. If you don't ask, this is the possibility game. And if you do ask, these are your possibilities. But if you think that it is very difficult, I don't want to ask, I cannot ask, I'm restricted not to ask, these are going to be your possibilities. So here is a great difference between, for you to understand in today's disruptive digital world, what is the difference between a growth mindset and a fixed mindset? The whole world is going through the disruptive way of doing business. Even Elon Musk, let's talk about him. He is also looking at so many innovations that he's scrapping. And then his business and his teams are coming out with something that they will announce to the world, saying that, hey, this is what we have finally created for the world as a product. So growth mindset on your left is failure is an opportunity to grow. I can learn to do anything I want. Challenges help me to grow. My certain attitude determines my abilities. Feedback is always constructive, be it from your people, your teams, or your customers, or from the government. I am inspired by the success of others, because you have to, in today's world, constantly take inspiration from outside. I like to try new things. I am not even going to be wasting my time reading all the fixed mindset. If we all can just positively focus on the growth mindset, we are done. This is a very important slide for everyone who's watching, what leaders can learn in this world. So the first is the philosopher approach. On the yellow side, you can see a philosopher approach of leadership would be, do I recognize the reality? Am I in sync with what's happening around in the world? What has changed in me because of that? Are external factors making any difference in how I have been dealing in my business, in my life, in my career, or in the ways I have been doing things in the world? So has anything changed in me? A realization, philosopher approach of realization of what is the reality and how the reality is impacting me as a leader. The second is the strategist approach. How has the competitive landscape changed for the business? Now, from first, once you are able to ask and reply to your own questions about your own self as a leader, then you move on to the business side of it. So how the landscape has changed, why is this business valuable to its employees, its ecosystem, and the customer? So this is a very great question from a strategic point of view. Is the business doing the purpose that it had always? Is your business giving out to the employees and your investors and your shareholders how when you started? Is it the same, or because of the digital disruption it is going to be different? Are you creating value for your investors? Are you creating value for your employees? Are you creating value for yourself? Is the business higher goal or the purpose of your business is in sync with what's happening around in the world? And the third is execution approach. Once you're clear about yourself, once you're clear about your business, your employees, your investors, the market scenarios, and the market approach, then you get on to the execution approach as a leader. And that is, what's the opportunity to maximize my execution? If I've understood both the sides, what business models do we bet on in the future? Because it is not going to be what you did in the past that will survive in the future. So this question from an execution point of view in today's disruptive world becomes the most important. And I see in organizations when the entire management team, the boards in your business, even your employees, when all the stakeholders collaborate together, is when you are able to answer this question very well and build on models that will survive for a long time. Moving ahead, learning. None can destroy iron, but its own rust can. So learning is very important. The Global Digital Disruption 2021 and Toolkit, Building Leadership Uniqueness in the New Age. We just understood resilience of getting back. We understood failures are not fatal, they're just temporary, they're just momentary. You can just overcome with resilient approach, you can overcome failures easily. And now let's understand the toolkit for building leadership uniqueness in the new. Well, your future begins with your immediate next thought. I want to repeat it again for everyone. Your future begins with your next thought. Direction is so much more important than speed. Many are going nowhere fast. But look at this. Our own experience is really the whole truth. I love this. I have been using this forever in my presentations. This is the blind group story. Our own experience is really the whole truth. Today's digital time is requiring all the businesses across to be creative. Create creative products for your customers and not think that what we are doing or what our reality or knowledge is the end of the world. So leadership uniqueness is an outcome of confidence that is built by honing your skill set with a growth mindset. The first tool for leadership success in the digital age is the power of upgrade. And I'll call it as a power of constant upgrade. 4 kinds of leaders, let's look at it, who will create the future in the disruptive world. I'll define it for you. The first is a learning zilla. Am I learning as the world is changing? And the tool, the power tool here for leadership is learn, apply, and reflect. Because when you use this tool of learning, applying, and reflecting, you would go back to upgrading yourself consistently, being in the business as the business is demanding you to perform. So the first is this. The second type of leaders that are going to go ahead in the world are the personal disruptors. You can't invent the future if you cling to out of date ideas. These leaders would know when to disrupt themselves, And the tool for this is disrupt, embrace, and cascade down. In some of the businesses, what has been happening is the leadership team or the business owners or the management team, they have been able to disrupt themselves, get into new things, understand, learn. But sometimes they have been failing because ultimately who's servicing your customers are your entire teams. So from the digital journey point of view, from the experience point of view, NPS point of view, customer experience point of view, and your knowledge point of view, the whole world is going through a disruption where you need to first learn, be a disruptor yourself, embrace that change in you as a leader, and then cascade it down because you have to build your own army. The third kind of a leader is the tough-minded optimist. And here, this is somebody who I would call the most resilient person. Future is created by very tough-minded leaders, eternal believers, highly motivated, who want something very much or believe very much in something. So the tool to achieve this is self-belief. You cannot doubt yourself. What may the situation is, you're not making any money, your business is going bankrupt, but there is hope. And if you keep that currency with you life forever, you will have the highest self-belief to recreate your future and recreate your success. And that is a tool that creates the path of building a growth mindset. The fourth and the last, the ego experimenter, supports a lot of new ideas to find out a few that work. The tool to become this kind of a leader that will go in the future is being inquisitive, mindful, and a motivator. So what is the magic here? The magic is adapt, learn, and deliver. Most of the businesses that are not able to go ahead today are because they are struggling with the first point. If the first point is clear, you have accepted the reality about you and your business, then the whole change and the disruption becomes easy. This is again my favorite slide. If you're not first, you're not must in the digital world. So my friends, in the new world, it is not the big fish which eats the small fish, it's the fast fish which eats the slow fish. Welcome to the real world. The success formula remains the same. And that's why I have this on my presentation. 1% luck, 1% talent, 98% never give up, 100% success formula. Well, in any world, this formula is not going to change. Preparing the new age mindful global leaders. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Poonam, for the beautiful presentation. Really, really amazing. And the floor is open for question and answer. If anybody have got any kind of question, please feel free to ask.
I hope I finished on time.
Oh yeah, of course. Of course.
Happy to take it.
So do you guys, okay, so I think I've got Marco. Yeah, Marco, please.
Fantastic presentation.
Hi, Marco.
I love your graphics. Your graphics are awesome. So, you know, I'm not sure where you get them from, but I'm sure you take plenty of joy in putting this this presentation together. Just one area, you know, that you're discussing with us when you talk about you know, further development of the human being, and you look at, and you mentioned the previous speaker would like to hear the end result. Okay, so when we do our speeches, because like we most of us speak on a common platform, you know, if it's on stage or off stage, or now it's virtual. So when you highlight such a fantastic presentation that you just had, how could you obviously, you know, refine a presentation for all of us so we could learn and pinpoint, you know, the bullseye that you need to obviously, you know, make your viewpoint to the audience?
Oh, wow. That's a very, very interesting question.
Thank you.
Marco, can I say that you're asking my trade secret?
Sorry?
You're asking my trade secret? Can I say that?
No, well, I'm not after. Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. I'm very happy to give it out.
Just in general.
First of all, thank you so much for liking the presentation and the flow. You know, when Arijit explained me that it is going to be global leaders talking about these kind of topics, the first thing that crossed my mind was that it is going to be a heavy discussion and it is going to be a lot of learning, because I looked at the profile of the speakers and I was like, wow, these are, you know, experts coming from all over the world. So when it was my time and I looked at the topic and I said, now after this, I need to do something which is visually very impactful, because honestly, when it is not about money or finance, it is about not your rational brain as much as it is about your amygdala, the instinctive brain. Now, instinctive brain after a heavy presentation or a lot of knowledge is going to get triggered when it is visually appealing, and hence I called it the visual treat first. So to encapsulate in the presentation, as you asked me, I think the slide that talked about what leaders can learn is the most impactful slide that I sandwiched between my visual entire, you know, flow. That is a method of understanding how leaders can change themselves in the disruptive way. So that's the major key takeaway. I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Happy to take if there are any more questions or.
Yeah, so like I was checking in our social media, we got a little bit of commitments about your, little bit of comments rather about your speech. So thank you so much, ma'am. That's a comment from Shalini Das. There's a comment from Irene Izakua, and it's a beautiful presentation and it's amazing. Can I connect you in social media? So
sure.
Yeah,
I'm very much on LinkedIn and will be happy to connect with all the viewers of the presentation, and happy to, you can just write to me with whatever questions you have. Very, very happy to reply. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So I think with this note, we'll end this session with Poonam. I know this is a Diwali time and she's actually taking time out of the family time actually just to speak in World Leaders Summit. And thank you so much, Poonam. Please be in touch with us and please feel free to join the other sessions. So we have our next speaker. Thank you so much, Poonam. Poonam, just look at the screen for a moment. I couldn't took your picture. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. As I said, I'm gonna apply as a
Twitter skills. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, and take care. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Okay, so we have our interesting speaker. And I hope that I can see Ronnie. Ronnie is from US. Ronnie, are you there? Could you please turn on your camera and your microphone? And I can see Sandeep Ji as well as a guest. Ronnie, are you there? I can see that you're probably present, but your microphone is not unmuted. So could you please unmute your microphone? Hello, Sandeep Ji.
Good evening, Arijit ji. Heartiest congratulations to you for such a wonderful program, which you've been conducting since morning.
Thank you so much. Thank you. For all of us, Sandeep ji is actually our global chairperson for our Media and Entertainment Council in World Leaders Summit, and he's a powerhouse, to be very honest. He runs massive, large university plus a media city and a great international chamber, which is called ICMAI. Yes, Olatun, we will have questions for you. I was just waiting that if Ronnie is there, because she's going to present something interesting for your interest probably. But yes, we can always go for Q&A round if that helps others. Maybe Ronnie will take some time to prepare herself. Ronnie will get back to you once you turn on your video and your microphone. Will be great. Okay, so Marco, if you want to ask question, that's fine. If not, then I can ask question.
Probably just the conclusion of the presentation that we had. Obviously, Panoon, we just highlighted that there was a space there that you could elaborate. I think it was Bitcoin. There was some financial monetary information in the digital space. If you could do that, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, so if you can turn on your video and your microphone, the speaker from Nigeria, Oladitan, could you please turn on your, So you have been sharing a lot about alternative source of investment, not only that.
So Marco, can you go again? I lost you on that.
Just probably the last slide, I think it was, we were mentioning because of time, it'd be fantastic to hear just a little snapshot of 3 minutes, or that you could elaborate with the digital space that you're about to expand on. I think it was on Bitcoin, was it? Bitcoin digital currency, was it? Am I correct?
Okay, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Ajay.
Okay. Arjit, is there any question from you too?
No, I will ask once you answer Marco's question. Don't worry.
Okay.
This is basically an interesting question because, see, I've been dealing with a lot of things on blockchain, and as you know, I work with the NFT market on a technology perspective. In finance, of course, deal with several venture capital funds and angel investment. So when you mix all these things into a presentation and you're talking about cryptocurrency, which is, of course, the future, we have a lot of question and interesting question which you need to go through. Okay, so over to you first, Marco, then I will come.
Okay, so thanks for the opportunity once again. Now, cryptocurrency and tokens is something that has been raising concern over the years. It came about in 2009 by Bitcoin being the first currency. It actually operates on a decentralized ledger system using the blockchain technology. Now, it has its own risk and it has its own benefits. One of the advantages is that it is very secured. It is the security, the way it works is that I'm not trading a new currency. So if I'm trading, if I make a sale, there's another ledger that is being built on my current ledger system. So it's not like I'm moving one ledger to the other. So a blockchain technology is several chains of commands coming together. So Marco initiated a transaction. It sends it as a system, as a transaction ledger, as a code, let me say a block to me. Now, that block, rather than me having one block, it has become 2 blocks because Marco has initiated a transaction. When I initiate another transaction, I'm not moving 2 blocks to Sandeep. I'm moving 3 blocks based on my own transaction. Now, there are over 10,000 exchanges over the world. The one thing is, where many people benefited from it, it is not regulated by the currency. It is not impacted by monetary policy decisions. It's not regulated by a central bank. So I can easily trade with people. It is something that I can easily trade with people. Now, several companies in China has placed a ban on cryptocurrencies, but we'll see over the next few years, majority of things are going to be, the major currency in the world is going to be a digital currency. There've even been some adoptions in certain countries. Blockchain technology is not used for digital currencies alone. There are other things such as integration of finance, management of ledgers, and the likes. Now, it could be used as a form of investment in communities and states where trading is not restricted. So we have some tradings and communities. We have lots of Binance app that is used across several platforms. Now, one of the risks is, one of the major concerns of cryptocurrencies to we in the finance world is such that it is a very volatile currency. Very volatile. The price of Bitcoin can be at $60,000 today. As at 10 a.m. today, before 2 p.m., the price of Bitcoin could have fallen to as low as $40,000. Most especially when we have someone like Elon Musk make a tweet about the Dogecoin. It's something that affects the market. So it is something that is very volatile. The price can go up and very goes down. So it's not something that can easily be secured. And it is not secured against another currency. So it is best for you to trade it over a very short period and a very long period. Now, it also creates an avenue for, the reason why it has not really been regulated is that it creates an avenue for money laundering, because this money in circulation is not being controlled by the government. It's not being controlled by an exchange. It's not being controlled. So the government does not actually know the amount of money in circulation. An example is Nigeria. Nigeria is the most traded cryptocurrency market in Africa. And despite the fact the country placing a ban on it in 2019, over 44% of the total cryptocurrency market in Africa is traded by Nigerians. So we have a huge fund that is not being accounted by any central bank or any legal system. So what can we say about this cryptocurrency? It is something that it is very risky to trade in. It's more or less like Forex. It's something you could go in with all your funds in the beginning of the day, and at the end of the day, you lose all your funds. Should you trade in it? Should you not trade in it? It is a very skeptical issue, but it's based on your risk profile. I would advise that if you're going to be trading in cryptocurrency or you're trading in the digital market, which is going to be the market of the future, it is based on your risk profile. Then you must be able to set a particular stop loss. Now, if I'm making gain above a certain threshold, so I bought, the principle is buy low, sell high. So I buy at 5 rupees. Am I selling at, once I get to 10 rupees, I must be able to sell. If I'm getting lower than 2 rupees, I must be able to sell to cover my loss. Now, what the temptation there is, most people are greedy. You know that, oh, it might go up so much. Let me keep it in. By the time you say you want to sleep and everything, the things have already come, the market is already down against you. So it's something that is very risky and very technical to trade. Now, answering Arijit's question is, most companies have not really adopted cryptocurrency. However, we've seen certain companies that the major form of exchange is in Bitcoin. So we've seen universities in America that have decided to accept Bitcoin as a form of payment for studying a particular course. So we've seen other we've seen the coin exchange being used to raise over $5 trillion over the last few years. So it's something that venture capitalists, the earlier you start playing in that space, just like the same way we've seen ESG, report on environmental, social, and governance come into play. The earlier you start playing in that space, the better it is for you. And you could decide to say, oh, I'm taking a portion of my investment to invest in crypto market on technologically inclined or digitally inclined companies and the likes like that. So it's something that is very interesting, but you need to be able to tread with caution when trading in that space.
Thank you very much. It's very insightful. Thank you very much. Great. Thanks, Arjit. Brilliant.
Thank you so much. I have a small quick question before we jump to our next speaker, Ronnie. So the question is, like, when you are working with this cryptocurrency market, do you have any idea how do you hedge your new coin so that it is sustainable and you can probably grow the coin market and give a trust zone to your buyers?
Okay, so the way the coin, each coin has its own, each coin is regulated differently. So the way the Bitcoin is selling is different from the amount the Ethereum is selling. So there are several forces that influences the buying and the selling of the Bitcoin. So first, Bitcoin is more or less like the most secured. As it's been adopted, there've been increased regulations on it. On the Bitcoin, we saw that the Ethereum hit an all-time high of about $10,000, which is equivalent to like about 2 million naira in Nigeria yesterday. So what you should do is when trading in cryptocurrency, you must be disciplined enough not to be too greedy. Now, you must set a particular trading mechanism. Invest at a certain amount. Once you're getting a high gain, you must be able to, oh, at this point on the market, I should be able to make a gain of $20 to be able to mitigate against my loss. Now, you don't just go into the market, you need to study the market, you need to study the movements in the market, you need to study what are influencing the market. So I already know that if Elon Musk makes a tweet, the amount of Dogecoin is either going to go up or is going to go high. I know that if the exchange finds a cryptocurrency, I know that the market is going to come down. So it's just like Forex. You need to be very sensitive to information and you should not be too greedy when trading in that space. So you could use what our advice is. For instance, if I want to trade cryptocurrency, I don't just hold the Bitcoin. I hold a portfolio of investment. Just like you said, when investing, you should be able to hold a portfolio, a diversified portfolio of investment. Although that is different from that of Warren Buffett, which have their highest stake in Berkshire Hathaway. Put all your eggs in one basket and watch it grow. I subscribe to putting having a diversified portfolio of investment through a ladder strategy, most especially for small businesses who do not have the large volume of funds to invest in a very risk portfolio, which is number 2 as we have here.
Okay. Got the idea. Super. Thank you so much. So I will probably move to our next speaker at the moment, and without further delay, if I may request you to turn off your screen sharing. Or yeah, thank you so much, and please stay with us because the next speaker is actually an amazing speaker. She runs a massive platform of okay, she will talk about herself. Let me welcome Ronnie into World Leaders Summit as one of our prestigious speaker. Ronnie, welcome to World Leaders Summit, and please
thank you.
Yourself, and the stage and the floor is yours, please.
Can you hear me? Okay, I want to make sure you can hear me. I'm very happy to participate in the World Leaders Summit. I came on early to hear some of the other speakers and show my support to them as well. I wanted to talk a little bit about people in poverty and crypto tokens or cryptocurrency enhancing people's lives. If you know anything about me, I have lived in more than 40 countries around the world, and I have seen poverty firsthand. I don't tell many people this, but about 20 years ago, and now I'm getting ready to tell the world, I lost everything and found myself homeless on the streets. That was a very difficult time in my life because I didn't have to be on the streets homeless. I only had the clothes on my back, and I walked around town trying to figure out how I came to that place, what had happened to me, why did I allow it to happen, what could I do to change the circumstances and the situation that I was in. It was one of the most devastating times of my life. And yet I realized that as God would have it, it was all for a complete, shall we say, divine plan for later in my life, such as now. When I came out of that situation, my father, who was alive at the time, told me that I was crazy. My brothers also defended my father and said that I was crazy, that I didn't have to live homeless on the streets in another country. Why would I do something like that? I'm too intelligent, too talented. All these things they said to me. I can't quite explain to you why I allowed my life to go through that, other than to say that I knew that somewhere in my life, it was going to create a very powerful opportunity to help people that were out of my range. You know what I mean when I say that? people who are, let's say you're in a higher social economic status group, you're making 300,000 a year. People in poverty are not in your range. The average person in poverty is living on $1.25 per day. There are people in poverty not even living on $1.25 a day. There's a saying, there's also a thought by many people in the world that if you've not walked in a person's shoes, you truly cannot understand what they've gone through or what they're going through now. I titled my topic for today, Everywhere Now, and how to accelerate somebody's life out of poverty. Crypto token, excuse me, in my professional opinion, is the absolute most brilliant way to do that. And my company is doing that now. But shall I tell you, it takes a strong heart, a thick heart, and people with thick skin, not thin skin, to understand the needs of people in poverty. I'm not going to criticize companies that are out there, but I've been talking about the unbanked for over 5 years. And there are companies I can name right now that have changed their entire genre because of what I've been saying about the unbanked. One company in particular has literally changed their company name and what they're doing to the name unbanked. And yet the principals know nothing about the unbanked. What do we do as leaders around the world? What are we going to say here today that is going to have great impact and, more importantly, greater change? I don't like talking at summits and not being able to back up what I say I'm doing. I like to be able to show people this is what I'm doing for people in poverty. Do you know that this pandemic has so crippled people in poverty that it has set the growth of people coming out of poverty back more than 60%. Imagine that. They were getting some strides, the World Bank, OECD, there were some strides being made. But when that pandemic came upon us, it set all of the efforts and all of the work and all of the brilliant engineered innovation, it set the people in poverty back more than 60%. That means that they've been pushed back more than 5 to 7 years. So what does it mean? Do we have to start over? No, you start where you left off, but with greater intensity. The man before me was talking about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. I think to empower people, you have to first empower people with revelation and understanding. If I may quote the Quran and even the Bible, in all you're getting, when you're getting revelation, also get an understanding. In other words, people can hear and react and go out and do things, but do they have the understanding of what they're doing? These companies who are out there trying to utilize the coin unbanked, do they really understand what they're doing? Are they prepared to actually do something for the unbanked? Let's go deeper. There are 2.5 billion, not million, not trillion yet, but billion people around the world who are unbanked. There are 60 million women around the world unbanked. That includes where I am at the moment, in the United States. There are 480 million people who are unbanked and living in poverty that have, voila, a mobile phone. They have access to the internet. What Excel Crypto Partners is doing, my company, we are going far beyond the talk, and we are implementing and have implemented crypto banking tied into mobile access. It's no good if all we do is talk about what it is. I talk to people thousands a day, well, not thousands, but hundreds of people a day. And the sentiment I'm getting is, number one, people don't know what cryptocurrency is. Number two, people don't know what a token is. Number three, people don't know the difference between Bitcoin and Ethereum. When I talk about my company's token, people say, oh, so it's a Bitcoin. No, Bitcoin is its own coin. It's its own coin. It has nothing to do with my token. So when we start out to do these things for people around the world, the empowerment is going to come from their understanding. The president of El Salvador just made Bitcoin the fiat, if you will, currency. In other words, there is no other pesos, there's no other currency, only Bitcoin, and soon my coin. But there are no other coins that people can use to purchase goods, products, and services in El Salvador. I think he's brilliant. I can't wait to meet him in a few weeks in Malta. I just want to hug the bloke and tell him how brilliant he is. There are other nations following suit. Perhaps you know, you should anyway, that every country has its own central bank. What you may not know is that each country's central bank is either in research for developing a digital currency or a digital token, or they've already applied it. The research is complete and their token is headed to the market. Dubai, the UAE is one of them. There are many countries that are looking to embrace the ideology that we're talking about as it relates to cryptocurrency and changing the world. And I think my time is up, and I thank you for yours. I hope that I've said something to inspire change and engineered new thought. I'm René Dubois. Thank you.
It's a beautiful presentation, Ronnie. And frankly speaking, I was taking your small podcast into one of my shows. And to be very honest, the comments and the information is so precise and so touching. Probably people should connect directly to you and empower themselves into the digital world. If you have any question, please, the floor is open for all of you to ask questions to her, and we can take probably 3 to 4 more questions maximum, and we'll go to our next speaker directly. Marco, if you want to ask, I guess you turn on your mic, so yes.
Yeah, I did. Thank you. Thanks, Ronnie. That was your story is it's very touching. Your story, very, very touching. So thanks for sharing that. Just with the currency in your specialized area in the future of where the movement's going, as we progress through this this century, is there a specific gap that you could suggest as a consumer we could obviously come on board with your future direction?
Okay, help me understand, rephrase the question. Are you asking me?
I come from Sydney, Australia, for example. So
yes,
how
I
can
remember you.
Yeah. So how could I join Thank you. How could I join you in your journey?
Okay, my website, our company website is nearly finished, and you will be able to go onto the website. You'll see it all over social media. You will be able to go on the website and actually purchase some of our tokens that will be rotated into the community of people in poverty. It's all explained on the website, the way you would make money and the way people would make money who are living in poverty. It is a very unique concept that has been engineered to empower people out of that $1.25 income range. So the best way, first of all, is to follow me on social media so that you know when the website launches. I can tell you the date is January 7th. And that's when people will be able to log on and actually purchase the token for their benefit and the benefit of people in poverty.
Well, I'll be the first person who gets the token, that's for sure.
Thank you.
And I really don't have the knowledge, as you know, because I've met you previously, your vast knowledge in this particular space. So, you know, you've got to guide people like myself and others to ensure that we are in a safe, obviously protected environment, but also we grow into the knowledge and the action, more importantly, with yourself across the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ronnie, and thank you so much, Marco, for the question. If you have any more questions, please raise your hand or probably unmute yourself and ask directly. If not, I will take probably a pause for a few seconds. Okay. If not, then we'll move to another speaker. Thank you, Ronnie, for
welcome
speech, and thank you for coming and sharing your vast knowledge with us.
Thank you.
Please stay with us. We'll go to our next speaker, Irene. Irene, are you there? Could you please unmute yourself and turn on your video?
Yes, hello.
Hi. What? Okay, so yeah, so not a problem. For others, rest of others, please mute yourself so that we can only have the speaker on the screen. So Dr. Irene is a corporate influencer. She is actually an entrepreneurship corporate influencer and an investor, a moderator, and she got Zing New York Audience Award in 2021, Impact of Diversity Award in 2021, Zing Top Mind in 2020, and it's a long biography. I really don't want to take that. Rather, let me welcome Dr. Irene into World Leader Summit as one of our speakers. The floor is yours. Please enlighten us with your speech.
Yes, thank you. Can you please make me a co-host so that I can share my presentation with you?
You can always do that. All the panelists have got that permission. It's automatic.
Okay, thank you. Just a second. So. Hope that you can all see my presentation well. So first of all, thank you so much for the invitation. I'm so happy to be here today. The topic I will cover is what do investors look for in a social impact startup. As Arijit already said, I have a company called Brandpreneurs and Brandfluencers, and I work in the area of corporate influencing, entrepreneurship, and community building. So to get started, what in fact is impact investing? So impact investing refers to investment made into companies and organizations and funds with the intention to generate measurable, beneficial social and or environmental influence impact alongside a financial return. They can be made both in emerging and developed markets and across asset classes, including bonds, listed shares, and private equity. And many of you out there assume that there must be a trade-off between generating beneficial or profits and to have a social impact. But nowadays, this assumption doesn't hold true anymore. So I would like to draw your attention to this illustration, which is a 4-field matrix. And it's always very helpful to look at impact investing from the one hand side, from the relationship both in traditional investing and also traditional philanthropy. And this is depicted as a 2x2 matrix alongside the dimensions financial returns, which you can see on the y-axis, and social impact on the x-axis. And most of the time, traditional investments are made most without regard to social impact, meaning we're only focused on generating profits. And then we have at the other end, the other extreme, which is philanthropy, where you only look at the high level of social impact that is generated through the business. As I aforementioned now, is that today it's totally different. We have many, many options in between. So as you can see, for example, here we have the option of having a low impact and also low financial returns. This applies to most of the social innovations that we have nowadays. And that's also a point where we have the major challenges. In fact, looking at the green category, we see that we have in the middle impact investments, along with financial first and impact first. There are investors that might potentially think, okay, I want to have both, but still they have to decide which is more relevant to them. If we move forward, many people might ask themselves, so how do I in fact measure social impact? And we have the so-called SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, set up by the UN, which give us a great framework on how to measure matrix for impact. I would like to give you an example. First of all, as you can see, we have here 70 different categories that apply to the biggest challenges of our society and lives today. And I have also formed a social impact initiative, which is called Joint Generations. We have the vision of a world in which all generations work together to shape a more sustainable and livable future based on mutual respect, trust, and communication. Therefore, our mission is derived as we build bridges to overcome obstacles that arise, foster sustainable dialogues and collaboration between generations, and create transformation in thinking and action. So we are also an NGO, and we bring generations together because for us, the future is young and old, and we have different digital and offline formats to achieve our goals. And as you can see here, we also can measure our impact based on the development goals of the UN. Most of them are related to number 8 and number 10 of the SDGs. So number 8 is all about decent work and economic growth. So we want to ensure that work for all is fair and adequately remunerated, and everyone has a safe working environment. And then we have SDG number 10, which is all about reducing inequalities. As you can see, many, many dimensions that relate to inequality are mentioned, such as cultural background, gender, or even physical or mental impairment. However, in this space, age is totally missing, and this is what we are also working on. And here we can also derive political and societal impact. So to what does in fact social impact relate to? So it's any company that deals with social innovation that is related to make our world better. It can be any business model that deals with climate change or anything with access to water infrastructure, in particular in emerging markets, and then also to tackle the challenges on growing population, all the aspects that deal with diversity and inclusion. And then, of course, bigger topics can also be covered, such as education, poverty, or healthcare. So to put it in a nutshell, impact investing represents a way to address all our challenges and problems of the 21st century. In fact, we can experience that impact investing is really growing, in particular, even more after COVID-19. However, it's very, very challenging for social innovation companies to grow. Why? Because many investors are reluctant to invest in such innovations. Of course, they are all very, very profit-oriented. And we need to find a way in our society on how to incorporate mainstream investors into that mix. So what, in fact, are impact investors looking for in a social company? And sadly said, most of the time, it's not much different from what, can you still see my screen, by the way? Yes, okay, because it tells me that screen sharing has been interrupted. However, if you can see it, everything's fine. You will notice that the expectations that traditional investors have on social entrepreneurs are not that different. However, let me go it through with you, and then we can discuss what are in fact the problems that social entrepreneurs face if they are judged by the same matrix as, for example, a tech startup is being judged by. So the first thing they're looking at is the problem solution fit. So be sure that you have conducted a market validation. Is this market validation feasible? Do you have any social proof? For example, a typical technical company can say like, okay, I have generated thousands of users and I'm growing exponentially because we are growing by 50% every month. So how does it apply for a social startup? It's pretty difficult. Most of the time, they have to prove that they have changed many lives out there, that they have impacted many different regions all over the world. Then, of course, still they have to provide a business model. They have to prove how they make money, right? It seems like a bit contradictory because social innovation, most of the time, it is beneficial for society. So most of the time, people start a social entrepreneurship because they want to improve our society and don't think about how to make money, but still investors are looking for it. So still ask yourself, how do you make money? And is there any opportunity for growth? And if you can scale beyond your current scope, it can be industry-wise, it can be based on regions, right? If, for example, you start your business in Ukraine, they want to see that you can also scale it through all out of Eastern Europe and then even throughout the rest of the world. And then, of course, so to say, customer attraction. Success so far. Do you have any pilot customers, e.g. major brands, right? In fact, for social entrepreneurs, they have to prove like how many corporation or collaboration partners they have, for example, on the political level, right? And do you have any customer references, testimonials, right? For example, in our case, we have to prove that we have brought together different generations in a certain context or setting. If we say, for example, they have used our reverse mentoring app, where an older person has been mentored by a younger person.
Has that never happened to you?
Yes, please.
I guess there was some glitch. Please continue.
Okay, no worries. And then what is very important to them is your PR coverage. Who is talking about you? Are you present in the media? Did you have any press releases, right? And I can tell you, for example, one of my friends, she's in my network, also founder from Germany, and she has founded an app that can measure climate actions of companies when they are producing their products or manufacturing their products. And she has been mentioned by one major political person from the EU Commission, right? And something like that is pretty impressive. So she has been mentioned in many different media outlets. And of course, always gather your data and facts to strengthen your case, right? Also, try to look for different case studies. And then, of course, do you have a unique value proposition? So what is in fact new about your solution? Of course, it's very easy for a tech startup to show it through a patent. Most of the time, it won't be feasible for a social company. So they are looking for the underlying magic. I love this expression because it tells it all. So how do you get your customers? How do you get your clients to the results? And here again, you need to come up with specific case studies that prove your concept. And of course, that's what investors love at all, the attractiveness of your market. It's a combination of your market size and market growth. It's not sufficient to say like, okay, we have a huge market out there, because you have to put it into contrast to your competitors out there. And of course, also, you need to predict somehow, I know it's difficult, still they want to see it. How do you potentially see the market growing in the next couple of years? Is your concept also scalable? Or do you only have a concept that might be applicable for one country only? Next, of course, team competencies. And as I said, like most of the time when we deal with an NGO, resources are limited. Many people start working on a voluntary basis. So still you have to prove them that your team is stable and constant and they work together right. So you need to have a right balance of competencies. Most of the time, people who found social companies lack the business acumen because they only have the passion to change the world for better and to improve our society, but they miss on all the skills that you need. The same applies for tech startups to make your business feasible and grow. And the foremost important aspect here is, of course, they want to understand why you care about solving this problem for customer and society. You need to make your passion come across. And of course, you have to find different stories, how you started with your company and what they like most. If you can really relate to the mission of the company, probably if you have your own story that is tied up to your business, right? I know an entrepreneur, for example, he had a daughter who was suffering skin issues and no medical treatments could help her at all. So he did his own research in collaboration with research centers and universities and came up with a solution. And even showed pictures of her daughter before and after, and people were so moved by this story and could really feel why he was up to on his mission. So we talked about what investors are looking for in your startup. Let's turn it the other way around. So what should you be looking for an investor? If, of course, if you are in the position that many investors are chasing after, it's mostly the case when you have a very interesting solution for the problems of today's society, and many media outlets have been mentioning you. So the first thing is, does he deal in the right industry? Can he really understand what you're working on? And then he should be someone who has a great network in the industry, in the topic area, subject area you're dealing with. And of course, he should be a mentor and coach for you as well. You should have regular meetings with him, because from time to time, there are investors who are just investing in your company and only knock on your door every other 2 or 3 months and want to know the progress and how much profit you've been making, and not at all interested in how you're tackling the solutions for the society, or what kind of challenges you're facing, they're not interested in it at all. So look really for a mentor and coach. And then, of course, smart money giver. What do I mean by that? I mean, not just someone who merely gives money, but someone also who helps you grow the company and bring in his resources and looking through your papers and giving you advices, recommendations, where to apply for further funding, where to apply for competitions, and also introducing you to his network and so on. So also what you need to consider, or both in this case, we talked about what investors consider and what the startup founders should consider, but now what both should consider. So the first thing is, have you invested money yourself? This is a very, very important aspect, which is for yourself also, because then you know really that you want it, you know, no matter what happens. And that is a feeling that you can also give the investor, that he feels like if someone really invests his own money at the beginning, he truly believes it. And always try to get the first social proof to prove the investor something, not just start by zero. There's so little cases out there in the world. I know you know all the big companies, right? That have been funded straight away without even having any product, only with a concept out there. But I can tell you 99% it won't work out. So start growing your business first, right? That's what I did also 1 year, right? I have been, it's the term is called bootstrapping, investing my own money to show people out there that the business idea is feasible, that it is working, and to get my first social proof. And then, of course, secondly, they ask themselves most of the time, have you raised money so far? With that, I don't mean like already raised money from other investors, but you can start small. If you have friends, families that you can prove that have been investing in your company, that's also a major thing, you know? And most of the time when I'm sitting in the jury board of startup pitches and you have a solo entrepreneur in front of you and you ask him, so why are you running the business alone? Don't you have a co-founder? And then they answer, yes, well, you know, I've been looking for a co-founder, but it has been tough. I didn't find anyone. And guess what my answer is? I said, like, that's just first proof of concept. If you can't manage to convince one person to work with you on your business, how can you convince anyone else out there? So the next thing is, how much are you looking for now? Be concrete, not just mention, well, I need $500,000. Why do you need that money for? And for what will you be investing that money? And in turn, do your math, do your calculation. And how much will you turn this investment into, right? Next, we have how many and what type of investors are you looking for? That's very, very crucial. If you think back of what I told you, what to look in for investors into. So is this the correct investor? In particular, social entrepreneurs will have different investors to look for. Most of the time, they start off with public funding and also with company federations and institutions that are willing to fund in their company and not go at the beginning to the traditional VCs, although there are more and more impact VCs also there, but still they are not truly philanthropic. True. Next, we have, what expectations do you have of your investors? Network, expertise, right? Those are the questions they will ask you. They will ask you, why do you think that I'm the right person to invest in your company? And if you can't tell the answer, well, you know, I've been applying to hundreds of investors. No one accepted me so far. So that's why I thought maybe we'd stand a chance with you. No, that's not what they want to hear. They want to hear, we have carefully chosen you. We have only been talking with 2 or 3 investors so far. But at the end of the day, it's even more important in case of social startups that you have many small investors right? It can be a combination of that. Most of the public funding will say like, we can fund you 1/3 of the required amount, the rest you have to collect from other sources. Then, of course, I've already mentioned it. What big steps will you use the investment for, right? For example, it can be like to employ people, to do more marketing and PR, to work on your product, and so on, but be very, very clear and specific. And of course, what milestones will you reach with the money, right? You will not get funding for getting money for the sake of getting money at all. Really show what kind of results are you expecting in the next couple of years, and that you are wisely investing that money that has been given to you, because at the end of the day, investing has something to do with trust, right? And most of the time, between 70 and 80%, if impact investors invest in a social entrepreneur, they don't gain any profit at all, right? So they gotta have trust in you that you will use that money wisely. So, well, I have some literature recommendation for you as well, if you want to further dive into that topic, which I think is very, very interesting. And now it's up to you. If you have any questions, feel free to talk to me.
Super. Beautiful presentation, Irene. Frankly speaking, probably we are sounding the same, and I've been probably sharing the same thing in my LinkedIn posts, each and every post, how exactly people should apply for investment and try to impress any investor. Beautifully presented and to the point, directly to the point. Well,
thank you.
Yeah, I have a couple of comments to make, even though you presented about mainly the impact investment. When we talk about anything related to investment or investor relationship, a lot of people, they have a tendency to say that I've got an amazing idea and I'm looking for $5 million to raise. And why? Because I am actually the idea creator. A lot of us, I'm not taking anyone's name, a lot of us think that because that's an excellent idea, people will invest money on that idea. Well, there is a saying, if you have a great idea and you're not able to execute that, is good for the trash can. It sounds really harsh and rough, but that's a fact. Usually investors look for, number one point is the team, who you have in your team. You cannot run a company with one-man army show. That's my perspective. So I'll be asking these questions to you. Probably you can differ with me. You can, say yes, or you can give your comments, because this is really, really interesting subject. And when we have a startup, maybe it can be any kind of startup, maybe a technology oriented, maybe a normal a startup who is not agri-tech, but on agriculture. But if they have at least 2 to 3 people on their board who are full-time into the business, that attracts a lot of people with a similar kind of experience from the market. I'll give you one simple cue in this. Every day I receive minimum 300 emails. People are asking for money. Okay. Not only I mean, it happens with my partners. Like I have my partner Marco over here from Australia. It happens with our community leaders. It happens with many of us. And because we launched our own accelerator and own fund, now people are thinking that probably we'll be not watching anything. We'll be just blind and put money and throw money, something like that. Okay. So my question to you is, when someone is approaching anywhere, like a fund, it can be angel body, it can be individual angel investor, it can be a HNI, what are the best 5 points they need to take care of before they pitch to any potential investor? Number 1. Number 2, how they can cross-check and verify someone's background, maybe not in only social media, but probably from other different sources. Your take on this, please.
Well, the first thing you mentioned already, the second point is do your research, right? Know everything about the investor, right? Because sometimes many people also approach me because I'm sitting in the jury board of many startup pitches. I'm also part of Startup Network, where we run many different pitch competitions. And sometimes they feel like, okay, it's not my topic area, you know, like for example, because I'm in the education field, strongly in the education field, and partly also in the healthcare industry. And then a company that deals, for example, with fintech, and I say like, I'm not the right person to talk to, right? Then, of course, the next thing is always like, I think it's much easier when you get a warm referral, but if you don't get a warm referral and have to do it cold, be very precise, to the point. You know, most of the messages that I receive is, we are the next best thing. We have the best solution ever in the world. And at the end of the day, I ask myself, and what do you do? You know, they miss to say what they're actually doing. And then the other thing is, many startups come with lots of solutions. They have 10 solutions, and I say, where's the problem? For what are you providing the solution for, you know? And I say, like, it's very important. If you identify problems, for example, 3, then find for each of them one solution, and not provide me with 20 solutions and I don't know where the problem exactly is. Then the next step, of course, you also mentioned it, it's the team composition. They need to see that you have been working for a certain time with your teammates, your co-founders. That's what I would look for. And then, like, most of the time they send me so many documents, or a pitch deck that is not well structured, you know? And I always tell them, investors only take a look at 2 or 3 seconds if they are interested in further reading, right? So be straight to the point when you send in, first of all, only one document, not several documents, and also not the business plan, for God's sake. Many of them also send out the business plan. I want to see a pitch deck that is well structured and many different, all the relevant topics are covered. You can take a look at it on the internet, look for one of the best. For example, Airbnb has a great one they are providing online, right? With a great structure and how they did it, for example. And then how many I mentioned? 4, I think one is missing, right? One other point.
Yeah.
It would be potentially like also to, first of all, to prove something at hand. As you said, not just the concept idea. We are not all Jeff Bezos, or we are not Mark Zuckerberg, right? Those are exceptions. So you have to show that it's actually working. I would never approach a traditional venture capitalist or business angel if I can't prove anything at hand, right? It doesn't help you at all. Right?
Even Mark had a prototype, Irene. I mean, Mark didn't raise fund just because of an idea. He had a prototype working model. And
yes, of course. Yes, he started with the student platform, right? He already proved the college platform, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Even actually, people are actually, you know, the kind of text that we get. I'll share that. And the reason I'm sharing this in a World Leader Summit platform, I'm glad that you are picking up these topics, because you need to understand, startup is not about raising money. Startup is all about creating a business and grow faster, 10x faster probably than others. While doing that, if you need a catalyst which comes as money, then that's good. If you can raise money from your consumers as well, that's one of the best. Listen, you need to understand, if you are raising money from any investor, you need to give it back. You want their money back. Come on, if I'm investing my money, I want my money back. I'm not doing charity. I'm investing in your business so that you can grow and I can grow and I can multiply my money, right? That's the usual approach.
Even public funds want to see money, right? They don't ask it back, but that's for them one kind of measure. Also, like, as you can remember, the matrix in between impact and profit. Of course, they want to measure also the societal impact, but they also want to see how much you generated, right?
True. Open for question and answer. I guess I got first question from one friend from Nigeria. He was our earlier speaker. He said, just like Arijit has said, startups are great risk. What are the appropriate system and structure to ensure that the implementation of business after the pitch?
He means like, do you just mean the implementation itself, execution, or do you mean like also the successful implementation?
I guess he's talking about successful implementation.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you mean, right? You are here in the audience. You can unmute yourself and ask the question directly to her.
Exactly. So most of the time, it's also from, is it from a, you mean from an investor perspective? Of course, they all do their due diligence, right, to ensure, but still, you can never be totally safe. It's still risky. However, if you consider all the major aspects we already mentioned, great team composition, scalability, the business model is feasible, and so on, that's the only way, in fact, combined with the due diligence, that you can somehow be on the safer side, but still investments are prone to fail, right? And I also always recommend investors themselves not to see themselves as only investors giving money, but also to be involved in their business, to help the startups out. So it's a win-win situation for both sides. Not only everything is up to the startups, here you have the money and do whatever you're pleased to do, as long as you bring profit in here, but still you should also consider yourself as a smart money giver, to give them also your support, coaching advices, and so on, and to accompany them along their journey. And also have a passion for that. You know, if I'm an investor, I'm just investing for the money, it will be also difficult for me to get involved there. I should also have a certain passion for what the startup is doing out there.
True, true. People want your skin in the game, my dear friends. Like, whoever is looking for money, you need to understand from investor perspective, we are also willing to give our skin, and we want your skin to be there so that it becomes a win-win situation for us. Open for more question and answer. I can see that Mark already unmuted himself. Emma and others, if you want to ask her question, it's an amazing subject and great session. Yes, Mark.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Irene. That was very insightful. That's you've done a great job, and you've got a fantastic history. So congratulations on all your work. It's quite amazing what you do in helping a lot of people around the world. So I'm just looking at a perspective of a person that you know, is an adolescent. Okay, and I've dealt with a lot of adolescents in my teaching career, and I've also done that in elite sport and coaching. I've done that as you know, a brother for 3 sisters. So I come from this space, the adolescent space. This bridge between an adolescent and a young adult. What's your wise wisdom and your feelings into action, where you could look at someone, well, actually not look at them, you could sort of guide them and hold their hands and see what journey they'd like to go through. So I say this because in Australia, well, I'm from Sydney, Australia, and obviously you're across the Pacific, that education is very important, and every school has its own careers advisors and has different mentors as teachers and so on. So my question for you is, how can we bridge the gap between the adolescent and the young adults without them feeling that there is never hope for me to achieve my dreams?
That's very interesting, because this is one of the topics we deal with joint generations, when we bridge different generations, right? So I think it's always both sides, right? Most of the time when we had freshers entering, because my background, I always say my first life, I used to be an industrial engineer. I used to work for lots of major corporations like BMW, Siemens, Deloitte, and so on, right? On the one hand side, the older generation most of the time think that, okay, the younger generation, they believe they have all the knowledge, they're straight, they come straight from university, they want to change everything and so on. And on the other hand side, the younger generation always feel like they don't take us seriously, right? And they consider us as too young and too naive and so on. So for both parties to approach each other, I always say, like, ask your question, you know? I say to the youngsters, ask questions, show interest, listen first. You don't know what kind of challenges those people have been facing over the last centuries, right? Show empathy. On the other hand side, also for the older generation, like, consider them as someone you would, or yourself as someone you would like to have when you were younger, like a teacher, right? And to have the passion, also the willingness to listen to their desires, and also to, in fact, guide them through the way, right? And the first and foremost thing is what I often experience, most of them, they don't exactly know what they want to do, what they want to achieve, right? You can't go there and tell them that's the correct way, that's how you should do it. You can't tell them that's the way I did it. Those are the mistakes I have learned. Yes, I want to teach you. However, you have to make your own decisions and set your objectives and your goals and mark your own footprints. And of course, it also, some things take time, right? Many of them ask me, is it a good idea straight after my apprenticeship or my studies to found a company? And I always say, it depends, right? In my case, I always say it's always a good thing to be a pupil at the beginning first, to learn first, and then to do your own thing. That doesn't necessarily mean like you have to spend 10 years or so on, right? But learn from someone who has already been there first, and then do your thing.
Thanks, Irene.
You're welcome, Marco.
Thank you.
But your name sounds Italian. Can it be?
Yeah, my parents came to Australia, so quite a few years ago. My father's not around anymore, so God bless the man. Rest in peace, Dad. But yeah, and my mum's here, still alive with us. So yeah, that's our background. From Sicily, mum, and Naples, dad, and they both met in Australia, Sydney, Australia. So like a lot of different immigrants, a lot of different migrated people around the world, in Canada, in Western countries, America, New Zealand, Australia, and we can go on and on. But it's a multicultural country. And actually, I've got a, if you don't mind, Arjit, probably just the last question. When you talk about a particular space, because my question was veering towards entrepreneurship. In a lot of schools, they don't sort of favor that. They educate you in their reference to certain syllabus information. And I recall as a teacher, being an elite sports person, going to see a parent, explaining to the parent the fact that that your son is a champion athlete and is a basketballer. And I only went there to guide, because I could see this passion. You said this P word that you spoke about is quite amazing. How strong it can be, is it in individual achieving their dreams and their goals. So that particular day, when I sat down with this young gentleman who would have been 17, finished his last year at school, and the parents spoke to me, and he wanted me to go to his house. So he invited me to his house, which is a blessing, I found, and I was very grateful. But in doing so, his younger brother came and said, some negative information as we're discussing things. And as you pointed out, I questioned not him so much, but what happened in the past and what would you like to do in the future? I'm here for your brother, and I redirected the conversation. So when you say questions are very important, but sometimes you need to skew them in different directions. So my question to you is, as an entrepreneur, young person, adolescent, how can we inspire them in a system or various systems across the globe with our education? In schools, more importantly in schools. Yeah, more importantly in schools.
Yes, because what I really regret is most schools, they don't offer this project-based working. The easiest way where you can get inspired and where you can learn is to get assignments that are focused on entrepreneurship, right? And I used to lecture at a private business school in Germany. And I've attended also traditional universities and also give lectures at traditional universities. They don't have such kind of entrepreneurial programs. So it would be important to have collaborations with companies, with foundations, with NGOs, right? Giving them a challenge they can work on for a couple of weeks, right? Form their own team, do their design thinking approaches, lean startup methods, applying it, right? And so they can really, really notice at first hand, is it something for me? Because what I also noticed, some people like, they see it like a fairy tale, being an entrepreneur, but being an entrepreneur is very tough and it's not everyone's cup of tea. But how do you know beforehand? You can only know it once you have experienced it on your own. So I would recommend at school to do those project-based work, and then also to do so little challenges, competitions, where they work on challenges and assignments, right? For a weekend, for example. You can also apply bar camps, hackathons at school. Everything is possible. Everything that makes them have this experience. Also invite speakers to talk about their entrepreneurial journey, but not only from the romantic side, but also from a point of view. So what has been difficult along the way, right? Because I've noticed so many youngsters say, oh, I want to be an entrepreneur. I'm free. I can decide whatever I want to do and so on. And then they wake up and see like, oh my goodness, it's not what I was expecting it to be. And they always thought like, okay, we have the best product in the world. The customers will come in easily, you know? So we need to have a certain balance out. In fact, use it as a tool for them to exactly know, is it the right thing for me being an entrepreneur or not?
I think just on that point, I've been doing, there's a couple of projects that I've been assisting, the international projects. And, you know, a friend of mine mentioned a particular mountain. You know, this was quite a few years ago. You know, people would like to go on top of the mountain. We heard some great speakers in our summit, how they climb mountains. So they achieved this feat physically. And I just can't fathom that. Anyway, so is it important as an entrepreneur or as a mentor, as you do your fabulous work right across different countries, that you can show them that, you know, we can guide them and they need to pivot. Now, for example, you know, this might be difficult for people to hear, but unless you need to make that assertive response, then you won't have an outcome. So what I'm saying is, if you look at what you've mentioned, the whole list, the 5 areas, and your one pager, and then from there you might say to, you know, this particular startup, well, you know, you don't crush their dreams, like you said, but you assist them, and you might have to say that, you know, like the time period is not here. The time period was 5 years ago. The time period can be now if you pivot and you show them the way to pivot. And it could be in various ways. Is that something that you highlight in your, you know, in your work, Irene?
Yes, definitely. There from time to time when you realize you are heading towards nowhere, or you feel like it's not the right direction, right? Not to immediately give up, but say like, okay, how can I pivot? Is it based on the business model? Is it maybe my target group or whatsoever, right? Most of the pivot methods I've experienced are many entrepreneurs always want to start with B2C, you know, because they say, I can reach the mass. and it's more attractive, and I will be more prominent with my solutions. But sometimes it turns out maybe B2B might be the right target group, right? And then it can also be like, if you want to do everything at once, or you're targeting the wrong industry, right? Because you're already so focused in your mind. Because when I used to work in the automotive industry, so when we were looking for innovative suppliers, right, we said we are not looking only for suppliers that are within the automotive area, but also related area like aircraft or medical tech, that can also bring in interesting aspects. Or when we dealt with connected drive, connected mobility, and all the electric and electronics features, we said like maybe it might be interesting to look at the gaming industry, in fact, right? In terms of design and all the sound and so on. It was very, very fruitful, right? And that might be also feasible from time to time. I don't know any startup that has been successful and not has at least once pivoted. But then there you must be the expert, because most of the time the startups, they don't know what to do and how to pivot, right? And sometimes if there's the time to pivot, they're at this state where they are frustrated, they lack motivation. And here again, you can enter as a mentor and coach and advise them, bring them back to on the right track. So there you can be very, very supportive.
You know what, Irene, in our ecosystem, in WLS ecosystem, we have a program called Hackathon program, which is basically for all the college students and startups to attend that. What we have seen, I'm not going to tell you that how many hackathons that we did in last couple of years. Probably the number will cross many, but you know what we are facing? It's a practical thing. Today's youngsters feel that they don't need to join any other program. They're good what they know, and they just need to hop into the social media, connect with some investor without searching, without understanding, and then probably they will raise fund. That's the kind of approach that's happening, at least from the perspective of a few bit of countries like in Asia. I can see that that's happening. In Europe, of course, there are progressing countries who are willing to join the hackathon program. They're getting a lot of benefit. So on the same basis, would you like to give some message to the youngsters that why they need to join such kind of program? It's not about glorious stories. And to be very honest, before I leave the mic to you, entrepreneurship is not about all the glory and all the press news that you, me, and others are getting. No, it's not that. Yeah. We are getting it now because we have been working hard. Like, we are not sleeping probably for a couple of days, to be very, very honest. Me and my partner, Marco, we know it very well. Listen, like when our table becomes our bed, then we are getting success. It's opposite. I mean, you shouldn't see the movies that entrepreneurship is like wearing a suit and then walking on the road and you're getting all the orders. No, it's not like that. Okay, it's much more what you can think of. Your Wednesday will never become your Sunday. Probably your Sunday will become your Monday. But your thoughts on driving the mentoring program and hackathon program, what's your thought on it? And there's the invitation, which I would love to invite you into our business acceleration program as one of our mentor. Can we have the pleasure and honor to have you on board in our mentorship programs?
Sounds good. Let's talk about it.
And the question, please. Why they should join the hackathon programs? What's the main advantage and disadvantage?
Definitely. I think it's so important because as a founder, you should never stop learning. Never stop learning. Don't assume you know everything. Every other day, it can change. You can be today successful and tomorrow there can be a competitor entering in. They can be your customers look for alternatives, are not interested anymore, or you do major mistakes with your product or your features. So never stop growing and learning. Then such programs also help you in networking, right? Because you are constantly improving your business. You need to do it because otherwise, if you stay in your bubble, you will miss out lots of opportunities. Many different people with different perspectives, who can also give you recommendations, you can always improve. And then, of course, it's also very important to not just focus only on the product. I know, in particular for those tech startups, they're so obsessed with their product that they forget everything around. But founding a business is not only of having a great idea, a great business solution, a great product. It takes so much more. You have to get this business acumen, know your figures, know the industry, know your customer, and always try to find ways on how to interact with many, many different stakeholders. And this is only something that you can learn in a program, and something where you can only get exposure to those different stakeholders when you give yourself into that setting and content. And it's so, so valuable.
Totally agree. Totally.
Something that you don't learn at traditional schools or universities, only at such kind of programs.
Actually, Irene, you just mentioned, you know, not filtering, but, you know, coming amongst different people. So I always encourage people to build relationships. So in business, you know, as you know, that your success is only the team around you, your customers, and we can go on. But relationships are so important. You know, at home, at work, you know, with your customers, with your team, you know. So what's an area that you could obviously suggest to the youth? And I always say the youth because it's, you know, it's probably a very difficult time in my life when I was teaching, not because it was difficult in the sense that the work was difficult, Irene. It was sometimes challenging because I had to put myself into their shoes. And
Absolutely.
as a young man, it was quite easy. And as you grow older, you have different types of challenges or other responsibilities, probably the better word, responsibilities, and your time at work is challenged. So for the youth of today, how can we show them, because as Arjit said, social media is so, you know, part of their living, which is fantastic. But how can we do it face to face? You know, how can they resonate to someone when they travel overseas, okay, to a new country? How can they develop that relationship and that respect and the responsibility in a different culture? But it starts at home. How can we do that for the youth of tomorrow?
You mean like when you have, for example, someone at school, a student?
Yeah, well, yeah. For example, you know, we're teaching, and then we might be going on a bus, and then the bus goes past the shopping center, okay, and then the boys or the girls might do something silly. Okay, they do something silly, but we just go, okay, they're teenagers, but there's an underlying maybe message behind that behavior through psychology. So what I'm saying is, in relationships are very important. And they've been challenged throughout COVID, obviously, because we've stayed at home. We're very close to each other. So how can we support the youth and now re-engage them into relationships post-COVID?
That's very, very interesting, because I also have one in my network. She founded a company where younger people affected by COVID, because to be true, many of them, they are experiencing a major tragedy in their youth, right? So they are frustrated, they don't have any objectives, they don't know how their future will be, and they have been locked down, so to say, for 1.5 years nearly. And they have founded a company where younger people can talk to psychologists, to mentors, coaches via phone or via Zoom call, and talk about their challenges, what they're facing, how they're feeling, and why they are depressed, and so on. And I think it's one single mentor can only guide him through his mental stability or in terms of career perspective. But it's a very bigger issue we have to face here from society. Also, as you said, it starts at home, like education from parents, from parents. And I think the only way to do so is to provide them this opportunity, right? To say like, I have a certain setting, whatever. You could also start like webinars, online programs, and saying like, everyone who's affected by COVID-19, I'm here to give you, for example, career advices, or I have someone on my network who's a great coach if you have mental issues and so on. You can't do more than offering it, but sometimes just even offering it is very, very beneficial for them, because most of the time they don't know whom to approach to, where to go to, right? And I think it's also the responsibility of university and schools to provide certain touch points for the younger generations where they can go to. And make this also even more prominent on social media. As you correctly pointed out, we also, on the other hand side, need to understand them. Where can I reach them? Where are they? And of course, on social media, and probably not so much on LinkedIn, but more on TikTok or Instagram or whatsoever. And also understand their behavior. What do I mean with that? I want to give you an example, because sometimes they are labeled as they are lazy, they're not interested, they're not driven, and so on. I want to give you an example, because I also work a lot in Germany with teenager institutions, like, for example, startup teams and so on. What I noticed, when I write them an email, it can take 1 week until they answer. It was not just my case, but for the others as well. And then there are people who come to, I've written him twice an email and so on. And then I write them on WhatsApp. I receive a response immediately. So like, did you receive my email? Oh no, I haven't checked them yet. I will check them tomorrow. It's not like we do it every day, checking our emails, right? And if you write them 2 long messages, they won't read it. Just a short message and say like, we will talk on Zoom about the rest, you know? So it starts with communication. And I love this expression, active listening. If someone is talking to you, not assuming you know the answer, but paraphrasing what he just said to make sure you correctly understood it. And that's the same thing with the youngsters. It starts with communication, how to approach them, how to talk to them, and not come across as a typical teacher, like more like a supporter. You know, you have to do it this way. You can't do it. I wouldn't do it if I were you, but you're not him or her, right? So get a certain understanding for that person.
Beautiful, beautiful answer. Thank you so much. Seriously speaking, probably it's a never-ending discussion that we are doing, because we are so much into the similar kind of line that we can completely resemble what we are discussing with each other. But last but not the least, let's I think that's the last question from our end. And thank you so much, Irene, for coming and coming with a short notice and coming early. That shows that how passionate we are. To be very honest, let me tell you that few of the speakers, they actually changed their time schedule. They came early, so we have to put them earlier, and then we have to place a couple of others in the later stage, and then mumbling and jumbling, to be very honest, is not in our hand. We tried our best to give comfort zone to everybody, but then someone requested that they want to speak, and they just came and hopped in, so we
That's good. No worries. I was just scared. I was like, what happened? Because it's not me. I'm always on time, even earlier and so on. So thanks for your flexibility.
I'm so happy to be flexible.
Yes, that's why. Thank you for your flexibility. It was my pleasure, and hope to stay in touch with you. Have a great day.
100%. Thank you so much, Irene.
Okay.
Bye. With this note, let me welcome another Irene, and she also came earlier because I was pushing her and pulling her. Please come earlier. Okay. So, but she is from US, and our next speaker, Irene Werner. She is the CEO of M-Truth, a technology innovator, and they unlock the value of data. Oh my God, data is king and data is everything. We are all talking about GDPR and we are all talking about data centers. Probably this is one of the biggest thing that people actually miss, and people actually don't connect and react and understand that it's all about data. Even though running a game development company for the last 23 years, A lot of people don't understand how much data we are dealing with. So I'll be enlightened to listen to your presentation and your discussion. Well, welcome to World Leader Summit, Irene. Once again, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the invitation. And it is all about the data. I'm going to share my screen. And while my screen is sharing, I'm going to give a little introduction about myself. So I'm Irene Warner. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Truth. This is actually my second startup. I started my career at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory at NASA, if people are familiar with that NASA program in the United States. I would probably be in a life there. I was responsible for all the software on a flight program to Pluto, both the spacecraft and the ground software. I would have been a lifer, like I said, left the company because one of my bosses at the time asked me to start a company with him. That was my first startup. That was publicly acquired by a company, a public company, and was a technology consultant trying to figure out what I wanted to be when I grew up. And it's all about the data. My whole experience, my whole life story, my whole career has been about the data. In that context, Truth is a foundational technology. We can actually serve many, many different industries, but today I'm going to focus on healthcare because healthcare is one of our first go-to markets. And I'm going to talk about how blockchain can unlock the value of data for healthcare and really beyond cryptocurrency. We can make this highly interactive, so if people have questions about what it is that I'm presenting or ideas or discussions, please feel free to do so and be happy to answer or address them. So coming out of NASA, space is always going to be near and dear to me. But today, as Arijit has said, our frontiers are digital. And our mission at Truth is very simple. We want to make data that comes from lots of different places in many different shapes and sizes, easy to use for non-technical users. That's really our raison d'etre, for our company. And so today we're going to talk about how blockchain can unlock the data for healthcare and how it can enable more interesting things beyond just cryptocurrency, which I'm sure people have, heard, many things about. It's been a hot topic for a while now. So first of all, what is blockchain? So many think of blockchain as being interchangeable as cryptocurrency like Bitcoin, but that's just one application. And that's probably one of the most well-known applications. When we talk about blockchain, we view blockchain as an encryption technology. And as an encryption technology, very simply put, what it is it's a parent block of data immutably linked to a child block of data, like DNA is passed from parent to child. And so blockchain lends itself well to what we call a peer-to-peer architecture, meaning that one node is equivalent to another node, different from when data is centralized in a traditional database. And this gives it a more robustness in architecture. And so this is fundamental because the fundamental difference is protecting data at the atomic level. So unlike traditional databases, that generally are not encrypted, for example, or encrypted just in one column because of the performance hits, every piece of data has a different key. It's cloned in different places, and so there's robustness in the design, as well as security for data privacy and data security. And that's the reason why we are advancing some of the technologies behind blockchain, specifically for what we call distributed data management, because it's all about sharing the right data with the right people at the right time. Data is purposeful, it needs to be in context. So let's talk briefly about what cryptocurrency is and how it works so that we can contrast and compare, what it means and how we can expand the use of blockchain beyond cryptocurrency. So first and foremost, cryptocurrency was built to replace cash. That's why it's anonymous and that's why it's public. And when we talk about that, that is one end of the spectrum of privileges for information and data, where it's public and it's transparent and everybody can see everything. The other end of the spectrum for privileges for data is extremely confidential information that is restricted to just a few, like classified data, or regulated industries, especially things like fintech, healthcare, government, personal information, where privacy is important. And information, will always access sharing data with the right people at the right time, will always fall somewhere along that spectrum because it's dependent on the type of data and the purpose. For us, when we talk about healthcare, for example, it's mainly on the secure and confidential end. And so almost all cryptocurrencies right now are based on what I call a tokenized model and architecture. And what does that mean? What that means is a coin or a token is created to represent an asset, and this coin is followed serially in a series of wallets. That's the current model of cryptocurrency. Make sense?
Okay.
So in truth, we're advancing blockchain technology for distributed data management. And that's why, doing just taking a lift and shift of the cryptocurrencies for like drug traceability is not exactly a good fit for distributed data management. Why is that? There's a number of reasons why that is. And the main one is that big data, which is what we're talking about, is not transactional. When we talk about big data, what do we mean by big data? In information, for many years now, we talk about drinking from the fire hose of information. There's a huge amount of information to consume. Now, with every system and every device online, we are not only drinking from a much larger fire hose, but now there are lots of fire hoses to drink from. And this is where we're talking about in terms of why we need to address it from a different way, because it is not transactional like a traditional database transaction. Big data is defined by what we call the 3V: volume, variety, and velocity. So for example, information, like master data, like reference data, like, dictational data, meaning like in healthcare, as an example, let me give you an example of healthcare data. Your doctor's notes that are taken, by speaking into a microphone, the surgery of a video, the 3D model of your spinal implant, that is not transactional data. When we talk about the 3 V's of big data, it is both structured and unstructured. So traditional databases deal with what we call structured data. It follows a very standard definition of how the data can be represented and how it needs to be modeled. Unstructured data is like all the images that you have, all the documents that you're that you're looking at, all the videos, all the voice, all the audio. And unstructured data can make up to almost more than 70% of the data that you're looking in front of you. It is also not concurrent and it is concurrent and not serial. Transactional, means that something happens and another thing happens and another thing happens immediately afterwards, like following a coin. That is serial. Big data is concurrent, often concurrent, because people are using it in different ways for different purposes at the same time. And it is constantly changing because the data, is being fed. It's always streaming, it's always being updated, it is always there. So this is the context that we're looking at when we look at an industry like healthcare. And it's true for almost every industry that I've ever worked with or talked to. It's true for aerospace and industries, it's true for engineering, it's true for automotive, it's true for finance. And this is the problem that we are trying to solve and trying to address with blockchain, because it's a good alignment, with this type of thing. So how do you become data-driven? What does it actually mean, when people talk about being a data-driven industry, being a data-driven culture? To get the most value out of big data, organizations really need to be big data, and there's lots of studies, a lot of different available facts that back up that data-driven companies do better in terms of revenue lift, in terms of cost savings. So we know that data-driven companies are more successful. And to be quite honest, this is my opinion. To survive today and in the future, you have to be data driven. The data needs to inform your decisions. And so to me, the 6 key areas for being a data-driven company starts at the top and permeates through the entire company. First and foremost, so that's what we mean by company culture. It is first and foremost. The other thing is to be empowered by data. Another thing that's very important is governance, for these, and master data for the system of record. And what does governance mean? Governance means, how can the data be used? What should it be used for? What can it be allowed to be used for? And who are the types of people that should be allowed to use that data? You mentioned GDPR as an example. GDPR, has very, very strong requirements around privacy and confidentiality. And so, for example, the right to be forgotten, is one of the key tenets of GDPR. How do you do that, for data? Because it's sort of like letting the genie out of the bottle, right? Once data is out, how do you capture it back? And for us, when we create our blockchains, as an example, fundamentally as a company, we believe that people should own and control their own data. That's why, as a business model, we don't monetize other people's data. We do not aggregate other people's data. We allow them to aggregate and monetize their own data, because that is their data to control. That is their data to share, and it is their data to rescind that sharing at will without IT intervention. That is our belief, our values, and how we build our system. And this is what we mean by data governance. We, as a company, as M-Truths, we want to make the mechanics of making data work together and to integrate easy, so that people can focus on doing something important with the data and how the data should be used, and data governance should be one of those. The other thing is empowering users, making that data accessible for everybody, so that you can actually do something actionable with it, both strategic and tactically. And this is something that one of the reasons, in fact, why my co-founder and I started our company, M-Truth. When I was a technology consultant, I've done like a bajillion and one data warehouses. We would have ginormous IT teams building these very, very expensive to build and maintain data warehouses. And oftentimes the business people that need to use it don't know how to use it. If the business person has a different question, then usually we have to go back, rejigger the data warehouse, because it's for structured data only. And that usually means waiting another year for that capital budget improvement, for that budget to be able to do that work. That should not be the case. You should be able to use the data when you need, for the purpose that you need, very quickly. And again, this is the reason why we built our solutions the way that we've done. When we connect data and we connect systems, we literally can write our connector in a week. We do it in days, not months. And this is before you even start, the analytics component of your solutions in your data warehouse. And what do we mean about making empowering users, and what do we mean by purpose-driven data? I'll give you an example. When you're looking at data and you're consuming it, and you want to use it, let's say for a dashboard KPI, where you're looking at trending for your business, the way that data needs to be presented and the kind of data that you need is different than if you want to use that data and you want to use that data to train your machine learning models to do something predictive. And so we want to present the right data for purpose-driven, where it's driven by purpose of what you want to do, and to do it in such a way where the users can do it without a heavy IT intervention or IT lift, so that you can do it simply and easily. The other thing is always that there is always uncertainty. And that's true with every business. And so we want to be able to quantify what that uncertainty is, so that you can still move forward and make a decision. You want to be able to do your risk management in such a way that you can deal with uncertainty. Because, coming out from NASA, for example, I was asked to do a lot of things that no one knew how to do at the time, flying something to Pluto that has very low power. They want to do this massive amount of science. There's a lot of uncertainty around it. And so you want to, address introduction of technology in such a way that's systematic, that allows you to be successful. And in fact, that's something I've the reason why what I thought would be 6 months as a technology consultant when I figured out what I wanted to be when I grew up, turned into over 10 years with large companies like Warner Brothers and Paramount and Caltech, because they always wanted me to help with introducing new technology enterprise-wide, and the way to do it systematically in such a way that we can minimize risk. And so you want to be thoughtful in terms of how you actually deploy new technologies enterprise-wide and have a plan for that and doing that systematically. And that is one of the techniques that you use to deal with uncertainty around data tech. And the thing that I like to think about is that, and this is a philosophical point of view, technology is an enabler. It is not a panacea. Technology is agnostic. You know, it depends on what you want to do with it and how you want to use it. And so that having been said, we're going to focus on the technology today. Please let me know if there are things that need explanation, all right? Or we can happy to address questions. So I talked about our data, our vision in terms of making data available from anywhere, easy to use in days, not months, all on demand, with one API. And that's another thing I believe in is one API. What is an API? It's an application programming interface. It's something that developers like because it creates very simple, what we call microservices. That happens to be our architecture for our API, where you can take the different functionalities that you need and build it into the applications and integrate it into your application so that the users don't have to learn 1,001 different applications. It is one face in terms of what that user experience should be, and you just integrate, the capabilities that you need. I'll give you an example. Nowadays, with Google Maps as an example, nobody really needs to build any map applications anymore. They simply embed what the map capabilities are from like Google into an application like your restaurant reviews in terms of where the locations are. That's what APIs allow you to do. And that's why, as in truth, we are an API first. We are an API first company. Sorry about that. That was my alarm telling me to get ready for my talk. So what we want to become, again, to get back to the point, what we want to become is, for M-Truth, is that we want to be that one data platform, that distributed data platform where people can own and control their data as the immutable source of truth. We embrace that data is distributed, that it comes from lots of different places, lots of different sizes. And, we've mentioned over and over again, is that we believe that people should own and control their own data. Because let me tell you about healthcare as an example. Healthcare always has and always will require data from lots of different places and lots of different sources from lots of different people, because that's what it takes to provide you with a standard of care. So let's talk about, as an example, if you've broken your hand, particularly in the United States, where the healthcare market is highly fragmented, we do not have nationalized medicine, and it is mainly what we call a fee for service, where everything is sort of discrete. And what we mean by that is, let's say you break your hand. When the emergency takes your x-ray in your hand, when you go home, you're skiing, you've broken your hand. You go to emergency, they take an x-ray of your hand. You go back home, you go to your doctor, they cannot have access to your x-ray. Now they have to take another x-ray. And this is what we mean by, information being discrete and siloed and disconnected in healthcare in particular. What you want to be able to do is to integrate that information in what we call like an episode of care, where it's around treating your hand. And treating your hand is going to require your emergency room visit. It's going to require your doctor. You may need surgery. You may need prep at a lab. You may need ongoing rehabilitation as an outpatient. All of that information should be integrated in such a way that is available to be able to do something to treat your hand. And we know that this is economical, because Kaiser Permanente in the United States is like the gold standard in the United States for integrated healthcare with their system. Kaiser saved over $1 billion by sharing just electronic medical records internally within their system. And most of that savings came from reducing redundant appointments and redundant tests, like taking multiple x-rays because people don't have access to the same data. And this is, why it's so powerful for healthcare, because, that is the spectrum of care that's required. It requires, modality information. Now, what we mean by modalities, when people talk about modalities in clinical trials, as an example, distributed clinical trials is another thing where you can not only improve the outcomes, but also save dollars, is that the data comes from lots of places. There's data that the clinicians need to provide, like your doctors. There's data that the patients need to provide, like an assessment of how they're feeling, what their symptoms are, what their mood is. And now we're throwing in things like wearables, your Apple Watch in terms of, what your heart rate is, your other devices that are measuring your blood pressure and your glucose level. This is the kind of data that we're talking about that we want to be able to aggregate for you to put together on demand and to be able to use. So sharing the right data with the right people at the right time. Because let me give you a true model of a patient-centered thing that aligns with GDPR, that aligns with just very good practice for data privacy and data ownership. In the perfect world, patients should own their own data. They should be able to grant what we call custodial rights to their primary caregiver, who has the authority to update and share their medical records on their behalf. If the patient decides to move providers, they should be able to rescind that right and grant it to their new provider. That really is one of the fundamental intentions of something like HIPAA, if you're familiar with that in the United States, for patient record portability. And it also addresses the concerns of data ownership and privacy, which is central to something like GDPR, which is mainly in the consumer realm, but people have adopted it. It's sort of like, Sarbanes-Oxley. While it only pertains to only certain systems, large institutions and organizations are not going to have different solutions for different problems. They're going to want to consolidate, and as a result of that, they've applied the same standard across the board. So that's why you see on all websites now, regardless of what the function is, a move towards being in compliance with GDPR. Okay. Let's go into so this is some of the statistics that you can see. This is what we mean. These are well studied. Why you want to be data centric, and the increased profits by 8%, 23 times more likely to acquire customers. These are all proven information of why that is. We talked about the problem, in terms of disconnected data. And I told you, I saw this over and over again when I was a technology consultant for Fortune 500 companies. These data warehouses are expensive, and over 99% of the data is often never used or analyzed because the data warehouse approach is to own all the data from everybody. I'll give you an example. A large media distribution organization, they're a large media company. They wanted to build a data warehouse. They have a ginormous data warehouse. So it's not only their data, which is literally, petabytes worth of information. They wanted the data from their customers, which are ginormous multi-billion-dollar conglomerates, multinationals, that with their own petabytes of data. So trying to put all of that in one place becomes highly complex, highly expensive, and most of the data remains unused. When people try to do the opposite end of the spectrum with unstructured data, and they throw these things into what we call data lakes, for those types of tools, I like to think about them as being the junk drawer of data, because there's so much different data that people throw in there. Most of those projects fail because nobody knows what to do with them. Nobody wants to be the TensorFlow analysis expert or the regression and analysis expert to do something with them. That's what we're trying to address, and we're trying to do it in a cost-effective way. Not to humble brag, but Truth can do it at a fifth the cost of a traditional data warehouse, while allowing you to maintain and own your data. And so here's where it's different in terms of the blockchain technology. With the blockchain technology, we create, what we call connectors that transform the data from the source system into more granular building blocks of blockchain. I like to think of them as like Lego blocks, secure Lego blocks of data now that you can now combine and reuse in different ways for other purposes. So the same data platform When you're doing a distributed clinical trial, for example, that same information that you've collected for a clinical trial can be combined in different ways to use for a different study. And this is what we mean. Same data, different uses, all on the same platform that also allows you to share it with the right people. One of the, we'll go through some of the applications, that we could to give you a little framework in terms of how it does. But so some of the things that are different about it from the traditional crypto models that we talked about is that we don't create a coin or a token to represent the data as an asset. The data itself is the asset. We are blockchaining the data. We can blockchain the data of any size, of any shape, any format. And we'll talk about some of the statistics behind it, but the humble brag a little bit, right? Bitcoin example is limited to 10 megabytes on a block, on a data block. If you have a surgery video, if you have a high-res MRI image, if you have a 3D model of something that you're trying to do, you've blown that 10 megabyte out of the water. And we can blockchain any data of any size, of any format. We can also link the data together, to hyperlink these blockchains together. This is what allows us to aggregate data on demand. Additionally, we're doing it at enterprise level performance that's required. Because like I said, my co-founder and I, we come from a history of mission critical and enterprise-wide systems. Not to pick on Bitcoin, but they're the most popular, right? Is that Bitcoin does 4 to 7 transactions per second. We do over 1,000 transactions per second, because that's what you need, for enterprise speed. So what we're creating is a true digital twin, not just follow the coin of where something's been, which we call a chain of custody, where something has been. You're just following the dollar in the various wallets. We are actually blockchaining the data to create a digital twin, where it shows you what's been done to the data, who's touched the data itself. In fact, that's why we were chosen as the blockchain engine for a NASA project for distributed system engineering. Because when you're creating a 3D model of a spacecraft or portions of a spacecraft, it's huge. It's multi-pieces of information, lots of different people working together in collaboration, needing to have access to the same information at the same time from different places and working on different places, different pieces as they have different ownership of them. And it is a 3D model that comes together at the end, a simulation. That's a digital twin. So we are data and format agnostic. What does that mean? It means that, I'll tell you an example. We were talking to a healthcare system, a very, about a $10 billion company. They literally had 90 electronic medical record systems, 90 systems, 90 different systems. They tried to get it down to 2, total fail, because people want to use what they want to use. They've trained in it, their data's in it, they want to use what they want to use. And we support that. We want to support people's investments into their existing operational systems that they have already created, because they're useful. They're doing something very specific. For us, it's not about the systems, it's about the data, and it's about the data holistically. And so we want to leverage those operational systems that they already have. So we build these connectors and to be able to support the data and to support the systems that they already have. And that's why we call ourselves standards and data agnostic. The other thing is that when I was in technical committees, creating standards, we would just joke. We would say, the good thing about standards is that there are so many to choose from. And that literally is true. The United States in particular has multiple standards for even electronic medical records. Not just talking about the proprietary ones that are in Epic and Athena and Gene Healthcare and Cerner, but people are trying to converge on a standard like FHIR, as an example, that is being promoted actively by the United States government. But there's also OMA, it's another well-established data model from an international organization, as well as OpenEMR. And so there's a lot of these models out there, and we want to support them all. Because use what you want to use. So this is our humble brag. I told you why we were selected by NASA to be that blockchain engine, because we can do what others cannot. This is how we were helping healthcare. The same technology being applied to healthcare. We had a pilot with Mayo Clinic and the Society of Critical Care Medicine. SSCM is the world's largest nonprofit organization. They're global for intensive care treatments. And so during the time of COVID, there was this urgent need to collect how the different treatments for COVID-19 in ICU, for the most critically ill users, patients that were out there. And so we helped them with that. And the PI, the principal investigator for this clinical study at Mayo, said what we did for them was above and beyond anything that they ever expected and imagined was possible. In fact, now they can reuse that data for other purposes, to look at some of the radiology and some of the heart x-rays, for example, that came out of lung and heart x-rays, and radiology and MRIs that came out of that study. So Roche has pre-selected us from over 45 companies worldwide to be part of Plug and Play Germany's CreateSphere program, where they take innovative companies like ours to help deploy pilots into systems at Roche, as an example. And Roche's application is for clinical trial assessment, because again, it's multimodal. The data comes from lots of different places, and they want to be able to reuse that data for other studies. We are a cohort in IBM's HyperProtect startup for startup accelerators, particularly in HyperProtect. HyperProtect is focused on highly private, highly regulated, highly sensitive information like healthcare data, like fintech data, and IBM sees the disruptive potential of our technology. So here's how it works. We can go through some of the specific use cases. What we did was we often build lighthouse applications to showcase what our technology can do, because it's a foundational technology. And in healthcare, like a lot of other places, they buy pinpoint solutions to solve a problem. And so we address the problem. We show them the value proposition through the problem, through the problem solution. And so if you want to use it for assessment, for example, we created a quick app where, there is a phone app, for example, that will ping the patient for the clinical trial to say, how are you feeling today? Because they want to assess the mood. We can aggregate all of that information. You can see some of the screens on the background, in terms of what the data that we've collected, that is all different types of formats. This is our user interface. It can be any kind of user interface, because with an API, it can have the look and feel for the users. And that's the nice thing about APIs, right? It is about the customer's look and feel and what they're comfortable with, what their brand is about. For us, we're just mTruth inside. We're just enabling the capabilities for them, enabling the platform for them, enabling the data for them so that they can reuse that. We keep a full history. Even our logs are blockchain, so that's for audit, for true immutability. It shows who touched it, when they touched it, where they were coming from, what was done to the data. We also, here's a graphical layout in terms of how data is, we can hyperlink data. So the data is connected to other studies, connected to other data sets that you want to use. We can also blockchain consent, meaning the consent of the patient to participate in this drug trial, because studies have shown that when people feel empowered, when patients feel empowered, there is a higher likelihood that they will participate in a drug trial, which is always looking for candidates. Drug trials are super expensive. They need, thousands of trial users every year for different studies. And they're very difficult to find because, right now the capability to search for them is, I go to a hospital and literally they're walking around with a binder with pieces of paper of clinical trial potential candidates. So it's always the same people. And so for more inclusivity, another application that we presented to them is to be able to digitize the demographics in an anonymous way, blockchain consent that they want to participate in the drug trial. And the patient can rescind that participation at any time, but because they feel like they're in control, not only do you have a higher level of participation and a more diverse population. We're talking to a university hospital right now that they also manage the county hospital. And to be able to have that diversity in your patient population for drug trials, it's good for everyone, so that it's a true representation of the population. It's more diverse, it's more inclusive, and people feel like they're in control. And so there'll be a higher retention, higher number of candidates. And so informed consent is another very important factor in being able to capture blockchain and letting people being able to control their own data. Now that information is collected for this organization for assessment, they can now use that, for example, for machine learning. Use some of the same data that they've collected from multiple studies to train for predictive analysis. And this is what we mean by that. And still, be able to be HIPAA compliant, to be a GDPR compliant. When we host our data, when people ask us to host and manage blockchains for them, because we create blockchains on their behalf, like how domain names are registered to you, they own the data. When we manage it for them, excuse me, when we manage it for them, we host it in either AWS GovCloud, or IBM's HyperProtect, because they're two of the most secure regions of cloud services today. But we can also, do it in their own virtual private cloud or on-prem, even if they want. We don't recommend on-prem, but it is possible. You just want to do it in a secure way, and you want redundancy. That's the most important thing, right? You don't want. I talked to an aerospace company. We won't say who they are because they're very famous. Located in Southern California. They believe in rolling their own, building everything their own from scratch. And their primary data center is in the middle of Southern California's earthquake fault line. That is not a good approach. So that's what we mean. Just as an engineer, I can't help myself. Please make sure if it's on-prem, have redundancy, have failover. Okay, I'm going to get. You agree, right?
Of course.
That's why we like peer-to-peer. So this is what we did for Mayo as an example. We created these connectors that were easily to share. And what we mean by that is we actually created two connectors for them. One was to transform the data from the data model that they already had. They had a data dictionary that they wanted to collect from all these hospitals globally. There was, I think, there were thousands of hospitals that participated in this study. And we created that connector for them that transforms it into the blockchain. The other connector that we created for them is what I call the magic decoder file, the magic decoder ring. Because in the database capture, what they were originally intended for, comorbidities, meaning the other diseases that other people have, like hypertension, asthma, diabetes, were represented as 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the database because it's easy for the database. Well, it's easy for the database, but clinicians using it don't know 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They know hypertension, they know asthma, they know diabetes. So we transform them back into English in the blockchain so that when they see the data, it's in context. So now with this, SSCM can share those connectors with any hospital that wants to come on board and share that data. And with a click of a button, they can suck the data in that's already in, that follows their data dictionary, and transforms it into the blockchain, including their IRB, Institutional Review Board approval. The blockchain approval to say that they have the right to use this data for this very specific purpose. And now they can share and collaborate. And now they can combine the data in other ways for other studies, like an asthma study, and combine people that had COVID-19 into the asthma study, as an example. Here's another use case. This is what we talked about for value-based care, the example that I gave about breaking your hand. So in the United States, there is a system called ADT. It stands for Admittance, Discharge, and Transfer. When you go from one place to another, when the hospital drops you off to the emergency, there is a small short message that is passed to say, hey, this is the patient, this is their name and information. And then when you go from the hospital to emergency to the hospital, there's another one. They discharge you to your primary care. There's another one. When they discharge, you move into a facility, like a nurse facility, there's another one. These are really short, terse messages just telling you who you are. But there's nothing about your care, nothing about the condition that you're doing. One of the folks that we work with, she was telling me about her mother who had to have recurrent treatment. And literally, when the ambulance comes to pick her up, to take her to her treatments that are recurring, she has to clutch the papers describing what she has, what she needs, and what she needs to do to herself. We can do better than that. And this is what we mean by beyond ADT, because we can integrate that data. This is what we mean by vertical integration. And in particular, we're addressing things that are chronically the most expensive to treat. People with congestive heart failure, for example, are prone to heart attacks and strokes. And so we can integrate that data about their stroke treatment around the treatment of their heart attack, so that you have that data available, not only their demographics and what else they have, congestive heart failure, but also what kind of medications that they're on, what was the ambulance intake form, what were their conditions when the ambulance got to them. Scan the QR code, you know, and our QR code is secure itself, because like I said, security needs to be designed in at every level. And so our QR codes are not only encrypted, there is security embedded in the QR code itself. Because, you know, if you're using this application, for example, like drug traceability, where the global laws are changing, where now you have to start tracking medication, not at a lot level, but at an individual package level, like to you, you don't want your mailman scanning your barcode and saying what kind of drugs you take. You want that privacy. This is what we mean about sharing the right data with the right people at the right time. Your doctor needs full access, but your mailman does not. This is why we don't believe in full transparency for the healthcare system. It's not about anonymous transactional data. It is about you and sharing the data about you with the right people at the right time, so that it's used in context. It's purpose driven. So this is what we mean, you know, so it's focused coordinated care. It's what value-based care is all about, because it's about episode of care. In this particular demo that we created for the healthcare system, people with congestive heart failure often also have kidney failure as a result, and they need dialysis. So now we've linked their heart attack with the treatments for their kidney failure with their medical record, so that you can look at the data in context. Make sense?
A lot of sense.
Yeah, so here's another one that we did.
I can imagine the complexity that you guys are actually working with. It's not easy to work with such kind of complicated model, to be very, very honest.
Well, for us, that's why, you know, for us, Arjit, it's data. And that's what we focus on. We are a data company. We are not, we don't want to be system, because the system constrain you, right? The system, if you're using an ERP, like an SAP system, if you're using an electronic medical record system, it expects the data in a certain format to follow their model. We accept that. So we built our technology to support that and to create a data platform that creates these lower level pieces of blocks, of data blocks, these Lego blocks, that now you can combine in different and unique ways. So we take all that complexity on us. We keep all the heavy lifting on the back end, so that it's easy for the users. Our API, for example, are all RESTful microservices. They're very web friendly, and they're all functional, based on function. So we do all the heavy lifting on the background with our blockchain and AI technologies. That's the reason why one of the leading Silicon Bank investment banks said that our technology is so innovative. We're one of the few companies that is focused on distributed data management for blockchain rather than crypto. Almost 99% of applications are following that crypto model, with fintech being the most mature. But for us, it's about the data. We are a data company, and that's what we're advancing. We have 3 filed patents, 2 in front of the patent examiners right now, and 8 more in the platform. So it is complex, it is new, and we do all the heavy lifting on the background so that it's easy for the users. That's what we believe in. You shouldn't have to be an IT expert. You shouldn't have to be a data science expert to use and do something with data. You should be the expert that you are. You should be the clinician expert. You should be the financial analyst expert. You know, you should be the executive looking at ways to move your business forward. You shouldn't have to be the data science expert.
I can only imagine the kind of algorithm you guys are actually working with. Like, it's not that easy. Like I was watching the presentation very, very carefully. And from the technology perspective, to be very honest, I can completely relate the kind of complicated data and complicated algorithm you guys are working with.
So you know, right, Arjit, you've built a lot of different businesses, and I'm sure you've built a lot of data warehouses. Even before you get to the analytics part, you spent a ton of money making that data interoperate and work together. And the fact that we can create these connectors in a week and you can use it over and over again. So the same person that has the same system, you can now share it with them, because we don't make money on those connectors. We build it for you. You own those connectors. It's about your data. We want you to be able to, we want to make the mechanics of using your data simple so that you can do something useful with it. Make money, save money, improve people's lives.
You know what's happening with your presentation, Irene? My partner is from Australia and it's about 2:30 a.m. in his place. And he's awake. He just sent me a text in WhatsApp. I said, okay, go and sleep. He said, no, you are awake, I'm awake, and Irene is presenting amazing thing. I want to all the speakers, and he saw that Dieter is there and Mary is there, and he said that no, I'm not gonna go away. Oh my God. Okay,
Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. You know, I wanted to make it informative and informational. You know, it's not just about us. We are doing something different, so I have to present our use cases because people are not doing what we're doing. So that's why we, you know, that's the reason why we create these use cases. This is something that we created very simply, is to trace, you know, the COVID proof of vaccination for employers. But it's not just about, you know, scanning your barcode going into somewhere. It's also about the health of your employees and the liability, you know, for your business. And so we can link the proof of vaccination to ongoing COVID testing, their test results, because frontline workers will still need to continue to be tested, even though they're vaccinated, because it's not 100%. And other companies now are talking to us and said, oh, can we also link drug testing, you know, for illicit drug use? I go, yeah, you just link them, you know, together. But the difference here is that the employees own that data. It is up to them to share it with the employer. It is their right to be in compliance. This is what we believe in. This is one of our advisors, is one of the top 100 voices in pharma, particularly for regulation and data patient privacy. And she calls us, you know, the ability to create an ethical use of data. And I love that, you know, because it's up to the employee to comply. The employee owns the data.
Just a quick question, Irene. Is it your last slide or you have more slides to share?
I have a few more, but they're all different ones, you know, because different use cases in terms of how people are using it. I'll go, this is my last use case. So the last use case is about machine learning and our role in it. We're working with some machine learning companies because they want to use us as a data platform for two reasons. One is more and more of their customers are requiring for them to prove how the machine learning algorithms came up with their decisions. Sure. And so they use us for data traceability and data provenance. We can blockchain the original raw data, some of them from paper, you know, where we can link it to the digitized paper. We can link it to the metadata that they pulled out for the features engineering for their machine learning. We can even blockchain the models themselves at a moment in time to capture, you know, what the training set was at that moment in time and the values that were derived for traceability and audit. That's the immediate use case. The longer term use case with some of these companies is that with our ability to show graphically and to link data dynamically, they want to overlay their models using our technology to visually look at their models for like semantic networks, for semantic knowledge models. So that's my last slide. If you want to have time to have questions or anything else, or that's my time allotment, you let me know. I know we started at kind of an odd hour.
Actually, we wanted to talk to you probably after the summit is over. I'm not sure whether you know the news. We actually launched our Common Business Acceleration platform with our own funding platform, wherein we are raising funds for the startup and SMEs and MSMEs. It's called Co-Innovate Ventures, and probably we can have a discussion about taking your company as one of our partner. The only solo reason is we get a lot of startups who will be in our cohort, and there are a couple of existing startups who are in our cohort. Example, one of the gaming company. So maybe we can collaborate and give you guys a win-win situation where you get a client, they get a a partner along with their journey, and grow things each other in a very different, sophisticated way. So maybe
We'd love to do that.
maybe after the summit we can talk, and I will show you the entire platform. I can show it now, but I guess there are speakers who are actually waiting. So there are 2-3 more speakers who will be speaking. I'm not going to take their time. One question if you have from the audience. If not, we will jump into the next speaker.
Okay.
Yeah. And if you can kindly stop your screen share, I can do that as well. Because
yeah, go ahead and please
I want
stop
to take
this.
a picture of yours. Please look at the camera. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Because we are doing live tweet, I couldn't take your picture earlier. So it's important. Thank you so much. If you have any question, please feel free to ask to Irene, and we'll go to the next speaker. And he has been a darling. Like, I have been disturbing her like anything because of probably some gap from our end. I called her earlier so that she can speak in someone else's place. So thank you so much for coming.
My pleasure. I was happy to. I think Marco had a question.
Yes, please, Marco.
Yeah, just you spoke about Irene, so just I think your product, just what you guys are doing, or should I say your service as well, is quite unique, like you said, and the selling point is perfect timing. Let's be honest, yeah, and the support that we could provide, and I'm sure our partners right across the world that are listening tonight and that will listen from this broadcast will obviously see the value you can provide in various marketplaces. The question that so congratulations. The question is on ethics. It's on ethics. You mentioned the word being ethical. So as a consumer, I live in Sydney, Australia, and like other countries, a lot of Western countries sort of question various applications, various technologies, various sustainable services today during COVID. So how could you tell a consumer like me to come on board with you?
Yeah, so I think that first of all, your values have to believe in the fact that people should own and control their own information and control their own data. And so that's why we built our technology in such a way that we even respect the data sovereignty rules that different countries have, where the data needs to be resident physically in their location, to give them assurances that they comply with their rules and regulations that are aligned with those countries that these individuals live in. The fact that you own and control your own data. If you participate in a clinical trial, you get to control who you share it with and who gets to see that data and what they get to do with it. And that is completely blockchain immutably with that approval and that rescind and that share, so that it is indisputable in terms of what your intentions are. And that's really the primary difference, is that we are not trying to aggregate data in a third party as many commercial systems do. We won't talk about consumer products in particular. Facebook as an example. Their whole business model is to make money off of you, about data about you. We don't believe that. We believe you should own and control your own data and control what you should be able to do with that data. And so for us, technology is agnostic. The ethics and the value that are imbued in it are based on the ethics and value of the company, the way that they built their technology, because we believe in end-to-end encryption, that we are simply a facilitator of data. And we believe that you, Marco, should own data about you, Marco.
Thanks, Irene.
Thank you, Irene, for
thanks, Ajit.
Presentation. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
I appreciate your time, and chat soon. Thank you both, and thank you to the whole team that was here.
Thank you so much. There's a picture of yours which actually went to your WhatsApp, and there are URLs which is there in your WhatsApp. Please.
Okay, cool. I will share it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye, Irene.
Okay, so with this note, let me welcome our next speaker, Dieter, and after that I will go to Murray, and then eventually, I guess the third speaker was there. I can't see him at the moment. In any way, the sequence is first Dieter and then Murray as per the time schedule goes.
I'm here.
Yes, thank you so much for joining us, and please, the stage is yours. I'm not taking a lot of time to, rather introducing World Leader Summit and then Co-Innovate Ventures or the platforms. So the stage is yours, please, my friend.
Well, thank you, Ajit. It's really great being here, and Irina's presentation was really very impressive. I have been in the topic of interested in the topic of blockchain for quite a while, and I think she really has a very outstanding and amazing approach. But first of all, who am I? Of course, I am Dieter Brockmeyer. I'm the co-founder of the Diplomatic World Institute, and there I'm taking care of innovation and time. Time stands for technology, internet, media, and entertainment. The Diplomatic World Institute is a spin-off of the Diplomatic World magazine that's around for 20 years, and that in the last 6 years has turned into a really, I think, amazing opinion platform. And yeah, where state presidents, diplomats, and all are contributing their visions of the future. And of course, we are an interface between politics, diplomacy, economy, and culture. And there, of course, the internet, the institute, and the innovation approach fits in very well. Today I will talk about the concept of holistic innovation. That's a concept I developed in the last 2 years. And of course, it also has to do with the pandemic, as everything nowadays has to do, is connected one way or the other to the pandemic. Because when one of my projects is the Holistic World Innovation Trophy. It used to be a different concept, but we realized when we're talking about innovation, we need a different approach on it, and that's how the holistic came. And if you do something like that, of course, what you need to do is you need to explain it. And that's how my entire research on this issue came to pass, and it ended up in a book that's called Pandemia's Box. That's available on Amazon. So please check it out. And it would be, I really would appreciate if you would think that it's interesting. And I will talk a little bit about my findings and about the concept of holistic innovation. Of course, the pandemia has been an accelerator for a lot of things. And we're doing things today that we were not thinking of doing 2 years ago. And these things by now have become quite normal, like doing keynotes and having bigger conferences on the internet. Of course, all this was possible before, and there were nerds already doing it extensively, but normal people didn't do that. And we are now, well, and so it's a really change in paradigm for a lot of things we're doing. You may be asking yourself why we're talking about holistic and not holistic, as it is normally referred to. But if you look up holistic, you come up very quickly to all kind of esoteric issues like holistic health, and where some radiation from Mars is influencing our health and stuff like that. And of course, this has nothing to do with what we are trying to establish. To give a little anecdote, when I was putting my first post on our holistic approach, it was still with the H, holistic, and on Twitter, and I had tremendous reach because it were all these holistic health pages that were retweeting my tweet. They obviously did not read what I was talking about, because then they wouldn't have shared it. They just were going for the buzzword, and maybe it was even automated. And yeah, but that of course was not the target group we are targeting at. So what do we mean when we're talking about holistic innovation? We have to see things very connected, because anything we are starting in one sector and has a positive impact also has an impact on neighboring impacts. And well, it can be positive, but very often it is negative, and things are widely connected in this world. And so you can't see things isolated, and this has become much more important than it already has been in the past. Then yeah, we are faced with tremendous problems in climate change, and we really need to speed up with all the things we are doing and to solve all these problems. To see how things are connected, I'm always giving this example of the clothing market. In the past, when you went to a retail store, you only picked up the piece of clothes you needed in this particular situation. In shops, there were only twice in a season, in spring and fall, new clothing out, the collection, the fall collection and the spring collection. And but now they're changing in order to boost sales and to continue growth, because we are in a saturated and mature market. So it's very not easy to create growth anymore. So they are changing their almost on a weekly basis, and people got used of buying stuff, sometimes not even wearing it, or only wearing it once before it is dumped again into the trash. And as a result, we see that the secondary clothing markets are in the developed countries very much in trouble. You can't sell used clothes anymore. They are either transferred into rugs for the car industry, or they are exported to Africa, and they swamp the markets there, and they destroy the local clothing industry, because these used clothes from Europe, for instance, is extremely cheap, and even the low prices you have usually in these markets can't beat that. So you destroy the African markets in Europe. But on the other hand, clothes are made from cloth, and like cotton, for instance. And so when you look at the Aral Lake, once it used to be the third largest reservoir of sweet water on the world. Now it's almost dried out. Why? Because the cotton fields are consuming all the water before it gets into the lake. And so, it's drying out and causing a huge environmental problem in Tajikistan and the surrounding areas. So you see how everything is connected. But here we were talking about entrepreneurs and startups and business in general. So what does that mean for entrepreneurs? We see when we imply new technologies, for instance, it usually has one effect, or should have one effect on us. It makes our products cheaper, and it's reducing costs, and it's increasing productivity. That means you have a larger output and you can sell more. But well, do it need all these extra products? After what I told now about the clothing industry, it's getting increasingly debatable. But also you have, and that's nothing new either, you have effect on the job market because of the use of technology. Less and less people are needed in jobs, and this is creating a huge problem. Well, of course, it's very likely that new jobs will develop and they will grow, but the people that are driven out of jobs often don't have the education or the possibility to be trained for these new jobs in completely different fields they never cared about before, and so it will be very hard for them to train them, and so we have a huge transition problem. That's the least thing, and also this is something we really do need to consider much more than we did in the past. There is a concept becoming more and more popular, and that's called degrowth. So, and after what I have been telling so far, it could be very likely that this could sound like a good idea, but it is not really. Of course, we have to reduce consumption in some fields, more likely. But if we really extract entirely from the growth factor, it doesn't help us, because in undeveloped countries, you still need growth. And in order to solve the problems we are faced with, it also needs growth, but in specific fields, while in other parts, it is probably a good idea to reduce consumption. So I don't think it's a question about capitalism or not, because we learned that capitalism is the only feasible solution for a lot of problems. But we have to think it in a different way, I think. So another issue that we are faced with, for sure, is sustainability, and this could be one of the future markets. We are talking, though there we have a lot of growth potential, because we need to renew our entire infrastructure. And of course, it doesn't help to build in a developed country new power plants, clean power plants, and then selling the old ones, the coal-driven fired power plants somewhere to Africa. You see, I'm very Africa-centric because, well, it's a close neighbor almost to where I am. But if you sell it there, you only export the problem. You become cleaner, but it's the same amount of waste or even more produced, only on a different spot. Decarbonization will be a huge issue. So by now, it's the only thing we can accomplish is carbon neutrality. So when you produce carbon-free fuel, you use carbon to produce a fuel, and that gets released back into the atmosphere when you consume it or when you use it in a machine. So the carbon level stays the same, but it's a good idea. That's why Elon Musk has announced this award for 150 million to find ways to do it. And only recently in Iceland, carbon vacuum cleaner was put in place. It sounds like a good idea, but of course you have a lot of problems with it. And the one problem is this thing they were just opening up. It takes about 4,000 tons annually out of the atmosphere of carbon. That's not a lot when you see that in Iceland alone, you have something like 2 or 3 million tons carbon emitted every year. And of course, also the outcome of it and the end product is stone. You need some, what's it called? You need a product that reacts with the carbon. So do we have enough of that to take enough carbon out of the atmosphere in this way? And what are we doing with the stone? Just putting on dumps somewhere and we're having these huge mountains at some point, like in the past we had close to the coal mining areas. This I don't think is a good idea either. Maybe you can use it to make the dams larger to fight the rising sea levels, possibly. But does this stone has it the capacity to do so, or will it be washed away easily? These all are questions that need to be answered before for this technology, and the clock is still ticking. So there's a huge potential for innovation to think things differently, and that's a very important issue we are faced with. Well, I slowly come to an end, but very slowly, because of course what I did in my book was at this point was a research work. I'm not offering solutions. I'm just have been talking about issues, and I researched into them to see where the problems are. And the main focus, of course, is how can we foster debate. And my hope is that, and of course, there are a lot of other initiatives similar to this, what I presented out there. And I'm not saying my approach is the right one and the others are wrong, of course not. We only can solve problems when we are working together, when we debate our approaches, and that's a way we hopefully come to solutions, and hopefully come to the solutions quickly, because I say it again, the clock is ticking. And of course, at the Institute, we are going much further along this way. As a matter of fact, the next event we are having is a side event at the COP26 in Glasgow now. I think it's some early next week, where we're talking about blockchain circular economy, because there's also a huge potential in this technology to be carbon neutral. So there are a lot of things going on, and of course we are working along much more, developing the holistic innovation concept, and working on making the holistic world innovation trophy a bigger thing. Because of Corona, we haven't announced the first award winner yet, at least not very loud and officially. We are already working on the second season, and so we will present the two winners together, hopefully early next year. And so there's a lot of things going on, and yeah, I really hope for this debate and that there will be solutions. Thank you, Ajit.
Thank you so much for the beautiful presentation. Looking forward to the next summit and next event, and hopefully after COVID is gone and we are blessed by the COVID God, I can travel once again like before and meet and do awesome things together. Okay, so with this note, I think this is the time I should introduce our next speaker, Mary. Mary, thank you so much for coming here. Dieter, please feel free to be with us and grace us with your presence. Mary, could you please unmute yourself? And this is the new normal, unmute yourself, and then your video is not working. So both are working, I know that. Mary is a darling. I mean, how do I introduce you? She is a darling. She runs amazing two beautiful companies, mainly targeting for the woman empowerment, and she's, of course, one line answer. She's a darling. Over to you. The platform is yours, Mary. Please.
Thank you, darling. Thank you. I'm so glad to be here. I really appreciate this opportunity. So my name is Mary Pagano. I'm currently from Miami. I used to live in Chicago and New York City. And I think I finally got tired of the snow and taxes. So I realized I was a plant and I needed more water and sun. But anyway, I've spent 25 years of my life in tech, VP for Motorola and AT&T and GE. And a lot of the projects I worked on over the years are kind of, it's a consumerization of IoT and mobility and software, all the things that we did a long time ago. So I'm excited to see that the world is collaborating more on these tech opportunities. And I stepped off and decided to follow my passion. And being the only woman in the room for a long time, I can tell you I have a lot of razor blade cuts, but I'm standing stronger. and I love what I'm up to now. So now I'm an angel investor and I'm on the board of a couple companies I'm pretty excited about. One is, you see behind me, is Hera, and we are an organization, a nonprofit, and I've also founded the Hera TV. And our goal is to build, and it's becoming a very quick reality here. We'll probably do the first stone here next year, but we're building a city for the future of humanity. And it's for all genders, all religions, all nationalities, super green, super smart. So I'll use all the smart city technologies I've developed over the years. And it's going to have a strong theme in honor of the woman. So there's not a city on this planet that really represents the women around the world. And we feel very strongly the time is now. But we also realize that, even though we're 51% of the global population, we're only 10% at the leadership table. And so we'd like to join you gentlemen and be a part of this planet and humanity and taking it to the next level with you. So that's what Hera is about. And then I'm also on the board for Femme Foundry, which is a mobile app devised for female empowerment and uniting all the women around the world in a very safe social media platform. So two of my passions. And so today I'm going to talk to you about female empowerment. And sometimes people all think it's like, women rising up to hate men. It's not what it is. So really it's about getting more women at the table. And, there's still laws on the table around the world where, you can take your wife home and beat them. There's still mothers that sell their daughters. So there's a lot of places around the world that really have no value on a woman. We're seeing that play out right now in Afghanistan, right? So when you think about female empowerment, it's really the process of supporting another person or helping a person to discover, their claim of personal power. So it's really about uplifting people around you. And it doesn't just have to be women, right? But, I'd say here in the last 10 years, the theme of female empowerment has really risen to another level. And I know we had some challenges in America where we felt like we're going back to the 1960s. That's not how we want to live. And I think that, everyone around the world is looking for equality in all genders, right? All religions, all nationalities. And that's why Hera City is really important to us. But and I think when the pandemic happened, I think you saw a lot of people, it's like Mother Nature, spanked us on our butt and sent us back to our room. And I think a lot of people started to reevaluate their lives. And you're starting to see it play out now really big in regards to like the big resignation that's happening in America or different places where people are thinking, what am I really doing, right? What am I really doing with my life? And that's a little bit about what female empowerment is that it's not just career, it's that we want to have the most amazing life. We have only so many days and hours on this planet, and we don't get to choose when our exit strategy is. So it's up to us to really live it the way that we want to. And so hence that's why I'm doing what I'm doing now. So when I look at female empowerment too, the other issue is it's for women supporting women, it's about adjusting the crown. It's not about knocking the crown off. And women are probably familiar with the queen bee syndrome. And there's some women out there that really are not very supportive of anybody else but themselves. And, I think what Madeleine Albright said was, there's a special place in hell for women like that. And she is so right. So it's really important for women to honor themselves and to honor other women and to help them along. And there's so many ways that they can do that in regards to taking some steps forward. And I'll tell you a little bit about a couple of ideas. One of my favorite is see it to believe it, right? See it to be it. And, you know, dream big, you know, have a vision board, put pictures in, things that really inspire you, read autobiographies of people that inspire you, both men and women. You know, if you're into the whole digital way of operating, get onto Pinterest and clip all kinds of pictures, you know, things that inspire you, from the way that you live to the way you want to work, to the places you want to live, to just everything in all segments of living, because you'll find that you're taking baby steps in that direction to actually prove that out. I remember in my vision book, I remember I was at the Ritz-Carlton rooftop in Barcelona, and I had this aha moment, like, I've been here. And when I realized I actually had it in my dream book. So that stuff happens all the time. So take advantage of those, that opportunity. The other thing is to get mentors and sponsors, not only for your career, but also just for living. You know, you can always learn something from somebody. And I think the best lesson I ever got was actually from a 5-year-old, you know, and don't let age or gender or anything like that discourage you in regards to getting a mentor or sponsor. And if you don't have one, then create an organization. Do it for your company, do it for your community, create a meetup, you know, and gather women together, women and men, and create some mentor programs where people can support each other and help them from all aspects. So, I mean, that in itself is a leadership skill that's very valuable. And then be in charge of your own destiny. Oh, there's a lot of women out there that think they're going to marry a rich guy and then everything is taken care of. You know, it's the old Cinderella story, and it doesn't work. It just really doesn't. It's really important that, you know, instead of looking for a knight, that a woman carries her own sword. It's important for her value of herself. And women have a lot to contribute. We've got this amazing EQ that we understand what it takes to take care of children and family and community. And then we work and we do a lot of other things, but we're really great at understanding needs of others and addressing them. Every business needs that. And in every part of the world, they need more women at the table, because we bring in an interesting element in regards to how we live and how we operate. So, you know, as Glenda the Good Witch says in The Wizard of Oz, I don't know if you guys ever saw that, my favorite, all-time favorite movie, her famous saying is, "You had the power all along, my dear." And I just love that. It's a good reminder that, you know, you got everything that you need. And then the power of networking. You know, networking is really huge. I remember one of my mentors, she was the CIO at Motorola. And I was inquiring how she got the job at Motorola. You know, what was it that the CEO admired in her? And she said, it was my network. She said, really, I mean, anybody can do this job, but it's also the power of my network. And she had networked with a lot of people around the world in different companies. And that was a real aha moment for me, because I realized I was very networked in my company, but not necessarily across the industry or even outside the industry or outside, you know, the country. And so I really jumped on the wagon, and I have built this amazing, strong, you know, big global network. And I've networked with people that aren't even in the same industry. And I can't even begin to tell you what I've learned. It's extremely powerful, and you can do it informally and formally. There's tons of ways to do that. A couple other things I'd like to talk about is two important things that sometimes we are hesitant to take on, and very valuable in the world of empowering yourself. And that's accepting change. You know, and change can come in a number of different ways. It can be forced upon you, or it can be, you know, you got to do something different because this right here is not working. And sometimes you can end up in a whole lot of pain because you've not made a change. And I always consider that as the universe kicking you in the ass and telling you to move on. You know, there's more for you to do. And when you look upon your life, you know, the purpose of your life, or let me just say the meaning of your life is to find your gift. And then the purpose of your life is to give it away. So this all falls into the area of empowerment and who you are as a human being. And so when you look at change, don't be afraid to make a change. And don't be afraid to try new things. Don't be afraid to fail. Don't be, you know, don't be worried about looking silly. Just do it. If it's in your heart, it's something you want to do, just do it. You may know nothing about it, but the cool thing is it just adds to all your skill sets of who you are as a human being. And you become more interesting when you've tried new things, you've lived new places, you've eaten different foods, right? You know, it can be as simple as when you drive to the grocery store, take a different route, right? It could be, you know, you go to a restaurant and you typically order this, try something different. Or you go to somewhere totally different that you would never imagine that you'd go. And let me tell you, Ethiopian food is really good. So there's, you know, try it all and do it all. So, and just embrace it, really embrace it. The other thing I want to talk about is choice. And sometimes people forget how important choice is. And every day you make choices. And a lot of them start to turn into habits. And some of those habits aren't so good. So start to really pay attention to the choices that you're making, not, you know, not only on a daily basis, a monthly basis, a quarterly, a year basis, right? How are you living your life? Are you choosing to do the things that you want? Or are you choosing because your parents think this is good for you? Are you choosing this because your boss tells you it's good for you, which he has his own agenda anyway? Or are you doing this because you want to do it? And don't be afraid to do what you want to do. And when you think about it, you have only so many minutes on this planet. I mean, it comes down to minutes. And so how are you going to live it? Are you going to live it the way society wants you to? Or are you going to live it the way, you know, your parents want it to, or your friends? You are the boss of you. You will always be the boss of you. So make your choices as you want and embrace them. And there are no bad mistakes because it's all just a journey. And all that journey adds up to boom. So, you know, you want to take your gift and give it away and make a big difference on the planet. You know, that's the important thing is that we all, you've seen the SDG goals. We can all do something, you know, by the way we spend our money, by the places that we go, who do we support? You know, everybody's waiting for the government to save us, but they're not. Everybody's waiting for Prince Charming to save us, but they're not. We are all responsible for ourselves and we're all responsible for each other. So, you know, step up, make the change, make some good choices, and empower yourself, empower others, because the gift is in the giving. And you'll find that when you're empowering other people, oh my God, you'll feel so good, and you learn every single day. So basically, that's pretty much my discussion. I've got a couple other key points. Do I have a little bit of time?
Please.
Okay, I got a couple other points I want to raise. So another one is volunteer. There's a lot of ways to volunteer and give your time because you have a great skill. And the cool thing about you is that you're a unique individual. Nobody has DNA like you. And so you're gifted. And so give that gift. Support some other people that, you know, couldn't even think about what to do that you could do in 2 seconds, right? So there's so many ways to do that. Embrace uncertainty. This kind of gets into the whole change thing, right? Embrace uncertainty because sometimes we get scared. And listen, I've signed up to this. I've had my little trauma moments like, oh my God, I don't know if I can do this. What am I doing? Why am I doing this? Right? So, and then we stop ourselves, right? Or we might have these crazy beliefs, you know, that, well, I can't do that because of this. And it's, who made up that rule, right? So we've got this little monkey brain or, our own inner critic that really stops us so many times. So you really got to train it. And it's also how you talk to yourself. So, don't say, oh my God, I got such a bad hair day. What am I going to do? It's, oh my God, I look amazing. I am just flat out gorgeous and I'm going to knock it today. So train your inner critic. Don't let it own you, and embrace uncertainty, because really the excitement is in the uncertainty. This is where things really unfold and opportunities, come your way. This is when the universe knocks on your door. So embrace uncertainty. And then make small changes. I kind of talked about this a little bit when I talked about choices, but, try a different lipstick color, play different music, right? So there's a lot of different little changes that you can make that get you to the point of making big changes. And sometimes I've noticed this with women, sometimes we get a new haircut, we get a new hairstyle, and you can tell a big change is coming because we've just changed to do. So it's different for everybody, but just make some small changes and see how it feels. Get out of that rut, right? But once again, it's all about your choices, but there's no bad choice. And then dream. I just can't express how important dreaming is. You have to have time, whether you meditate. I do it in the morning when I do my yoga. I'll just let my mind wander. And it's such a gift because things come to me like boom, bang. And dreaming is not wasted energy. It's very helpful for you. And it gets you the opportunity to see things that you didn't even think was possible. And that's what you want to be. You want to be so empowered that you play big. Who needs to play small? You got no time for that. You're the only person here that's like you, and you have so much to contribute. So you need to dream big and play big. So, the worst thing is you shoot for the stars and then you land on the moon and you're with Elon. So, it's all good. It's all good.
Amazing information and great speech, Mary. Thank you so much. I can see that someone is waiting in the guest list. I don't know. This is a number, probably from US. Anyway, so I have got probably a very small question.
Okay.
When you're saying that you are Hera TV founder, could you please enlighten us about a little bit, maybe within 2 lines, what Hera does? Maybe this will help many other people.
Yeah, so Hera, as I had mentioned earlier, is an organization that's based on the future of humanity. And so we want to help all genders, all religions, all nationalities. And we do have a strong theme in honor of the women. So I had mentioned that we're building a city. We're going to be doing it in Morocco. The king is very excited about this project. He's making it a national global interest. It will be a big visit card for Morocco. We've got 25,000 acres, which is the size of Lisbon. And so I founded Hera TV, and Hera TV is that communication platform where we're gonna show the progress of Hera City. I'm interviewing women who have been through amazing challenges and come out on the other side. We've got a poetry book. 150 poets around the world wrote about the women. I'm interviewing these poets and their stories and what they mean to them. We have a talk show with 6 amazing women who have their own TV programs around the globe. And we're having conversations that are really big issues on how women should behave during these issues, right? So think of it like The View, and with a global perspective on how we take on some of these issues to help support women. So I'm also looking for partners. So anybody who wants to join with us and content or contribution, love to have you come and join us. So you can find me on LinkedIn. Arjit knows exactly how to find me, no matter where I am. So love to help anybody that I can. So appreciate that.
Thank you so much, Mary, for the beautiful speech. So please stay with us, and I'll be probably asking and going to another of our speaker. Jess, you're there, I think. Can you please unmute yourself? Yes, thank you so much. Well, what I have seen Our friend is actually into social impact sustainable development, and he's from New Jersey at the moment, logging from US. And as far the detail goes, he's of course the speaker of World Leader Summit, and he's a president and founder of La Maria Enterprises and chief executive officer of Eva Dawn Foundation. The stage is yours, and welcome to World Leader Summit.
Thanks, Arjit. Mary, wow. I'd love to speak with you further because it sounds like we're doing a lot of similar things. And I think what I'm going to talk to everybody today about is very, hopefully it builds on the stage you set. My name is Zach Tannenbaum. I founded La Maria Enterprises really to help leave behind the better world. And I started out in product management for some of the largest companies in the world, a lot in the medical space, and had a little bit of a difference of mindset, and had an opportunity to start to really follow my passions. And I have to say, I'm a living testament to that once you start following and taking that first step and doing the things that you want to do, and that you feel is right, the opportunities and the people and the communities that you and the networks that you build are just incredible. And it's the people that you want to be interacting with anyway, because they're all around the same ideas, the same principles. Not that they think the same way, but they have this vision. And I think we're all right now, and that's the key theme of what I want to talk about. We're isolated. We are disconnected, and I could go on and tell you why and how technology has been designed actually from the ground up to isolate us. And that's part of the revolution that's happening now, is to connect us better. But today I want to talk about collaborative entrepreneurship and the peer-to-peer economy, what that means, and really how do we set the stage for collaborating, because collaborating as entrepreneurs is very difficult. Often we're so focused. We like to stay behind the scenes. We like to work and stay focused on our day-to-day tasks. But as the world accelerates, as we have these new technologies, as we have the implementation of I'll say blockchain, but even blockchain is going to evolve even further into other technologies, some of which I have a hand in right now. We are moving to a peer-to-peer system. That when you look what's happening around the world in every industry, it's a peer-to-peer development. I'm going to share, I guess, can I share my screen here? Am I set up to do so? And just to give a little bit of visual aid so you don't have to stare at my face the whole time. All right, so if you can.
It's not showing at the moment.
It's not showing.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it showing now?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, well, it's not. My computer's frozen here, so.
No, it's showing. It's showing completely fine.
Well, I'll let me end it because I can't really manipulate it here. So the point here is that when I had that privilege of operating and working with a very smart individual who's working on a user interface for the future, for how we're going to connect and collaborate. And in some of their research, the light kind of went off in my head. They looked back and looked at every major innovation in throughout history, going back all the way to the invention of fire. And you have fire, you have boats and the wheel and planes and trains and buses and cars and financial markets and exchanges and the internet, smartphones. And when you look at that, there's a common thread. That common thread is that the things that actually change us, and we call them bumps in civilization, they are innovations that accelerate us. It's all about the relativity of time. So to be able to move ideas, to be able to move money, to be able to move goods, people. That is always where innovation will gravitate towards us, where it will always push so that we can move faster and faster. And if anybody looked at what or knows about, you know, Albert Einstein's theory of relativity, the whole theory was that our relationship with time is dependent upon our speed towards or away from a reference point. And he gave the example: if you're standing still and two bolts of lightning happen at the same time in the thunder, okay, you experience them at the same time. But if somebody's on a train moving away from one of those bolts of lightning towards another, they're going to experience those two bolts of lightning and the thunder at different times. It's going to appear as if one went first and one went second. So that is a great example, when you think about it, that our relationship with time is dependent upon how fast we are moving. And so this is, we've been so compressed, all this technology, all this innovation, because we've been so disconnected from each other, from collaborating with each other, that it's built up. And now we're seeing, this is the most exciting, to me, is the most exciting time in human history. And a lot of people may say it's really uncertain. They don't know what's going to happen. There's a lot of fear. But in that space is where the innovators that are on the call, the leaders that are on this, in this conference and elsewhere, that's where our opportunity lies. And that's where we will push through, and we will bring change and the light to the rest of the world. And it's only going to happen if we work together. So we're seeing the acceleration, blockchain, banking, and finance. It's a peer-to-peer system. That's what it is. How do we cut out the middlemen? Logistics platforms, automation, the Hyperloop, social media. What is all that? It's connecting from point A to point B without having to go through an intermediary. But that is the peer-to-peer economy. But with more power comes more responsibility. And so you become more accountable. So as this is an evolution of people connecting and being able to move faster, it's also an evolution into real personal accountability, real personal responsibility. And that evolution is what it touches upon trust. And everything, actually, when we're talking about a global economy, how do you talk about economy and transactions without talking about trust? And that's why we'll talk about this a little bit more in a minute, that trust, the current technological landscape, a lot of people talking about blockchain and solving in smart contracts. A lot of that focus has gone towards trustless systems, trustless. We don't need trust in order to validate a transaction. But if we're going to collaborate with one another, you can't have trustless collaboration. There has to be trust. So the beauty about this peer-to-peer economy, and I'm going to come back to trust, but the beauty about this peer-to-peer economy is that when you don't have intermediaries or that control situations, right? Middlemen that are the only method of transacting and interacting. Well, we get faster collaboration, lower costs. We're seeing remote working, a work-life balance. You get to build your own life. You get to select the projects that you want to work on that mean something to you, right? We're creating a holistic, and this is the stepping stone into a quantum world. Because quantum, and everybody thinks quantum as a computer system, okay? But really, what does all technology do but replicate nature? We already are quantum, because you are not just an entrepreneur. You are a family member. You are you may be a mentor. You have multiple communities. You may have hobbies, whether it's traveling or skiing or photography, and you have communities that build around. Those are all aspects of what you are. And so being quantum is that you live in all of those states at once, because that is you. That is quantum. And so the peer-to-peer economy and technologies that will support this will ultimately grow and build to enabling your ability to be fully quantum, and to do that in a virtual space, so that we can connect all over the world and transact in real time in multiple avenues at once. So when we talked about the trust and trustless systems, but in collaboration, we have to establish trust. How can I share my ideas with you if we don't have a basis of trust between ourselves? How do I know, right? So what I want to talk about now is what I think the core essence in the mindset that has to shift. And I think we all do this, or we all think about this, and we all communicate to a certain degree, but I think it ends up being secondary to us addressing a specific problem, rather than starting from these steps. And I think it's going to be critical as we move into this greater and greater peer-to-peer economy that we follow this sort of protocol. Number one is we have to define our principles and our reason for existence. You have, and this goes, and Mary even said it before, your purpose. We're touching upon, what is your purpose? What is it why are you here? And it's okay if it doesn't matter what it is, because by simply defining it, you are allowing other people that you want to react with and interact with. You're allowing them in. You're allowing them to find you. So everything else is defined from this perspective. And guess what? The marketers, your marketing team, are going to love you if you start from here, because in the peer-to-peer economy, we're also a social economy, and it's a sustainable economy. And so people want to know, not that you just created something, but they want to know what's behind it. What was the purpose? What are you affecting? What is your end goal? They want that vision. So define your principles and your reason for existing. Number one, spend time on this. Number two, set up your governance structure. How are you holding yourself accountable to what you just defined as your principles and your reasons for existence? This is part of the due diligence process that people will they may not have it formally formatted to do this, but this is the underlying conscious or subconscious process that they're going through. Okay, so how are you making sure that when you make a decision, it's not necessarily because of the bottom line or because you are so vested in one avenue that you've put a lot of time and money in, but you are adaptable for the greater, what I call the greater truth, that's aligned with those principles and the reason for existence. So number three is your collaboration. Who are you working with? Who do you work with? Who do you partner with? Are those people are they visibly or are they able to back up that you're all working towards this vision of the future that's aligned with your principles and your reasons for existence? These are some of the due diligence process that when people are deciding whether they want to work with you, whether they want to buy something from you, whether they want to invest, who is it that is involved in what you're doing, and are those people visibly aligned with the vision, and are they credible? And then four is something that we can't really accelerate. It's just time, and that's your track record. And too many times do you see people and leaders, and we've all done it. We make a promise, and it doesn't really happen exactly when we say it's going to happen. This over promising and under delivering. When we hit our goals, even if we are way off from where we want to go, but if we make a statement and we say we're going to do something, we've got to complete it. And it's okay if it's within a standard deviation of a little bit of time, and maybe even a week. But if we're transparent and we're communicating that it ends up being okay. But ideally, we want to get to the point where we are fulfilling every word that we say. That's our track record, whether it's a sale, whether it's a contract that we're creating, whether it's a meeting we're going to set up. It doesn't matter, but we have to follow through with what we say, because our word is our bond, and that is trust. Now, that permeates your company culture. It will permeate the partners that you work with. It will permeate through your stakeholders, and you will build a strong culture internally with everybody that you work with if these 4 steps are followed. And if these 4 things are the forefront of how you operate as a collective. It's tough though. And we, as entrepreneurs, as I said earlier, as leaders, we tend to like to stay in the background. We don't like to be in the forefront. But in a peer-to-peer economy, we're losing that ability to be in stealth mode. We're having to step forward a little bit more and more. And when you're building something like a smart city, how many elements go into that? Energy, water, architecture, infrastructure, whatever, the health, the technology. You have waste. It goes on and on and on and on, all of the elements. So you can't really sit there unless you are the genius that's the biggest genius that ever has existed. There's no way that you can do it alone, and you can't do anything alone. So the structure to collaborating is to listen, and we must listen first. We must hear other people. There's Lao Tzu said something, and I don't have the exact quote, but Lao Tzu said, and this is followed a lot in the Buddhist monks, their culture. Before you can receive, you must first give.
Yes.
And that is intelligence. And so, as the main tenet of a collaborative entrepreneur is to listen and to find an area, even if it's not something that they're asking for. It doesn't matter. Find something, a connection that you can add. Find a piece of advice, something that you can provide value to them. And when you do that, it comes back tenfold, and you're building that relationship. When you provide, because our purpose as entrepreneurs, as leaders, is to provide value to other people. That's it. If you're not providing value, the objective is to provide the most value to the most amount of people. Now, you look at why companies are so big and why the biggest companies are, look at how many people they touch. Okay, that is the reason. So when we open ourselves up, when we listen, we also learn. We end up learning when we're listening, trying to figure out a way to help somebody else along on their journey. We end up learning ourselves, and we end up picking up things that we didn't even know. We didn't even know we needed to know. So these are the ways that the future is heading. This is the way that collaborative entrepreneurship and the peer-to-peer economy, it's happening. It's going to be connecting us even more and more in different platforms, some of which I know people throughout here have been working on, some of the things that we've been working on in our consortium, being able to protect your information and provide specific access and to different data and different blocks of information. All of that is in process, but none of that technology means anything if you don't have your principles, your reason for existing, your structure, your collaborative techniques, right? Your ability to keep your word and your company culture, which has to start with listening and trying to provide value to other people. welcome to the peer-to-peer economy. Thank you.
Amazing. Beautiful presentation. When you're talking about connecting, I really can't hold myself. I know that Mary is dying to ask a question, but to be very honest, when you were talking about, we heard about data just before, Mary and Irene was sharing a lot about data, GDPR rules. And then we are talking about social media. Then we are talking about connecting with people, sharing information, listen. And yes, I completely agree when you are touching a concept called Buddhism. Actually, Buddhism came from India, and Buddhism is actually deeply connected and touched by the Sanskrit and Dravid culture, which is really, really old, maybe 15,000 years old. And I have a tendency of looking deep into culture, epics, how human beings are evolving. And I've seen from Mayans towards Sindhus, both had a very similar kind of concept and understanding and ideology. That probably connects the Chinese as well as the Northern people. Talking about the same, when we talk about entrepreneurship, I don't feel that entrepreneurs by choice have a difference of structure, colors, religions. They have a common purpose of creating some vibrant ecosystem, either by recruiting people, either taking teams, probably maybe creating or becoming maybe a catalyst, or probably becoming a source of energy. My question to you is, how do you differentiate a businessman and an entrepreneur? If at all there is a difference, if yes, how do you differentiate between them?
Well, I think in order to have anything sustainable, you have to have a business savvy. In order for something to work, you have to understand how business works. So I think an entrepreneur has to be a businessman. I think you can go into the levels of social entrepreneur, impact entrepreneur, so on and so forth. I think a businessman is less worried about, I would define it, and an entrepreneur encompasses a businessman, but a businessman is just somebody who's operating within a business. An entrepreneur is somebody who's looking to push boundaries, someone who's looking to has a purpose behind what they're doing. They're looking to solve problems. I can take a businessman and plug him into an organization and have him operate for a job, but that entrepreneur has a passion behind what they do, because it's like an artist, right? It's the starving artist, right? You make so many sacrifices because it's your art. An entrepreneur is an artist.
Many people probably will resemble what you're saying, and I can get what exactly you are sharing, my friend. Completely agree with you. In my opinion, entrepreneurs usually work by passion, love, and probably for the change rather than money. In the same side, when you look at businessmen, they first look at the profit and then probably think of, the passion and other aspects. But yes, in leadership, sometimes you need to be really rude and rough. I'm not going to ask many questions because I'm sure that my beautiful friend Mary is going to ask a question to you. So I'll hold that for you.
Yeah, so thank you. So Zach, I really liked your talk. And the question I had to ask you was, when did you have your aha moment that made you decide what you're doing now? What drove you to where you are now?
That's a good question. I guess the aha moment keeps happening. It doesn't stop. It's the little validations along the way, the universe, kind of feeding you reassurances to keep going. But I guess the thing that shifted was my experience with cancer, and at a younger age, and it just kind of pulled me out for a second of the rat race and had me start to think about my passions and wanting to leave a legacy, and that was through my music. And so I started writing my music and started focusing on that while I was working, of course, and then had an opportunity with at a young age with stock super vesting in the company that I was with, and had the opportunity to take a breather and a step back and say, hey, what am I doing? And I just took one step in front of the other and listened, and something, one project here that I wanted to learn about and wanted to provide some value for, and I just step in without asking about being paid or upfront retainers and things like that. I just said, hey, I want to work with you guys. I want to be a part of this. And then it just kept going. It kept rolling. And then other people came on and said, hey, we really like your way of doing things. What do you think about this? And what do you think about that? And then I got tired of explaining, because I have some great technologies, and we went through the project financing, that scrutiny. And I got so tired of trying to explain the technology to people. I said, you know what? People understand real estate. They understand development. They understand more so than technology. So why don't I just start talking about this as, hey, we're doing real estate development projects and we're implementing new technologies, rather than, hey, we have a technology here that eliminates the need for database centers and eliminates the need for permission controls, and where it creates true privacy, right? So it became easier. And I think there's always a disconnect too, between the geniuses, I call them the geniuses, that are in the weeds, and the people. And that's really what I do, is I help to bridge that gap. And I listen, I understand, but then I break it down for people so that everybody can understand what we're doing. And that's where so many people get lost, that you can't explain it to the everyday person.
Yep. Bravo.
Beautiful,
Bravo.
beautiful. Yes, beautiful.
I'm glad you're healthy. I'm glad you're healthy.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks, everybody.
Well, with this note, probably I'll ask my friend to probably mute himself, and I'll be asking our next two speakers. We have been talking about women empowerment, and Jack and Mary will see there's a beautiful couple from South Africa, and they're here with us. Could you please unmute yourself, Pretty, and are you there? Can we have your video and your audio on? Pretty, and yes.
Thank you, Arjit. Thank you, everyone. Warm greetings from the southern tip of the African continent. Here in South Africa, Sandton, which is the gateway into the rest of the continent. We send our regards, we send our greetings.
Yes, thank you so much for inviting us, all the organizers of this event, for the CA, for this incredible event. We are very grateful to be a part of this.
Yes.
Shadrach is going to take us through. Do we have superpowers to share some stuff?
Please.
Okay.
The whole stage is yours, my friends.
Thank you. You are so kind.
Thank
Shall
you.
we make it
There we go.
Thank you. Thank you kindly.
There we
Brilliant. Are you able to see our slide share, our topic?
Yeah, you can just take us through the quick background.
Thank you. So just a bit of background. We are both co-founders of Coronet Blockchain, which is a business to consumer marketplace that really rethinks African supply chains in order to vet the product to the African distributors and retailers from global manufacturers at much more feasible costs. Our supply chain solutions in blockchain, they're applicable in hair, textiles, food security, and of course, the flagship Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, and much more. I will allow Pretty to proceed.
So just a quick background on the blockchain, our blockchain journey. It was when Shadrach used to work for Deloitte. So one of his colleagues came forward and she was selling these products, and a lot of businesses in Africa, they start out of a need. We don't really, a number of entrepreneurs don't go and read the markets, the stock exchange. It comes out of a need to provide for the family. So after being retrenched, she started that business, and she came through to our business business when we were down on the coastal city of Durban with this product. She was selling it out of her handbag. It was a side hustle when she was working, and now it became a main hustle. So being a corporate lady, she came to us and say, guys, I need you to put systems in place so that I can run a sustainable business. I want it to be investable or be able to be franchisable within 3 years from now. So I need you to put systems in place. And fast forward from that time, within 36 months, we have moved that business that's just started from $500. Now it was making $2 million US. Yeah. It was employing 40 full-time staff, and it had 4 branches. 2 of them were running inside 5-star hotels because we wanted to grow the prestige of the brand. And it was that kind of a success story where women can start businesses from a very small capital and scale it into something that can provide for 40 families. And that's what we want to see in Africa. So that story really was making headlines, and a number of people started approaching us, and knowing that these kind of pain points we solved, they exist in all the supply chains, because we spent the previous decade before she approached us working in access to markets. So we could understand the problem. She was talking about that, you know what, the problem we are solving for her in the hair business is applicable in fashion, it's applicable in agriculture and other industries as well. So we just need to find a sustainable solution to deliver this kind of transformation at scale. So that's how we came about to founding Coronet Blockchain.
So talking about founding Coronet Blockchain, our realization, even with the launch of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, is that indeed there are 450 billion reasons why blockchain is needed, like decades ago in Africa. But we're not going to go through the 450 billion. We were just going to focus on 3 primary ones, as Preeti is going to transition with the slide. There we go.
Yeah, most definitely. Just have a quick glance at how Africa looks like by 2035, which is the first milestone where we'll have to review our success with the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. By then, we'll be looking at close to 2 billion population of Africans that live in Africa. We'll be looking at that population, 60% of it will be below the age of 25, which is the employment age, meaning they'll be ready for work. And we'll be looking at the food bill. This number is for 2025, actually 110 billion US dollars. By then we should be looking at 200 billion rather, yes, US dollars bill that we use to import food into the African continent.
Yes, and of course, part of what inspired our discussion for today at this summit is that there truly are 450 billion reasons. When you look at the flagship launch this year of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, when it went live, which was signed in record time of 5 years instead of much longer period of intertrade agreements elsewhere in the globe, globally. So the main priorities of that agreement are 3. Increase intertrade up to $4 billion US dollars by 2035, eradicate poverty, alleviate at least 30 million Africans out of poverty, which is a modest number if you consider the previous number that we shared of 2 billion Africans are going to call Africa home by 2035. And of course, eradicate more than 90% of border tariffs. You know, we would like to call this the lowering of borders, or seeing a borderless Africa from a tariff perspective. So that is what shapes the main drivers of focusing on the reasons for blockchain, which is what keeps us focused daily on our desk and as we travel into the continent.
So looking at this macro perspective and dynamics that Shedrick was looking at as to those are what our elders have set their eyes on to achieve by 2035. We have to look, of course, on the micro dynamics as to what people on the ground are facing, because there's these big promises. Then what is the reality for the people on the ground? We've chosen 3 industries that, 1, they are largest employers in Africa. 2, they employ the biggest population, which is young people and women, which is the food, the agriculture is the biggest employer, followed by textile from just the planting of cotton.
Yes.
I think cotton is about 500,000 people that work just for the cotton planting alone before you even process the fabrics, and they end up in fashion retail stores and department stores. And then you look at beauty, those are your hairdressers, and it's largely informal. So when you look at this thing, you say on this hand, we have this promise, we have this agreement that promises that's what's going to happen, but there's a number of problems that these small and medium and informal businesses are still facing, which one of those is barriers to entry, because just because there's an agreement that is available, it doesn't minus the barriers that exist for small and medium businesses and informal businesses to participate in the mainstream businesses. Problems like you don't meet, you don't have your minimum requirements, your production capacity is smaller compared to the orders that we want, and all those kind of things. There's a lot of inequalities as well within the supply chains, the ones that I've just mentioned, that makes it easier for big business to do business in Africa. Yet big business in Africa only represent 1%, meaning 99%, which is the backbone of employment, is largely has women and youth, are the one that are creating employment, but they can't participate in the bigger business where there's a big ticket contracts, doing business with big business, doing business with countries. That's the way it's very poor for them to participate in this supply chain. And when they do, the is very legally that they are actually being provided, because they've got small volumes. And Shadrach is gonna touch on how can blockchain then be a middle ground for what the elders want to achieve and the problems that are faced by these small businesses.
Absolutely. You know, we cannot continue to have an Africa where just a select few or an elitist few, which is 1%, corporates, large enterprises, are actually reserving only for themselves the seat at the economic dinner table, and whilst at the expense of the little person. The agricultural supply chain that she touched on earlier on, there are 33 million smallholder farmers that call Africa home, but yet up to 50% of their crops either is turned away from major markets, or actually goes off in transit. We have to pinpoint with accuracy where are the supply chains broken. So talking about barrier to entry, we have to now leverage blockchain. Just a quick summary: a distributed ledger that actually allows a decentralized access. We prefer to call it leveling the playing field, and really bringing forward the true sharing economy. We can't share value if we don't share data. We can't share data only if we don't share access. We can't share access if we are not all looking at the same ledger. So blockchain, to an extent, levels the playing field, lowers the barriers, and enables access at scale. That's why we are so excited in our African travels, where we not only advocate, but we implement blockchain in specific areas, particularly supply chains. Inclusion, you know, among the sustainable development goals is financial inclusion, and all sorts of inclusions that have to be realized by 2030, which is not that far away. It's just about 300 and odd Saturdays away. We tend to count Saturdays, but we can't speak inclusion and we can't speak the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement opportunities if we don't refocus and lower the drone a little bit to look at the practicalities of what's going to happen between the informal sector and the mainstream economy. We can't have, as Shakespeare wrote many moons ago, the tale of two cities. We can't have the tale of two economies in Africa. We have to see emerging, and blockchain for African supply chain, for payments and for inclusion is really, really geared to be the machinery that democratizes our economies in such a way that the borders can truly be lowered. We often say turning our border terminals into drive-throughs. That's thanks to blockchain, along with other collaborative technologies. And talking about collaboration, we cannot just look at the agreement on the shelf and not look at the enabler mechanisms such as blockchain, such as enabling that collaborative thinking to be embodied through the technology as a vehicle to transport us towards the Africa we want. And with that being said, on a concluding note, and once again, much gratitude to the visionary host of this summit. What do we see by 2035? We see an Africa where we have a lot less aid and we see a lot more trade. Don't get me wrong, we are very, very grateful for our global neighbors that keep sending aid towards Africa. We are also grateful for the African diaspora that are also sending remittances back home. But we cannot continue to run dependent households, dependent communities, dependent neighborhoods and countries. We have to shift from consumerism towards production. We see an Africa where prosumer, which means we are leaning more towards trade, is the norm. And blockchain really is a trade accelerant when deployed practically and simply. On that note, we would like to share our gratitude. Shadrach and Preeti, Coronet Blockchain, thank you kindly.
Thank you. That's it.
Beautiful presentation, beautiful presentation. I mean, that's the reason I actually kept this amazing, beautiful couple in this stage so that they can talk after Zach. And the reason we really loved your presentation is not about what you are doing on technology front. It's about the vision that you guys have. It is true that we need to do something meaningful to change those kind of pictures into much more different kind of picture. I'm not comparing who is good, who is bad, who is beautiful, who is looking, maybe ugly. I don't care about that. But children, kids must have the basic things. The basic thing is basically the education. You give them education, they will grow, flourish like anything. That's the most beautiful thing that we can do probably towards the future generation. Okay, so we are open for Q&A. If you have any question, we'll be more than happy to grab that. I have got one question from our social media. Talking about the blockchain platform, if you're trying to create a cryptocurrency, maybe your own coin, I'm not sure about that. I'm just repeating the words, okay? It's not my words, okay? Yes. If it is your coin, how do you feel that you can make a change until unless the coin value goes up? What is your strategy?
Thank you kindly. Thank you for that. Looking at blockchain as an enabler or as a technological vehicle, we usually joke around with our team to say, ultimately, blockchain as a solution or as a technology platform is the horse. There has to be a destination. There has to be an ecosystem. There has to be a weight to be pulled. And talking about creating your own token within the crypto space using the distributed ledger technology or blockchain, one has to be clear about the vision, the why, and the who. Who are you solving for? Who are you creating the coin or the token for? And just last but not least, blockchain works ideally, much similar to IoT in certain ways, works ideally when there's scale. So the problem that you're about to solve through that token, what is the scale of it? Are you solving for the masses? Or are you just solving for 4 people? Or are you solving for 3 entities? In which case, it might make economic sense. Earlier on, there were some questions and a very good exchange between Zach and yourself. The question is, are you solving entrepreneurially with that social enterprise? That's where blockchain really, hits the nail on the head. There must be scale, there must be a sizable load, and there must be a clear vision whereby you can even maybe build that token in phases, but that's just what do you call it, the bigger scope on vision, on the who, and of course on the scale at hand. Great question. Thank you kindly.
Thank you so much. Before we go next questions or anything else, could you please look at the camera and smile for me? I'm trying to become a good photographer, to be very honest. Okay, I guess I got the moment.
Thank you kindly.
Thank you so much. If you have any more questions, please feel free to ask them. Else, what I can say, you know, my beautiful couples, we have started an ecosystem, and frankly speaking, that ecosystem is thriving. I'm not talking a lot about WLS ecosystem because this is your platform, you should be the speaker. But we did multiple number of trades and business, and that happened during COVID in last 1 year. So my partner is responsible of bringing companies. I am responsible of closing deals and bringing much more investments and market connect. You know, that's how we have been doing things. So we'll be more than happy to maybe handshake with you guys. If you feel that that is helpful, we'll be more than happy to have you. In fact, we have started our own business accelerator and a fund that we have tried to create for so many last 1 year. I hope that we can do a good impact. Not only that, we didn't end up that process. We started our technology portal mainly on real estate, buy, sell, and luxury car and luxury apartment buying and selling platform based on multiple number of real estate developers and associated partners with us. Believe us or not, during this COVID, if you look at Asia and if you look at Africa, I know in Africa there is a law from government. They will be offering free land to people if they are going there and build a real estate property, and whatever rent that they can generate, it can be generated by the company and they can actually enjoy that. I'm just sharing that information because I know that you are the best person. You can probably share much more things. Africa is thriving. Africa is growing like anything, and all of us can see that. We'll be more than happy if we can probably have our entire ecosystem, our mentors, our coaches, our investors, maybe more entrepreneurs who are actually there in our network to give your African youth a knowledge base, a real kind of scenario sharing, so that they can become more successful businessmen and businesswomen. Rather, I would say business people, and more entrepreneurs and innovators from the land of creativity. I call Africa as the land of opportunity. So we'll be more than happy handshaking, growing together. And I'm sure that, you know, the previous speaker just before you and Mary, whoever is present over here in the last moment, we are about to close the session. All of us are actually change makers, right? So feel free to connect with them, feel free to communicate. There is no restriction. There is nothing called, you know, if you don't become a member, you can't communicate. It's a different kind of concept, okay? We are here, happy to help anybody if they can do any kind of business. We'll be more than happy to celebrate that into our portal. All open, all on for anything that we can do together. I can see that Zach is there, probably. I can't see his video. I can see a little bit of visual things are happening in his video. Mary is also there, but yes, we'll open up probably the collaboration and handshaking method when we are going towards the end of WLS. Please be there with us in all the days. We'll be more than happy to have you listen to others, handshake with others, collaborate with others. Please be in touch with us and we'll be happy to take things forward. With this note, thank you so much for joining us, and I'll be doing my duty because there are a lot of partners who actually supported the entire cause of ours. So let me take the pleasure to take those names, those companies who actually supported the cause and helped us to create this amazing platform and grow together. They have been shouting about us because they got the value. Anim Gaming, thank you so much. That's one of my portfolio company. Deep Tech Knowledge, Co-Innovate Ventures, 8 Metals, Glam World Face, AW Global, Animation Reviews, Virtual Infocom, Web Hub Solutions, MyFinB, VGD, Cybersecurity Gigs, I Am Superhero, Yoga Training for You, My Films, Sports Zone In, CXO Designs, Cosplay Seller, Second Life Tech, Shemfor. Okay, this is a beautiful platform. I should talk about them. they actually take and recruit homemakers, mothers who can create amazing food, homely food, and they are delivering it to the corporates. A beautiful platform started by a startup. He left his job and started this along with his wife, and I met him in person. Great, thank you so much. Entrepreneur Face, thank you so much. Is the Africa IBW, WWCA, Generation S, TechSauce, BizTech, Culture Italia, Diplomatic World, WSME, SME India, TVM Digital, and the Future Summit. Thank you so much for being with us and supporting the entire cause and holding hands with our existing startups and members. With this note, let us wait for tomorrow. We will meet all of you guys tomorrow sharp at 7 o'clock Indian time. Stay tuned. World Leader Summit is happening from 5th to 9th of November this year with 136 speakers at the moment. That's the reason we wrote 120 plus speakers. The exact number now you know. Thank you so much for being here and supporting us. Zach, my friend, I saw you now. We'll be in touch. We'll be happy to connect, interact, and handshake with each other. I can see a mirror in you, to be very honest.
I look forward to it. I look forward to it.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Arjit. Bless you.
Bye.
Bless you, everyone. Thank you.
Bless you too.
Thank you.